Rhodi Forever. Crescent Empire, The Rhodi Saga, Book 4. Written by Megan Linsky. Narrated by Liana Walsh. Music by Ali Moore. Chapter 14. An Unexpected Murder. Dylan stood over Massimo's body, clutching Envis's arm. Everyone had either been in bed or were getting ready for it when they'd heard Tavanna scream, and they'd rushed to her. She wasn't an easy person to startle, but an unexpected corpse laying as a present in front of her doorway was enough to rattle her. Tavanna's expression was pale, and her shaking hand rose to cover her mouth. Devin put his arm around her shoulders to steady her against him. Ray, Taladin, Saffron, Xana, and Devin stood beside her, gathered around the body. Taladin crouched by Massimo's body and touched it, his face darkening with a grim expression. "He's still warm. He hasn't been dead for more than a few minutes." Ray immediately began barking orders to guards that were standing nearby. "The murderer is still in the palace. Find them!" Several guards rushed off. Devin guided Tavanna into a chair nearby, and Saffron knelt beside Taladin, inspecting the crime scene. "This was not done by a Rhodian blade," Saffron stated. "The cut is too jagged, and the blood splatter is not precise. The murderer used a serrated knife." "But why kill him?" Dylan asked. As far as she knew, Massimo didn't have any enemies, and wasn't a target. His people and the general public liked him and his policies. It made no sense for anyone to get rid of him. "We questioned people after the gala. He must have known something and came to tell Tavanna in secret, late at night, so no one would catch him slipping away. But he had to be followed, because whoever killed him knew he had information," Devin said. "Someone took him out to prevent him from telling Tavanna whatever he knew." "But who?" Saffron questioned. "The palace is heavily restricted at night, especially the royal quarters. Whoever the assassin was, they already had to be here before it got dark. There's no way the attacker would have gotten past the guards, not with how heavy our security is lately. It would take them ages just to get inside." "This is a message," Tavanna stated heavily. "The cloaked flame is the one who did this. They want me to be afraid of them." "We aren't, and we won't be," Devin said, gripping her shoulder. "No matter what kind of threats they make, we aren't giving in to their demands." Xana appeared furious. She turned toward her cousins, demanding, "I thought you guys said that this palace was safe. You've had murderers and assassins running wild for days now. How can I expect that we're not going to be slaughtered in our sleep by these insane degenerates? You promised me I wouldn't be kidnapped or hurt by them again." "I can't promise anything. The life of a Rhodi is always filled with danger," Dylan said wearily. "You're the princess. Do something, Dylan," Xana demanded. "I didn't come here after my entire family was killed just to join them in death because some crimson sicko is running loose." Xana stormed off, and Taladin mumbled, "Well, that was a little harsh." "Don't worry about her. She has a tendency to freak out. Tristan did too," Devin stated. "What's important right now is figuring this out." "Hold on. Where were the guards? Security is stationed around the entire royal quarters at night, and always at Tavanna's door, from sunrise to sunset," Envis argued. "None of them saw this or went to stop it?" That was a good point. Once the Rhodi that worked for Ray showed up to investigate the crime scene, the family started questioning all the guards that worked in the royal quarters. Strangely enough, the entire guard appeared bewildered that there was an incident, and hadn't even seen anyone come or go that wasn't supposed to be there. They even interrogated the guards that followed Dylan around, but they hadn't seen anything either. Then, as the night grew longer, they realized there were some guards missing. The guards that usually took the night shift to protect Tavanna's door weren't around. The entire palace was searched, but no one could find them anywhere. They either work for the Cloaked Flame and betrayed us, or they're dead, Tavanna spat. There are no other alternatives. You're jumping to conclusions, Taladin said, trying to soothe his sister. We need to know more before we make any calls. We don't know anything, Tal, Tavanna yelled. That's the problem. Taladin didn't recoil from her harsh voice, because he was her safe place when she needed somewhere to fall. Saffron observed the interaction of their bond curiously, taking mental notes as she observed Taladin comfort his partner. As the night wore on, they returned to the hallway where the murder had been committed. By now, the crime scene had been wrapped up and the body taken away, the blood cleared from the floor and walls. Even so, Dylan felt eerie as her family approached it. Someone had died here only hours ago, and already, it looked like nothing had happened. The murderer hadn't been caught either. Despite extensive searches and the palace being on lockdown, the perpetrator was nowhere to be found. Whoever they were, they'd already fled and were certainly long gone. We should let Bray's team do its job and turn in for the night, Taladin suggested. We aren't getting anywhere here. Tavanna scoffed. Just another incident with nothing to go on. It's not nothing. The guards didn't see anything, but we know someone was here. So the guards were either manipulated through magic or tricked. The Might Lock might have been involved. The guards were drugged or otherwise influenced. Taladin argued. We're getting closer to figuring this out, whether you think so or not. Tal, this is our home, Tavanna pleaded. We live here. Our spouses live here. By Rhodi, our kids are in this palace. How can you suggest that we get some rest when we don't know for sure if any of us are safe? Dylan didn't blame her for being so worried. She didn't feel safe here either. I've got the best Rhodi in the city working for me. They aren't going to stop until they uncover what happened here, Ray stated. But you're the queen, and you need to be able to rule and make good decisions for the people of Crescentia. You can't do that if you're frightened and exhausted. The searchers are working on this too, Envis added. Tavanna exploded. We're not working fast enough. She tore at her hair, whirling around. My subjects are dying. There are multiple people who are dead at the hands of the Cloaked Flame, and more bodies will pile up if we continue to do nothing. We've utilized all our resources, and it's still not enough. How can we defeat an enemy that remains invisible? She broke down into tears, and Dylan's heart fell. It was so unlike Tavanna to lose control, but perhaps she was finally breaking under the stress of not knowing who they were fighting or how to stop them. It had seemed like an impossible situation when they'd been battling Rachel in the Hunters Guild, but at least they'd known who their enemies were and what they were capable of. Tavanna couldn't stop the Cloaked Flame if she didn't know where the threat was coming from, nor could anyone else. Ray hurried to escort Tavanna inside their penthouse, and Taladin followed. They could hear Tavanna's wails as the heavy doors closed. Dylan turned to Envis, Saffron, and her brother. Devin was the one who appeared the most troubled. They got far too close to Tavanna's quarters. If they could leave Massimo at her front door, they could get inside, Devin worried. But they didn't, and it was for a reason, Saffron insisted. They were able to take down Massimo because he didn't have any way to defend himself. But the person who did this doesn't have the capability to harm Tavanna or challenge her in battle. If they did, they would have tried to directly attack her by now, and all they've done is poison her and leave a corpse at her door. They're just as afraid of Tavanna as we are of them. Envis rubbed his tired eyes and said, Either way, we aren't getting any answers tonight. Let's turn in, mates. I've already contacted the other searchers. They might have more for us to go on by the morning. You can sleep, but I'm standing guard and continuing to investigate, Saffron shifted into a griffin and growled, "When things in the palace are this amiss, it's wise to have a monster such as myself prowling around." "I'll grab my bow and go with you," Devin offered. "Something's not right here." They left together, and Dylan's shoulders slumped. Envis caught it and said, "I know that look in your eye, lass. This isn't your fault." Dylan turned into him, and his arms settled around her as she said, "Xana's right. I'm the princess, and it's my responsibility to stop this. Tavanna could have been hurt tonight, again, and it would have been on me if that happened. Remember what we talked about? You can't take responsibility for the entire world," Envis said, and he held her tightly. "There are some things that are out of your control." Dylan knew that, logically. In her heart, though, she could never believe it. Chapter 15. The Spirit Requests. Tavanna didn't come out of her quarters the next day. It was highly unusual for the Queen to refuse to emerge. That morning, Dylan was left to take care of most of the royal duties by herself. Envis and the other searchers did what they could to investigate, but the clues left behind by the murderer were minimal. Dylan didn't understand how the cloaked flame could keep getting away with this without leaving some trace of their actions behind. The guards that usually protected Tavanna's quarters weren't found either. An alert was sent throughout the city that they were missing, but they'd disappeared without a trace. As far as the mystery went, it made no sense. "We're not looking at it properly," Envis insisted. "When crimes are committed, some sort of evidence is always left behind. We just haven't figured out what that evidence is yet." Dylan doubted they ever would. She left him to continue his work as she wandered around the palace to locate Saffron, following the trail of her bond. Her partner was sitting at a table across from Taladin in a conference room of the palace, having an argument. "I cannot see why you do not understand. Violence is an effective tool. It gets the job done," Saffron insisted, crossing her arms. "If I am to be an enforcer, as you say, then allow me to enforce the laws my princess may pass." "You can't take people's heads off on a whim because they don't do as Dylan says," Taladin shot back. "Why so ever not? It is the most effective method and the most timely," Saffron argued. Clearly, they were having one of their enforcer lessons, and Saffron wasn't getting the point. Taladin appeared wholly frustrated. "Because we aren't dictators," Taladin burst. "Crescentia is a constitutional monarchy where other states get a say, not an authoritarian empire. You need to try negotiating with our enemies first. Tavanna and Dylan make the rules, and if the other rulers in Crescentia disagree with them, then our role as enforcers is to go to them and try to work it out, peacefully." "There is no such thing as peace in my heart, for there never was or will be. Only a thirst for blood and the obedience that comes with being a vessel of justice," Saffron rattled off. "It's not black and white here, Saffron. I'm trying to teach you to be a good enforcer," Taladin grumbled. "This is how it's done." "Your way is wrong," Saffron insisted. "You will serve your queen how you see fit, and I will serve my princess in the better way." "I'm gonna kill this bird," Taladin muttered. They both noticed Dylan standing in the door, and Saffron stood. "When you have something valuable to teach me, Master Taladin, you may summon me. Otherwise, I must return to my duties in the barracks." Saffron walked out, but she ignored Dylan completely as she passed by. Taladin gave a frustrated gesture after her, and Dylan waved her hand, signaling she'd talk to her. "Saff, wait," Dylan said, picking up her kimono and rushing after her. Saffron's expression remained passive.
If you have a command for me to follow, I am willing to follow it. Otherwise, I ask that you leave me be."
"Saf, come on." Dylan grabbed her wrist and wrenched her around. "Let's talk about this."
"What's there to talk about? You didn't wish to listen to me about Desmondandre, so why listen to me now?"
Saffron's look was steely and cold. Dylan sighed and said, "You're right. You were right. I should have told Savannah about Desmondandre taking over my body. It was stupid that I didn't, and you all could have lost me."
"It's nice you admit it."
Saffron went to leave again, but Dylan blocked her path. "I'm sorry," Dylan pleaded.
"I know I was being dumb. You were being selfish," Saffron snapped. "You were so insistent you could handle it on your own that it nearly cost us you."
Dylan was speechless.
You don't wish to burden anyone with your pain or be an inconvenience. But you demanding that you tackle every issue by yourself creates more problems for the people around you when you can't handle them anymore," Saffron raged. "You don't need to be ashamed of reaching out, not when there are so many people around you who are willing to help you. Don't you realize how lucky you are?"
Tears dotted Saffron's eyes, and she dropped her head. Dylan's face fell as she reached out a hand. "Saf,
you do not understand, sister. You have your father, your brother, all your friends," Saffron whispered. "If I lose you, I lose everyone. You are the only person in this world whom I truly love. I belong to this family, but I am an outcast in it. I'm only here because of you."
"Saf, that's not true," Dylan said, taking her hand.
"It might have been when you joined us, but not now.
You and Jenna are wonderful friends."
"But who else am I close with?" Saffron pointed out. "People tolerate me. They do not love me. If not for you, I would be alone, and I do not wish to exist in this realm alone once again."
"You are never going to be alone. I will never leave you."
"You almost did," Saffron reminded her. "I am terrified that this world is going to abandon me to myself. How am I supposed to cope when no one but you understands who I am? It is a cruel thing to be this way with no one to stand at your side. What is the point of my life if my destiny is to find myself without a home or someone to love, someone that also loves me?"
Dylan found herself tearing up too. She had been selfish. She hadn't done everything she could to stop Desmondandre from taking over, and that included getting help from other people to stop her from doing so. She'd nearly abandoned her sister. For what? Her pride? "I am so sorry, Saf." Dylan put her forehead to her partner's and promised, "I'll do whatever I can to make sure Desmondandre doesn't gain control, because I'll fight to the death to stay with you. You're the partner of my heart, and might as well be my blood. I made a mistake, but it won't happen again. I'll listen to you next time, on this and all things." Saffron took a shuddering breath.
"I forgive you and believe what you say. Please, don't make me endure this again. We have been through enough together without our bond being strained as well."
"Agreed." Dylan pulled away, though she didn't let go of Saffron's hand. "Anyway, I didn't come to get you just to apologize. I wanted to give you something. It's in the treasury."
"I am most intrigued," Saffron said thoughtfully,
and they headed down that way. "You need to find other people that fit into your life, Saf. I can't be the only person that's important to you," Dylan said as they continued down the hall. Saffron gave a miserable shrug.
"It is hard to find others like me, sister. I have tried, but most cannot understand my ways."
"You're just shy and scared. But there are a lot of weird people in the world just like us, and I'm sure they'd be happy to be your friend."
I am afraid of people and always have been. People find me odd, and I don't understand them either. Saffron mumbled. No one in this world speaks plainly or does what they mean. The world exists as a place of falsehoods and lies.
You'll find someone who speaks your language someday. I know you will.
Whoever that may be, it certainly isn't your father.
Enforcer lessons not going well? Dylan asked.
We were bickering this morning on how to handle the cloaked flame, Saffron replied. Paladin thinks that as enforcers, it is our duty to negotiate some sort of agreement between us and these lunatics. I, for one, simply think we should slaughter whatever crimsons we find as we find them and be done with it. They can't fight us if they're all dead.
I don't know what we should do. There are no clear answers.
Not as of yet, but what is in the darkness will come to light, Saffron vowed. These deviants may be concealed for now, but they are not as clever nor organized as Rachel and the Hunters Guild. What I saw yesterday at the murder scene convinced me these people are sloppy. They're going to slip up, sooner rather than later. Then we'll have them.
They came to a round, golden vault door that was heavily guarded by several Rhodi. Only Tavanna and Dylan were allowed to access the royal vault at will. Dylan hardly went inside, but she'd decided one of the treasures within was wasted lying around in a time of war. Open the vault, Dylan instructed, standing before it. Of course, Princess. The guard bowed, then followed her instructions. The heavy metal door swung open, and the girls stepped inside a hall of treasures. The royal vault was massive, full of jewels, gold bars, and stacks of treasure. Rare scrolls, historical valuables, and priceless artifacts dating back to Desmond rule centuries ago stood in glass cases within categorized sections. Dylan traveled to the middle of the vault, where on a velvet pillow lay the powerful, legendary gauntlet that was part of the trio of ancient Rhodian weapons. Dylan picked it up, displaying it to Saffron.
Tristan's gauntlet? Saffron asked, observing it.
Your gauntlet, Dylan clarified. This gauntlet belonged to Desmond sister Setsuna, which was one of your past lives, which means it belongs to you.
You wish to give this to me?
Saffron said in awe.
This is a powerful weapon of Rhodian lore. I do not deserve it.
You absolutely deserve it, because you're my partner, Dylan insisted. You're a strong Rhodi. I know you'll wield it well.
Rachel used that device to nearly end Rhodian. How can I handle possessing such immense power? Saffron asked.
You are one of the strongest Rhodi alive. I trust you to use its magic well, to protect people, and you'd never betray me. It's yours. Use it to help us bring down the cloaked flame. When still Saffron hesitated, Dylan said, Tristan was your friend. I'm certain he'd want you to have this. That changed her mind. Saffron picked up the gauntlet and slowly slid it over her arm.
It fits perfectly. Feels as if it was meant to be there, she marveled.
Because it is, Dylan stated. Let's go down to the crafting hall so you can try it out. The crafting hall was gorgeous that day, as it always was. The sun shone through the stained glass windows upon the intricately designed marble floors, casting colors everywhere. Dylan waved to the people calling out her title and ducked to avoid Rhodi who were casting spells and flying around, seeing the limits of what their crafts could do. There were warriors casting ice magic, creating snowy orbs that spun in midair, and Rhodi shaping columns of fire into creatures that romped around the room. A Rhodi in the center of the arena cast out his hands. Green wisps rose around him, lifting an array of daggers that were scattered around him up to the ceiling, making the blades spin across the room. There were no limits to magic, it seemed. Rhodian abilities could create anything, so long as the warrior's craft had access to them. There was a private room in the crafting hall that was only accessible to the royal family. They headed in that direction and bumped into Reyna. She was carrying a box that had a velvet blanket over the top of it, breathing heavily with her hair a mess. "Hey, what's that you've got there?" Dylan asked cheerfully. "Secret project?" Reyna teased. "Can't let you see it just yet." "Oh, must be a big deal." "Do the headmasters in the crafting hall know about it?" Dylan asked curiously. Reyna balked. No. In fact, they'd probably be upset if they knew I was tinkering around with this kind of stuff. So, best to keep this little secret between us, okay?" "Mysterious as always," Saffron stated. "We're off to practice." "Cool. Have fun." Reyna rushed around them, and Dylan was left perplexed in her wake. "Did she seem like she was in a hurry?" Dylan asked. "It did appear so. I wonder what was in that box." Saffron's eyes narrowed. "I suppose we'll know eventually. Let's go." They walked into the crafting room reserved for royals. There was a variety of equipment inside, including yoga mats, exercise balls, weights, and weapons. Staffs, blades, and bows were mounted to the wall, ready for training use. They got to work. Dylan noticed her guards posing to stand watch at the door, but for once, didn't feel annoyed by them. Couldn't feel too safe, not with the cloaked flame hiding in what seemed like every building in Rhodian. For all Dylan knew, one of them could be in the crafting hall at this very moment. Saffron experimented with the gauntlet, using it to cast her shields. With the gauntlet, Saffron's shields grew far bigger than she had ever cast them before. Dylan attempted to use her flaming katana and her tigress claws to break through it, but it appeared that the shield was completely impervious to all attacks, even against the Rhodian weapons. "I can put up a shield that's impenetrable to magic so long as I have this," Saffron said, twisting her arm to look at the gauntlet from all angles. "Can you use it to cast your crafting power and turn people into griffins?" Dylan questioned as she shifted back. "An army of shifters like you would be invaluable." Saffron shook her head. "I don't believe so. It would drain my craft to the point I wouldn't be able to shift myself, and that's not much use." The door to the private room opened, and Devin rushed in, his robes billowing around him. "Dylan, glad you're here," Devin said in a rush, pulling a dingy old book out of the massive pocket within the interior of his robe. "I finally figured it out." "Figured what out?" Dylan asked. "How to speak to Desmond, he replied. He opened the book and ruffled through the pages. "It's all right here." "You found something? I thought you didn't have any leads," Dylan said. "Because I was looking in the wrong place," Devin insisted. "I was checking the library in Rhodian, not the royal archives, which are heavily restricted. Not everyone can get in there, but as part of the royal family, I can, and I found exactly what we needed." Devin stopped right in the middle of the book. Desmond taught about the cycle of reincarnation, though much of her knowledge was hidden by the old masters after her death. Devin stated, "She spoke of the life after, yes, but she also spoke of the cycle of Mawaruse, new birth. In her teachings, souls continue to die and be reborn through new lifetimes. You can be born again as anything, a plant, a human, an animal, even a mountain or an ocean. Everything has a divine spirit, and everything lives and regenerates into the timeline. Some of her teachings indicate that advanced souls have the capability to have 2 different rebirths and 2 lifetimes within one body in the same period. That's why we get shifters, who can be both human and animal at the same time." "Good to know I am an advanced soul," Saffron cooed, preening her hair. "Is the cycle of Mawaruse never ending?" Dylan asked. For most, yes, but it doesn't have to be, Devin explained. According to Desmondandre's teachings, you can only escape the cycle once you've achieved a certain form of enlightenment called Aiwa. At that point, you ascend to the highest plane of the life after and rule there as a god. Every time a soul is reborn, the soul's previous past lives wait in the life after as themselves, hoping that the new incarnation will reach Aiwa so all forms can ascend to godhood thereafter. From what I've learned, there aren't many who are able to achieve Aiwa, because it's very difficult to let go of all attachments in order to get there. You have to renounce all desires and wants, let go of all expectations, erase your personal identity, and release your attachment to all the things you love in order to get there. What's the point of that? Dylan asked, nearly in disgust. If you don't have any desires or wants, and you can't love anyone or anything, why bother? You'd just be a formless blob meditating all day. Well, the old masters who followed Desmondandre would argue that life itself is pointless and boring, because you're just reincarnating over and over, doing the same things again and again, Devin pointed out. It's new to us, because we can't remember, but our souls have lived and died and gotten married and had kids and the rest of it for ages upon ages. The reincarnation cycle is repetitive. But it's not, Dylan argued. I can't imagine ever being bored of this life, no matter how many times I've lived it. There's so much to do and see. I know I can't remember what I've done in my former lives, but I could live 1,000 times more and still never get to achieve and experience everything. Why let go of that just to float around in a state of bliss for all time? Where's the excitement in that? I'm sure those who have ascended to Aiwa could answer that for you, but we can't, because we're still stuck in the cycle of reincarnation. From what I've read, Desmondandre taught that ascending to Aiwa was the way to better the world, because people would speak, do, and act in ways that would only help others, not bolster themselves. She taught that humans never stop desiring things and are never satisfied, so therefore, the only way to stop suffering is for no one to have any desires at all. It's about achieving inner peace, and then sharing that peace with other people. Dylan huffed. Whatever her past life believed, she personally thought that this was all silly. Well, whatever her teachings were, she didn't stick to them herself. Otherwise, my soul wouldn't be here and the cycle would have stopped with her lifetime, but it didn't. Your soul would never accept that you have to let go of love to ascend to godhood. That is something your spirit will never be able to comprehend, Saffron noted. I doubt Desmondandre would have been able to do so either, no matter what she preached. So maybe she's still trying to achieve enlightenment through you, Devin noted, which is where this ritual comes in. Desmondandre herself didn't believe in past life regression or speaking to your past lives because she didn't think there was anything one could learn from it. She taught that everyone needed to focus on the present moment as it came, and nothing else. But that didn't stop the old masters from trying, and someone figured out the formula. Devin read aloud. The participant must induce in themselves a state of deep meditation, to the point of self-hypnosis. Once they are on the precipice, and feel their soul begin to float out of their body, one must cross the veil that sits between the life after and our earthly plane, then wait upon its border, calling to the past life that they desire to speak with. That's not much to go on, Dylan said as Devin shut the book. I've been to the life after's border dozens of times when Desmondandre takes over, but I've never been able to get myself into such a deep state of meditation that I can will myself there on purpose. I've tried. This is different, because we have Saffron, Devin said, gesturing to her. I've been doing some thinking, and I think my method will work. Saffron can break veils, and she's your partner, so once you get into a deep enough meditation, she can use your bond to pull your soul out of your body and get you past the veil that blocks your way into the life after.
Am I going to be able to put her soul back in once she returns? Saffron asked warily.
You won't have to. Dylan should be able to just walk back into her body, so to speak, Devin said. According to the records of the old masters, it's just like waking up from a dream. We're merely bypassing the system so Dylan doesn't have to spend hours trying to hypnotize herself into going there.
Why haven't we heard about this before? Dylan pressed. If this meditation is as powerful as you claim, all Rhodi should be able to speak to incarnations that came before.
The old masters would have wanted to restrict information on this. It's advanced, powerful magic. Most Rhodi wouldn't be able to pull it off, and even if they could, the knowledge that could come from speaking to your past lives could potentially be harmful. There's a reason our memories are wiped when we reincarnate, Devin explained. You're supposed to have a clean start, not carry over knowledge from the lives you lived before. Otherwise, it could alter the life path you're currently on.
Desmedandre isn't following the rules, Saffron mused. She's already lived her life, and yet she's trying to cheat the system and live through Dylan once again so she can reach Iwa. She wants a second chance at godhood that she missed the first time around, in her own lifetime, and is trying to force Dylan to achieve it now.
Should we tell Taladin and Tavanna about this before we do it? It seems risky, Dylan said. Which is exactly why we can't tell them about it, because they'd try to stop us. Devin responded. Desmedandre's power over you increases by the day. It's a smaller risk to do this than it is to keep doing nothing. Because if we don't take action somehow, eventually, Desmedandre's going to take over and we're going to lose. We can't have our parents getting involved unless absolutely necessary, because they won't want to take the gamble. I don't know. Maybe we need to be more open with them, Dylan mused. We're masters now, and adults. They can't exactly stop us, only offer guidance. Look, Tavanna would probably understand, and we could convince her to let you have a go. But if there's any sense of danger for you, Taladin would get in the way, and we can't have that, Devin said firmly. Aren't you worried? Dylan questioned. He shook his head. Not at all. If I thought there was any chance of you getting seriously hurt from this, I wouldn't let you do it. I'm your brother, and I know you. I have faith you can pull this off easily, especially after what I saw Desmedandre do through you when she possessed your body. That power is inside you, too. You just have to harness it. I trust that you can. Saffron nodded. I agree. You can do this, sister. Devin and I will be here to help you. If her siblings believed she could do this without getting hurt, then she would try. All right. Might as well do it right now. There's no point in waiting. She laid a meditation mat on the floor and sat down, spreading her skirt around her. Saffron sat across from her on her own mat, while Devin stood at a distance to supervise. Dylan closed her eyes and focused on her breathing in order to fall deeply into the meditation. It wasn't an instantaneous process, even now. It had taken years of practice for her to be comfortable with meditation, and though she had mastered it to some level, it still took her far longer to fall into a trance than it did Devin or other Rhodi her age. But some time passed, and Dylan felt her spirit buzzing, nearly hovering out of her form as she transpired into a daze. Her upper body began swaying in a circle, but she steadied herself, focusing on coming back to center. Saffron imitated her, hovering into a deep trance herself, until both women were deep in concentration. Dylan felt the presence of the life after levitating before her consciousness, though she couldn't trespass the veil that guarded the path between the living and the dead. She indicated to Saffron she was ready through their bond. Saffron moved, not to break the veil, but to push it aside long enough for Dylan to slip through. It wasn't as difficult for Saffron to achieve as she was expecting, and Dylan felt her partner's surprise as she stepped through easily. Dylan's soul left her body to travel past the veil and enter the life after. Her awareness expanded as her soul saw the transparent white space and the sandy shores of the life after's ocean expanding out behind her. Dylan could no longer feel Saffron's presence, nor her own body, but she steeled her courage and told herself she'd return to both when she was done here. "Desmodandre," she called out, summoning her past life. "I ask that you come to me." Dylan wasn't sure that Desmodandre would respond, nor listen. She had the tendency to do as she pleased. And yet, the Rhodi's founder came. Desmodandre materialized on the shore of the beach, her form knitting together as if being melded by glittering fragments of starlight. She wore an elaborate red kimono made of ornate fabric, stitched with shimmering gold thread. On the back of the kimono was the design of a fiery oriental dragon, with scales that depicted all colors of flame, and 5 talons on each foot. Her long black hair was held up in a bun by 2 dazzling golden hair sticks, adorned with jewels that dangled off the ends. Her makeup was pristine. White powder coated her entire face and neck, black eyeliner spanning her lids, while stark red lipstick dotted her small and feminine lips. She appeared as if she was Dylan's age, or perhaps even younger. Desmodandre appeared regal, ornate, and extremely dangerous. Her tight expression left no room for emotion or weakness. Was this really me? Dylan wondered. She couldn't see herself as being so strict and ruthless. Desmodandre was beautiful, but even more frightening than her beauty was her power. Her magic was formidable and unmistakable, even from this distance. Anyone with a craft would sense it and want to take off running. But Dylan wouldn't run. She approached Desmodandre and said, "I need to talk to you." Desmodandre's response was cold. "I apologize. You do not belong here, and so we should not be speaking. And yet you came." Desmodandre inclined her head. "Since you wish for us to visit, I will play host. It would be rude of me to refuse your request." Desmodandre waved her hand. A tatami mat appeared in the sand, topped by a bamboo table and a variety of teacups, along with a kettle. Dylan sat, then Desmodandre followed, kneeling on the other side of the table. She poured Dylan's tea first before she poured her own. Dylan wasn't fooled by Desmodandre's fake display of politeness. This was merely ancient Rhodian culture. She didn't know what was in the tea, so she wasn't about to take a drink. Who knew what effect the life after's food would have on those who were still living? Dylan refused to taste a single drop. "I don't want to waste your time, so let's get down to the point," Dylan said as Desmodandre sipped her tea. "Time is all I have here in the life after. In fact, here on this plane, it doesn't exist at all," Desmodandre replied. "Well, I'm still mortal and my time is valuable," Dylan shot back. "You keep trying to possess my body and take over so you can rule in my stead. My body, not yours. Tell me why, and maybe we can work out a compromise." "I've given you 8 years to come into your own and realize your potential. And in 8 years, you are still not where you should be," Desmodandre noted fairly. "The fate of the world cannot be left on the precipice any longer by a girl who isn't ready to accept who she is." "And what does that mean?" Dylan snapped. Desmodandre nearly appeared bored, and it angered Dylan. She set down her tea and replied, "Love magic is a powerful craft. It goes beyond the abilities of all other powers in this realm and every other. But what is more powerful than even love is acceptance. And since you refuse to accept yourself, you cannot become the ruler Crescentia needs you to be." "I accept myself just fine," Dylan countered. "I've done a lot of work to get where I am today. But you still haven't mastered the ability, Desmond argued. You are fighting against yourself and are not ready to embrace the story of your past. You do not accept everything that happened to you, everything you faced, and everything you did to yourself. I've accepted a lot of things, but I'll never be okay with everything that happened to me. That's just not realistic. Until you can do so, you'll never be able to access the height of our abilities and achieve the depths of your greatest magic, Desmond explained. Such a thing leaves the world in peril. If you wish to become the warrior you are destined to be, you must embrace your past, especially the young girl you once were.
No, Dylan spat in disgust.
That's not possible. I hate my teenage self. I need to become stronger, not become the old me. Dylan was repulsed when she thought of the miserable, lost 15-year-old she had once been. She didn't want to speak of her, nor let anyone know she'd once existed. All she wanted to do was hide the person she'd once been and forget those terrible times that ever happened. To become all you can be, you must accept and acknowledge every part of you, existing as each piece of her all at once, Desmond instructed. It is impossible to discard the first 20 years of your life, because they did happen to you, and must be given their due. Can't I take everything I learned from them, then forget those 20 years? Dylan pleaded. I don't want to reach my full potential if I have to take those years with me. I want to leave them behind and move on. It's not worth obtaining infinite power if I have to revisit and relive the worst days of my life. I want to become everything I'm going to without facing my past. That is impossible, because what you did then is a part of who you are now. Underneath her sleeves, Dylan felt her scars begin to glow. She thought it impossible, as she was in her spirit form and not her body, but apparently, what she'd done had left permanent marks on her soul as well. And if I don't, Dylan replied cruelly, then you will never become what you should be, and I will find a way to claim your body for myself eventually. Desmond replied, her voice void of all feeling. Our soul must attain Aiwa. We cannot do that unless you reach enlightenment for all of us. You wish to find a compromise? Then you must convince me you will be a better ruler than I. And that is a very tall order to surmount. Can I speak to any of my other previous lifetimes about this? Dylan asked. They must have their own opinions. So far, you are the only incarnation of mine that rivals me in power. They will not have the ability to get past my own magic. Dylan's tone was flat with detestation. Because you're holding them back. I do what is best to protect the world. What about protecting it from yourself? Dylan questioned. You act like you want peace for Crescentia, and you had it in your time, but now you're power-hungry for more. You had your turn. Let someone else have a go. I am the most powerful Rhodi that ever reigned, that ever has been or will be, Desmond replied. And unless you can best me, I will never allow you to ascend as a queen. Then I will, Dylan vowed. I'll show you I can do this. I'll prove to you my love magic is more powerful than yours, and I'll even grow past your abilities. Once I do so, swear to me that you'll leave me alone. Desmond look was cold. Very well. Perhaps this situation is one that can be resolved. I give you my word. Prove to me that you are worthy of this role. Be open about your struggles, your pain with those around you. Embrace your past and all that it is. Only then will the height of your power be accessed, and once you display it to me, I will be satisfied that you will be able to protect Crescentia's peace in my place. Dylan didn't get a chance to say anything more, because Desmodandre's will forced her out of the life after and back into her own body. Desmodandre's blast was so forceful that Dylan fell backward onto the mat once her soul re-entered. Her eyes opened, and her siblings came rushing over to help her up. "Did you speak to her?" Devin pressed, gripping his sister's arm. "Oh, we spoke all right," Dylan said darkly. "Wait until you hear what she had to say." Dylan explained everything, and by the time she was done summarizing the conversation, Devin appeared puzzled. She's acting so altruistic, and her words indicate the same, but her actions prove differently. You're right, Dylan. She does want power, and the only way to stop her is to prove you're stronger, Devin noted. "I don't know if I can," Dylan said reluctantly. "I vowed to her that I could beat her at her own game, but if it means dealing with memories I never want to revisit, I'm not sure I'll be able to. Love magic or not, I never want to look back at the person I used to be or combat the darkness I have inside myself. I've done a lot of work over the years, but going back there," Dylan shuddered. "I'm not sure I can face that again." "You might have to, so you can make your magic stronger than hers," Devin said. "She's going to keep trying unless you put her in her place."
"It's been over 1,200 years since Desmodandre reigned," Saffron stated. "She can't have any conception of this modern society. If she does end up taking over your body again and comes into power, it's almost a certainty that she'll throw the Rhodi into chaos."
"But how do we convince her otherwise?" Dylan questioned. "She wants me to prove myself, but what about her? How can we make her understand that she's not fit to rule outside of the timeline she already lived?"
"Maybe we should try speaking to our past lives," Saffron suggested to Devin. "If Desmodandre doesn't want to open up, maybe Setsuna or Cohen will, and they'll let us in on how to talk to their sister in a way that'll convey the truth."
"It's worth a shot," Devin said. "I'm more practiced in meditation than Dylan is, so I can get into a hypnotic state that might enable me to get past the life after's border."
"And I can break through the veil of the life after on my own, so I'll be able to speak to Setsuna," Saffron replied.
Devin and Saffron sat cross-legged on the mat, and Dylan waited as they sank into meditative states of their own. A few hours passed. Dylan anxiously bided her time, hoping something would happen. But when her twin and her partner opened their eyes a while later, she knew by the look on their faces that the only thing they'd received was disappointment. "I wasn't able to get past the life after's border, so I couldn't speak to Cohen," Devin told Saffron. "Did you get anything?"
"I slipped past the veil, but couldn't go further. I saw glimpses and shadows of the life I once lived. Setsuna was speaking to me, but I didn't have the ability to hear her clearly," Saffron responded.
"This kind of practice is for exceptional Rhodi. Dylan can do it, but for the rest of us, it's out of our reach," Devin said glumly. "We aren't getting any answers this way." "Saffron's a talented Rhodi. If she saw something, there's a way for her to get through to Setsuna if she keeps trying," Dylan argued.
"Quite right, sister. I will have to indulge in this practice more often. With time, my skill could grow and lead us somewhere," Saffron offered.
Saffron shimmied her shoulders, and it reminded Dylan of how she shook her feathers.
"In the meantime, we must take Desmodandre's advice. If your past life wants you to grow your love magic by being open with people, I think we know what she's referring to. You need to tell others about your struggle, sister. It could be the only way."
Dylan mused on this. "Maybe you're right, Saffron, and I should tell the public what I did. If I open up about my past, it could help people who are going through the same thing now."
"That's the spirit,"
Saffron said eagerly. "Usually, I'd advocate for keeping this private, but you've been hiding what you've been through like it's some big secret," and I think it's hurting you in the long run to cover it up. Devin said, "You shouldn't have to keep avoiding your past for years on end. Maybe if everyone knows, you can finally put it behind you." "I don't know if I'll ever be able to forget what happened," Dylan said slowly. "But I agree that keeping my scars concealed is tiring. Making up stories, excuses, it's horribly exhausting. I have to be fake and put on this persona that I'm someone I'm not. And I don't want to be the kind of princess that lies to her people. As long as I'm still hiding what I did, I'm still the person I used to be, in a way, because I have to put my energy into concealing the truth instead of being who I am. I need to become someone new if I'm going to grow out of who I once was." "I wholeheartedly agree," Saffron stated. Dylan straightened her spine. "If you guys think I should open up about my scars to other people, let's start small. Santa doesn't know what happened. She's family, so she'll understand. I'll tell her tonight. It'll be good practice for going public with the whole thing." "Good idea, sis," Devin agreed. "Do you want anyone else to be there for support? I know this isn't easy to talk about." Dylan thought. "You too, for sure. And Taladin as well. I definitely want Envis at my side. I'd asked Savannah, but she's going through a lot right now, and I don't want to sadden her by bringing up old memories." "I'll ask her, but not push it," Devin said. "I'm really proud of you, sis. This is a big step." "You think so?" Dylan lifted her head higher. "Indeed," Saffron praised. "If this is what Desmond requires to leave you alone, it's the right thing to do, and I think it'll help you. You need to see that others won't judge you for what was done." Dylan felt confident, because at least now she had a plan. She would prove to Desmond she deserved her crown, and once she did that, her past life would leave her alone. As they walked out of the private room and through the crafting hall, Dylan caught her brother looking around, most likely for a clever blonde in particular. Dylan asked in a tease, "So, how are you and Raina?" Devin mumbled something incoherent, and Dylan said, "What was that?" "We might have kissed the other day," he mumbled. Dylan positively squealed. "This is so exciting. Are you guys together?" Dylan pressed. "We're taking things slow and seeing where it's going. We're not putting any labels on it," Devin said quickly. "That means yes," Dylan gushed. Devin sighed. "Whatever you think, I haven't seen her around much. She's been so busy lately." "She was rather in a hurry when we came through earlier," Saffron noted. "I wonder what all the fuss was about." "Yeah, she acted like she didn't want us to see whatever she was carrying. She said it was a surprise," Dylan stated. "She's secretive about her inventions, but she's brilliant," Devin said. "I can't wait to see what she comes up with next." Dylan saw the hint of a love-struck look cross her twin's eyes before he shut it down. Dylan didn't like that. He was protecting himself again, just in case Raina wasn't everything he hoped for. She wished he'd stop. Raina was a good person, and Dylan knew she cared for Devin, even though they'd only known each other for a short time. She was on edge hoping and praying that Devin wouldn't get in his own way, so he and Raina could find happiness together. In the meantime, she had bigger things to deal with. She needed to prove to Desmond she was strong enough to be open about her pain, so she could handle the problems Crescentia had in the future. If there was any time to start, it was now. Chapter 16. Fresh Wounds. Dylan decided to meet with Santa in the Tranquility Court so they could have some privacy. Her family would be there, but she'd be doing most of the talking. She sat nervously on a bench by the stream in the gardens after dark, watching the soft glow of the paper lanterns suspended in the trees. "You sure you want to do this, Thunderbolt?" Taladin questioned. He was leaning against a tree and looking wary. "Opening up to people about this is no easy feat. I don't want you getting hurt." "It's my cousin. There's no better person to tell," Dylan stated. She wasn't backing out now, though her gut was churning with anxiety, telling her to stay silent. Saffron poised nearby. Devin and Envis remained near the stream, close enough she knew they were there, but far enough away that they didn't crowd her. There were footsteps upon the grass. Dylan felt nauseous, but it was only Tavanna. The queen swept into the gardens wearing a billowing ornate robe. It was the first time Dylan had seen her since Massimo had been murdered. "I'm here," Tavanna stated in a dignified way, finally her refined self again. "I apologize for being late." Tears rose to Dylan's eyes, because she knew it must have taken a great measure of inner strength for Tavanna to pull herself together and show up tonight. "Thanks for coming, Tavanna," Dylan said. "It means a lot that you came. I know I haven't been myself lately, but this is important, and I need to be here for you," Tavanna said, grasping her hands. "Whatever you need, I'll be here." There were louder, more obnoxious footsteps on the wooden bridge nearby, and Tito popped into view. "Hey, I heard what you were doing," Tito said. "If you need me here, I'll stay, but if not, I'll dip out." Dylan was touched that he'd shown up. A lump formed in her throat as she said, "Of course you can stay. Just let me do most of the talking, all right?" "Fine by me." He pushed Envis aside so he could lean on the tree instead, and Envis shoved him back. But it wasn't their usual playful banter. Their actions were subdued, as both of them knew it wasn't the time for messing around. Silence permeated the area until Xana finally arrived. Dylan felt absolutely sick now, but she reminded herself that Xana was family, and telling people was a part of her recovery. She needed to be open to it. "What's up?" Xana asked as she ventured into the gardens. She took a seat on the bench opposite Dylan and fiddled with the chain of her necklace. "Hey, how'd today go?" Dylan choked out, figuring they'd ease into the conversation. A wide smile spread across Xana's face. "Great! I've learned so much. I was training from sunup to sundown. I'm going to be a master in no time." Dylan wasn't sure what to say next, and Xana noticed. Xana's face blanched of all color as she took in everyone around her. "Something's wrong, isn't it?" she asked. "This is a serious conversation." "Yes," Dylan confirmed. "We should talk." Xana's eyes widened. "Dylan, There's something you need to know about me." Dylan swallowed down the lump in her throat, which had grown even larger since they'd begun speaking. "There's no easy way to say this, but I think you need to know. Desmodandre communicated with me that I need to be open with more people about my past, and you're the first person I want to start with. What I want to tell you is, when I was younger, I used to cut myself." Xana didn't say anything. She seemed stunned by the admission, unable to move as Dylan continued on. "It started when I was 15 and went on for 3 years, Dylan said. "I wasn't able to quit until I was almost 18. I was addicted to it, and I did a lot of damage in that time. That's why I always wear long sleeves, to cover my scars up." Dylan drew back her sleeve and showed her scars to Xana. "These are permanent. I've tried everything I can to get rid of them, but they won't go away. This is why I have to hide like I do. After Mom and Dad died, I struggled for a long time with controlling my emotions, and I took my pain out on myself. It was a long struggle, but Taladin helped me, and so did everyone else here." She gave a grateful look to her father and friends before she continued. "I've been clean for 8 years, and I've never done it again since the night I quit for good. But you're my cousin, so I want to be honest about my story and share it with you." Dylan paused to give Xana time to respond. This was a conversation, after all, so she needed to hear what her cousin would say. "Well," Xana said, and her face grew red. "Dylan, I seriously can't believe you." Horrible shame engulfed Dylan's entire body and smothered her alive. She tried to respond, but found her voice had been stolen away. Xana leapt up from the bench in fury. "This is bullshit!" Xana yelled. She yanked out the blade she'd been training with from its sheath and threw it to the ground in rage. "Are you really going to sit there and tell me how self-centered you've been?" Dylan had hoped, somewhere inside, that Xana would have some empathy. She had been nervous for this conversation because she feared Xana might cry or become emotional, not because she believed her cousin would be angry. She believed Xana would be behind her, support her. But she was wrong. She swore, her scars burned red with humiliation. Xana appeared absolutely disgusted. Dylan hurried to yank her sleeve back down to cover the markings, holding her wrist. "You are literally the most ungrateful person I've ever met," Xana spat. "After everything your family has done for you over the years to keep you alive, you do this? It's totally disgusting and vile." Dylan did her best to speak up, but her reply was faint and small. I was hurting. I didn't mean to hurt the people I loved." "So you were a kid who didn't get enough love or attention. Newsflash! All of us were like that. That doesn't give you the right to mutilate your body as you please, the body your parents gave you," Xana screamed. "You don't have the right to do that after they suffered to give you life and freedom." "My body is mine," Dylan said weakly. "It doesn't belong to anyone else." Xana scoffed. "That's the thinking of someone who's been raised with poor values, not the morals our family installed in us. Our culture, Far Eastern culture, teaches us that we don't belong to ourselves but to others. You obviously rejected that lesson. I guess your family wasn't good enough for you, so you got back at us by doing this." "No." A few tears emitted from Dylan's eyes, tortured at the thought. "I swear that had nothing to do with it." Taladin went to move forward, but she sent him a pleading look, telling him to wait. Taladin held back, though it appeared it took him tremendous strength to do so. He was torn between stepping in or letting Xana keep going. But his need to let Dylan handle this how she wanted to overpowered all other instincts, so he restrained himself. "There's no excuse for this," Xana hissed. "My brother died, and so did my parents, but I didn't start destroying myself because of it. You're weak and a coward, and you obviously think your family failed you." Dylan's skin was as cold as the grave. She almost wished her heart would lie still, too, because nothing could feel as awful as this. She hadn't truly experienced anyone she loved being angry when they'd found out the truth. Tito had been mad, sure, but that had been a big misunderstanding. Xana was being downright cruel. Her breakup argument with Envis hadn't hurt this much. Dylan found herself sinking, wishing she could combust into a pile of ashes on the ground. She wanted to defend herself, but nothing she could think of made this situation any better, or made her stop wishing she could disappear entirely. Xana gave a harsh laugh that was meant to be mean. "What's everyone in Rhodian going to say once they find out my cousin is a freak? I'll never hear the end of it. I'll have to live in shame once this gets out. It's absurd you're humiliating me like this." "Now you listen here," Envis said viciously. He had watched Dylan grow smaller and smaller under Xana's beratement, and after years of witnessing her struggle to overcome her greatest pain, he refused to watch his darling shrink. He'd endured just about all of Xana's cruelty as he could, and he wasn't going to let this go on without taking a stand.
This isn't about you, and if you can't be supportive of Dylan and her struggles, then you don't deserve to know her. You don't have the slightest idea of what she's been through."
"Yeah, you need to shut the hell up," Tito agreed. "I mean, I was kind of mad too when I found out, but not this mad. It wasn't okay for me to act like that back then, and it's worse for you to act like this now."
Xana rolled her eyes. Please. Like I care about what her loser best friend and her whipped boyfriend have to say. You guys probably enabled it and told her it was okay so you didn't hurt her feelings instead of giving her tough love so she'd snap out of it.
"I'm a loser, baby, but at least I ain't a bitch,"
Tito sang, clearly directing the insult Xana's way. "Please, everyone, let's calm down," Tavanna pleaded, trying to defuse the situation. Xana didn't hear her, or at least didn't care to.
If they were still alive, Yeshua and Killim would be mortified. Thank goodness everyone in our family is dead. Otherwise, I'd have to go around and tell them what's been going on. Clearly no one else here thinks it's a big deal.
Dylan couldn't imagine what it'd be like to be publicly shamed in front of her entire family. She wasn't sure what her parents would think, because it wasn't like she could ask them. Her downright misery increased tenfold as she imagined the looks on her parents' faces as they received the news. Would they hate her too, like Xana seemed to? Devin had been so shocked at Xana's words he'd lost his own. But once his parents' names were spoken, he came to his sister's aid. Mom and Dad would never treat Dylan like this. They'd want to help her and be there for what she was going through, Devin insisted.
And what about you? Xana questioned. I bet it wasn't easy watching your twin do this. It had to tear you up inside.
A stricken look came across Devin's face. He struggled to answer. Dylan felt another small piece of her soul wither up and die.
Sister, these words are vile and cruel. I beg you, allow me to throw this witch out.
Saffron pleaded mercilessly, gazing at Xana with the utmost revulsion. Saffron wasn't a griffin of many words. She preferred to work with the physical. Dylan was sure that if there wasn't a blood tie between herself and her cousin, Saffron would have already killed Xana for all the insults she'd just delivered. Xana was taking this news badly, but that was because she didn't have enough clarity. Dylan was certain that she wasn't conveying her meaning the right way. She was messing this up, and it was her fault Xana didn't comprehend what she was saying. Dylan insisted to herself she needed to come up with better words so Xana would understand. No, Seth, it's okay, Dylan defended. I just need to explain better. I'm not being clear enough.
It is not okay,
Saffron hissed. Xana didn't say anything in response to Saffron's protests, because obviously she was afraid of her. Dylan took a deep breath, pushed down her tears, and continued on. I'm not the person I was back then. I was lost and confused. But Taladin taught me that I don't have to be responsible for everyone else, though I'm still working on that. He showed me I can reach out for help instead of trying to be strong all on my own. I don't have to punish myself because there are things that are outside my control, and if I'm thinking badly about myself, I just need to change my thought process. I no longer believe that I have to suffer in order to make my problems go away. I was depressed, and because I didn't know what else to do, I found an outlet for that depression that was bad for me. But with time and practice, I was able to replace it with something good. There are other things I can do when I'm upset, like gardening or practicing Rhodi or...
That's stupid. You don't even know what depression really feels like, Xana sneered, cutting her off. You're just saying basic, common-sense things that everyone knows. Platitudes to make people feel better that never work. It's like you don't have any real experience of what it's like to be mentally ill. You're faking being sick to get attention, so people who are actually suffering get overshadowed by your behavior. It's gross, Dylan. It really is.
Dylan was even more shocked than before. When she'd started her healing journey, none of these things had been obvious to her. Nobody had taught her any of this until Taladin did. Was everything she'd learned about her mental and emotional health really that plain for others to see, and she'd just been ignorant? Taladin stepped in front of Dylan, deciding he needed to take action. Dylan wanted to handle this herself, but there were times she didn't understand she needed to be protected, and one of those times was now. He was her shield, and always would be, and he'd defend her with his life from anyone, living or dead, even if the attack was coming from someone she loved.
Look, I don't want to get in the middle of family affairs, Taladin warned, but Dylan is my family, and I won't stand for you to be treating her like this.
Xana scoffed.
You aren't family. Where are your adoption papers saying she's your daughter? I'm guessing you don't have any. Not that paperwork means anything.
Taladin balked.
Well?
Stay out of this. Dylan has only one father, and he's gone.
Xana barked.
You don't have any claim to her. You don't look like her at all. You're just some privileged Rhodi who's had everything handed to him. You took her in because it boosted your ego and made you feel like some kind of savior.
Dylan was shocked she'd say such a thing. Whatever he was, Taladin was never privileged. He'd grown up in a war zone, stricken in poverty with an abusive father and a mother that enabled that neglect, and he'd been battling severe mental illness for years because of it. But Xana didn't know Taladin's story, so she was assuming all the wrong things about him, wasn't she? Taladin's reply was cool as he said, "If you think that's who I am, you don't have any understanding of how much I love her."
That's a creepy way of putting it, Xana sneered. Just be honest and say you groomed her into being a soldier, because that's what happened.
Dylan could take Xana delivering blow after blow when it came to her scars. But the one thing she wouldn't allow was anyone to talk down to Taladin while she was in his presence. No matter how much Xana was hurting, it wasn't okay for her to say such things. Dylan wanted to slap her. But Dylan had once hit Devin out of anger, an action she still regretted to this day. And she'd vowed that she would never strike someone else she cared for ever again for any reason. So instead, Dylan snapped,
Taladin's worth more to me than you will ever be.
That's obvious, since you two have this unnatural obsession with each other.
Xana jeered. Enough, Tavanna said shortly. This conversation isn't helping anyone. I suggest we end it here, before more harsh words are said.
Xana scoffed.
Whatever. I need some space. Don't come around me for a while, Dylan. I can't stand to see you.
She ran out of the garden, picking up her blade on the way out. Dylan was left completely empty. Did she even have a craft, a soul, anymore? Because Xana had sucked it out of her body. Dylan wasn't even sure if she was still a human being, because she didn't feel like she was. After that conversation with Xana, she believed she was worth nothing. I'm so sorry, Dylan. Tavanna started kindly, sitting beside her. I know that wasn't what you hoped for. Dylan was so numb, she couldn't find the words. The last time she'd felt like this, she'd gone over the edge, and she didn't like feeling like that. She never wanted to, ever again.
I can't believe that girl is Tristan's sister. In my memories of my childhood, Tristan was sometimes blunt, but never unkind, Saffron uttered in distaste.
Tristan was a lot of things, but he wasn't mean about Dylan's scars, Envis said. He was more apathetic about it than anything, to be honest. I didn't think Xana would have such a big reaction to the news. She's just grieving so terribly, Dylan whispered. I was just like it when my mom and dad died, and you guys had an awful time with me. She's doing the same thing I was, taking her pain out on the people around her, because she doesn't know how to handle losing her parents and her brother. Then we need to be there for her, Devin insisted. The things she said tonight were horrible, but she doesn't mean any of it. I get that she's struggling. Anyone would, with what she's been through. But lass, you need to stay away from her, Envis said firmly. I don't mean to be an ass about this, but you're not someone who should try to help Xana. I don't want you around her, at least not until she gets better, and apologizes for what she said. Dylan nodded slowly. Envis wasn't the type to tell her what to do, but he seemed pretty adamant about this, and she was inclined to listen to him. It wasn't like she wanted to be around Xana anyhow, not after this.
Yeah, I'm with him. She's off her rocker,
Tito said.
And she has the acorns to call you crazy. Somebody needs to take care of that squirrel before she ends up in the nut house.
Taladin hadn't said anything since Xana told him off, just kept his eyes on the ground, looking wounded. Dylan sensed they needed to speak and asked, "Can you guys give us some space, please?" Nobody had to clarify who she was talking about. The rest of them cleared out of the garden, and Dylan looked up at her father. "You don't believe anything she said, do you?"
"This isn't about me,"
Taladin said dully. "She really tore into you. But she went after you, too." Dylan gestured for him to sit beside her. "Let's talk about it." Taladin sat, and Dylan asked, "You don't really believe what she said, do you?"
"Do you?"
Taladin asked in a strained voice. "No, it's ridiculous," Dylan argued. "I'm a Rhodi because I made a choice. My choice."
"What kind of 15-year-old is able to make a choice on that grand of a scale? One that's going to determine the course of their entire life?"
Taladin asked. "Lots. Seriously. Some people know what they want to do at a young age, and they go after it."
"This is different. I made you into a soldier," Taladin stated. "You agreed to take lives before you had any comprehension of what that meant."
"Kids can understand the meaning of life and death, and I understood it better than anyone, even at that age. I stopped being a child the moment my parents died and once Rachel found us. That was long before you came along," Dylan said firmly.
"You might think that, but you still acted like any teenager."
The weight on Taladin's shoulders appeared to be heavier than all the world as he stared at the ground.
"I advocated to Tavanna that we should take you guys in, but I made it explicitly clear to her that I didn't want to shelter you on the grounds that it was some sort of trade for your service, that you'd be taken care of regardless. But at the same time, I also didn't give you guys any sort of promise or indication that you'd be safe if you didn't join us either."
"This is all semantics. You'd never do something like that to any child."
"You didn't know me at the time, so you wouldn't have any awareness of who I was or what I'd do. You trusted me, and I failed you. I should have insisted this life wasn't for you until you had a clearer understanding of what this was about. I took advantage of the situation. Tavanna and I thought the Rhodi were dying out, and we were desperate for others to help us. So we made you two our students without a second thought, without taking the time to think about what that would mean for you guys."
"You didn't manipulate me to gain my trust or exploit me to become a soldier," Dylan said in disgust. "For Xana to imply that is disgusting and cruel. I'm Desmond. It would have been my destiny to become a Rhodi at one point or another, and it couldn't have happened at a better time in my life, with you as my master." Taladin shook his head.
"I was an older man who wasn't related to you, one that was an authority figure, and you were a teenage girl who'd just lost everything. Of course you needed someone to look up to and take care of you. Of course you'd do whatever I said."
"Bullshit.
I gave you attitude because I was your safe space,
Taladin mumbled. He was speaking more to himself than to her, rattling on in a detached, manic tone.
I don't think I isolated you, but what if I did? You took my opinions more seriously than anyone else's. Maybe there's a reason for that. What if I put my turbulent emotions and problems onto you? Problems a teenager shouldn't be expected to fix.
I'm not going to allow Xana to turn your love for me into a weapon, Dylan said, aghast. There's nothing wrong about the bond we share, and there never has been.
Is there? I'm biased, so how do I know for sure?
Taladin said, fisting a hand in his hair.
You're getting into your own head again. Stop,
Dylan pleaded. You should know yourself better than this. The fact that you think you subconsciously did this for malicious reasons proves that you don't trust yourself. You taught me that the most important thing I can do is trust my instincts. How can you push me to believe that when you don't believe it yourself? This seemed to bring him out of it. Taladin shuddered and said,
You're right. I'm sorry. Forgive me for acting like this.
I don't need to forgive you for anything, Dylan insisted. You and me know what the truth is, and so does our family. Xana doesn't understand, because she doesn't have anyone like you in her life, and she wasn't there to see how everything went down. I was a kid back then, but I'm an adult now, and looking back with the wisdom I've gained over the years, all I feel is gratitude for how I grew up. There's nothing abusive or wrong about our family, and there never was. I need you to understand that. Taladin let out a heavy sigh that was winded and worn.
Okay.
He gave her a tired smile and said,
I can't speak for your mother and father, but you need to know I'm not ashamed of you. I couldn't be prouder of who you are. That's true now, and it was true even when you were going through the worst of your struggles.
I know. Dylan recoiled into herself. I wish everyone saw it that way.
If you don't want Xana's words to get to me, you can't allow them to get to you either. She lashed out at you in an awful way.
She said what she did because she's in pain. Hearing what I had to say isn't an easy thing to swallow. Taladin's expression darkened into abhorrent loathing.
Nothing you said has anything to do with her, and she made it all about her, instead of focusing on you and asking you how she could help. Whatever she's going through, it doesn't excuse what she did.
But I also have to realize that this is a tough topic and a sensitive one on top of it, Dylan argued. I know not everyone in the world is going to take this kind of news well.
Not everyone. It's what I warned you about.
He shrugged.
But perhaps this isn't as big a deal as you think.
Come on, Taladin. There's a reason not everyone knows what you did either. She nearly rolled her eyes, because he was being a hypocrite.
I could be more open with people, but I don't need to be. The most important people in my life know the truth, and that's all that matters to me.
He moved closer.
But you're a princess, Dylan, and I don't think you can keep on ruling without being authentic to yourself and who you are. And who you are is brutally, intensely honest. Even if you've made attempts in the past to keep things secret or cover things up, you're your most genuine when you're being real with people. You like being open and truthful, no matter who stands in your presence. It's one of the reasons everyone thinks you're so brave. Most people don't have the courage to be who they really are, especially in front of others who might judge them.
But am I brave enough to share this? Any credibility I have is going to go straight out the window once people know what happened. They'll think I'm crazy, an unfit ruler. We can't put the crown at risk like that.
If that's your decision, you're making a choice based on how it's going to affect other people and the nation, not yourself.
I have to think of the Empire first. That's my job.
Your duty is to your heart first and foremost. You've got some time to work it out, but in the meantime, I suggest you think about what kind of ruler you want to be. And whatever you believe, I could never see you as a cold, detached monarch who puts on a mask in front of her people and pretends to be perfect. That's not you, and it never will be.
Taladin stood, and he held out a hand to help her up. She took it, and he said finally,
Whatever choice you make, there's going to be consequences. But I'd rather see those consequences fall on other people because of their own beliefs and judgments,
rather than on you by pretending to be someone you're not. Dylan took his words to heart and mused upon them as they separated at the garden's entrance. She definitely didn't want to be a pretender who said and did all the right things. She wanted to portray an accurate depiction of who she was as a princess and a person. When she was gone, the history books would write something about her one day, and if it wasn't the truth, then it would be a lie. But Xana's cruel insults wouldn't stop repeating in her mind either. Dylan wasn't sure she could live with the consequences if the entire empire thought like that. Her family was compassionate, sure, but most people in this world were not. Could she really put her heart on the line and be vulnerable with a whole continent and expect not to get hurt, or worse, be put in danger? Playing a part was safer, wiser, even. Tavanna did it. She wasn't outright fake, but the persona she put on as queen in front of her subjects and the woman she truly was underneath didn't exactly match up. Dylan wasn't sure she could do that. She wasn't Tavanna, and the mind games people played in the royal court not only bored her, they frustrated her to no end. No one ever said what they meant or did what they said. The majority of politics was just lies. The whole game of power and its players, all trying to manipulate the board to their own benefit, left a rotten taste in Dylan's mouth. She'd wanted something real since she'd become a princess. She was starting to have the realization that if she wanted Crescentia's political regime to be authentic, she'd have to be the first one to take that risk and lead by example. Her thoughts crossed from herself to Taladin and became even more worried. That slightly deranged tone he'd had during the middle of their conversation bothered her. Dylan couldn't lie to herself and say she wasn't concerned about her father's mental health. Taladin seemed to be on edge lately, and she couldn't place why. Since she'd met him, his mind had always been teetering on the precipice of something or other, but this was different. She wanted to ask him what was wrong, or if there was anything she could do, but something unknown held her back. She wasn't sure if it was the wrong time, but her intuition told her to leave it alone, so she did. If he continued to worsen, she'd have to talk to him about it at some point. She'd do whatever she could in order to prevent him from slipping back into the worst of his demons. Though she had to admit, the situation was mostly out of her hands. When she got back to her apartment, she found Saffron and Devin waiting for her. "Where's Envis?" Dylan asked, sorely wishing she could end the night by taking her boyfriend to bed. "He got a call from another searcher. He promised he'd be back as soon as he could." Dylan felt her spirit wearily sinking. She understood his job was important, but she needed him right now, too. Couldn't the Cloaked Flame take one day off of evil deeds so she could have Envis all to herself? "We wanted to check on you before you went to bed," Saffron offered. "Yeah, what Xana said was pretty harsh," Devin admitted, scowling. "I'm glad you guys are here for me, but I'm okay. I should probably turn in and try to forget about it," Dylan mumbled. "I don't think I should leave you," Saffron said wearily. "Not because I don't trust you, but merely to keep you company and to bolster your spirits. Anyone would feel low after what that cruel wench stated." "Thanks, Saff. Sounds like a good idea." Dylan did have the feeling if she laid down right now, she'd stay awake for hours ruminating on Xana's reaction. Perhaps she and Saffron could lounge around for the rest of the evening and make it a girls' night. They'd watch bad TV, eat snacks, gossip about their friends, and complain about all the irritating morons loitering around the palace. It'd certainly be a better completion to the evening than what had just happened. She turned to her brother. "Did you talk to Xana?" "I tried, but she's off hiding somewhere. I couldn't find her, probably for the best. We would have gotten into a rotten argument if I had found her. I was pretty angry by the time we left the gardens," he confessed. "This is what I'm talking about," Dylan said tiredly. "If my own cousin rejects and shames me because of my past, what is the public going to say if they find out about my scars? They'll treat me even worse." "Your cousin is not everyone," Saffron protested.
You shouldn't take this as an indication to keep hiding yourself.
Desmond wants me to accept myself for who I am and accept my past. She says I can't obtain the height of my love magic if I can't be open about what I've done, Dylan said, before she gave a great sigh. But I don't know how. If my cousin hates me for this, I bet the rest of the Empire will despise me once the news gets out. I wouldn't make any decisions about this just yet, Devin warned. Tonight went terribly, but you did try, and the reactions of other people aren't on you. You did what Desmond asked and tried opening up. It's progress, no matter what. It was progress, but it came at a heavy cost. And if confessing her darkest secrets led to others looking down on her once she revealed the truth, Dylan didn't know if obtaining all the power in the world was worth it. But she didn't have a choice. Either she learned to accept herself, despite what anyone else might say or do, or Desmond would take over, and any choice she had for the life she wanted to live moving forward would be stolen away. Once that happened, there'd be no going back, because Desmond would take over her body permanently. Dylan needed to make up her mind on what she wanted to do. She was running out of time. Chapter 17. Concealed Cinders. The next morning, Dylan's stomach was churning. Nausea so violent that it awoke her from her sleep caused her to stumble into the bathroom and hurl into the toilet. She was dizzy on top of it, feeling like the world had been upended entirely and she was looking at her surroundings from upside down. "Sister, are you all right?" Saffron sensed Dylan's sickness through their bond and came immediately, calling through the bathroom door. "I feel awful," Dylan mumbled. She pulled herself to her feet and into the living area, where she collapsed on the couch. Saffron observed her curiously, placing a gentle hand on Dylan's forehead.
It is not poison or any other type of attack. Otherwise, my shielding magic would sense it. Whatever it is, it seems to be passing quickly.
"I've been so exhausted lately. I can barely walk across the palace without wanting to take a nap," Dylan complained. "I must be really stressed out, fighting off Desmond and the cloaked flame at the same time."
Yes, and dealing with Xana's outburst last night on top of it. I'm so angry at your cousin. I hate that her words could have such an effect on you,"
Saffron worried. "We shouldn't judge her. You were mean to me when we first met, might I remind you?" Saffron huffed.
Yes, but we were enemies back then, and we didn't know each other. The teasing and taunting I sent your way, I did because I saw my flaws mirrored in you, and I did not like what was reflected back. We didn't know it was because of our potential soul bond that your very presence would trigger me to face my inner darkness and start healing. But Xana...
Saffron's expression darkened into a scowl.
She is your cousin, and has always known that she is. You two have already formed a connection that is years long, and still, she allowed herself to take her rage out on you. Her words. It appeared as if she wasn't bothered by the thought of seeing herself in you as I was, but rather offended, as if your personal actions meant something about herself and your family in general.
I wouldn't look too deeply into it. She's grieving the loss of her parents and Tristan, and she's not in control of that. You attacked me when you found out your family was dead. It's the same thing. Saffron's sneer didn't budge. Even so, her grief is her responsibility to handle, not everyone else's. You chose to be open with her, and she destroyed that gift. Dylan turned green and gagged again. Saffron let the matter drop and urged, "Perhaps you should go to the healers. You might be ill." "I will if this doesn't pass. I'll rest for a little while, and if it gets worse, I'll go to the palace hospital," Dylan promised. There was no need, for by mid-morning, Dylan was feeling like herself. She assumed whatever she'd experienced earlier was an anxiety attack over Xana's rejection and went on with her day. Saffron returned to the barracks, and Dylan went in the direction of the gardens. On the way, a servant bowed to her, holding out an elaborate envelope. "For you, Princess, from your brother. He sent me to deliver this urgently." Dylan took the envelope and opened it, reading her brother's precise handwriting. He wanted them to meet up that evening, privately, to discuss some things. She tucked the note into her pocket and replied, "Tell him to meet me in my quarters at the time he requested." "Right away, Princess." The servant bowed and hurried off. Dylan wondered why her brother hadn't just texted or called until she realized that he was worried someone could potentially hack or trace the messages using technology, and figured sending a servant was safer. Whatever he had to discuss must be important. Devin had been so on edge lately. Dylan wished there was something she could do to help. She pondered this before an idea began to form. She smiled and changed her mind on what she was going to do that day. She handled all business that was necessary and made sure there was nothing Tavanna had asked her to do. There wasn't. The Queen was often absent these days, and it worried Dylan. Tavanna was supposed to be instructing her on how to be a proper ruler, but as of late, those lessons had fallen by the wayside. Dylan wasn't sure if she'd become an adequate queen one day if Tavanna failed to guide her, but she supposed now wasn't the time to press matters, and instead busied herself with other things. Her guard followed her at a close distance as she left the palace and ventured to the nearest high-end grocery store, picking out various wares. When she had what she wanted, she returned to her apartment and began to prep dinner, chopping up food and mixing spices as she danced to tambourine music that played in the background. When Devin walked in at 6 o'clock that evening, he found a whole spread of dishes laid out for him across Dylan's dining room table. "Ta-da!" Dylan cried, taking a stance and performing an elaborate flourish. "Surprise!" Devin was speechless as he took in the meal, and Dylan babbled, "I made everything from scratch. There's all your favorites, at least the ones I can remember. There's lentil soup and falafel and hummus, beef kebab and almond rice. I handpicked the ingredients for the fattoush from the palace gardens. The vegetables are finally starting to come in. Sorry, the pita didn't rise right, but I promise it's still good." Devin gazed back and forth along the table, as if it was impossible to believe what he was seeing. "Wow, this is just like Mom used to make." "Oh, I hope so. I did my best to recall her recipes, but I obviously don't have any of them on hand, so I had to make it up as I went along." Dylan shrugged. "You want to talk business right away, or can we relax first?" Devin hesitated, before the smells of the feast got the best of him. "It can wait, at least for a little while." They eagerly dug in. The only sound was the music playing in the background, as Devin was too immersed in the meal to make conversation. Dylan was pleased. Her brother never ate any more unless someone made him, more or less, and she worried about him. He inhaled the meal she'd made like it had been bestowed with the gift of life. Eventually, the music was joined by the sound of rain as a thunderstorm struck up outside. Dylan smiled as she witnessed a flash of lightning, thinking of Tristan. She always figured whenever she saw lightning, it was him telling them that he was nearby. She wished Xana could have joined them, but knew things between herself and her cousin were so strained after their argument that they probably wouldn't share a meal together for a very long time. "This really is amazing. You should make this for the family dinner next weekend," Devin insisted. "Everybody would love it." "Maybe I will." Dylan pondered if the rest of her family would enjoy her meals just as much as her brother did. She cooked for everyone every now and again, and they seemed to enjoy what she came up with. Envis was always asking her to make him some dish or another whenever he was home, because he was adamant the food she made was better than even the meals the royal chefs down in the palace kitchens made. But she figured both of them were merely trying to be nice, so she didn't put much thought into their praise. "I haven't had Far Eastern food since, well, It's probably been since before Mom and Dad died.
Devin eagerly took another pita.
The Far Eastern restaurants aren't good enough. Nobody could make a meal like Mom could, but I swear, this is better.
It's not. She could cook up a storm. I just whipped this together, Dylan argued.
Well, you did an amazing job. This is the best meal I've literally had in probably my whole life.
You're exaggerating. I know it's good, but I'm not that great of a chef.
Dylan let out an awkward laugh. Sis, you're talented at so many different things. I really want you to start taking credit for all the amazing things you can do. Devin pressed. It makes me sad you can't accept a compliment, because you should. You deserve to be praised for all the stuff you're good at.
But there's so many things I'm not good at, Dylan protested.
You don't have to be good at everything. You're a wonderful cook, you're a fantastic gardener, and you're a great Rhodi.
I wouldn't call myself great. I'm a master, but I'm not one of the legends like Taladin and Devin are.
Of course you are. Look what you did to save Rhodian.
Dylan scowled. That was Desmond Andre, not me.
That was you. She may have taken over your body, but you have access to that power just like she does. You just have to be confident in using it. Dylan twirled her fork and said, Not sure. I'm not saying this stuff to be nice. I truly believe it. I just wish you could believe it too.
Dylan fell silent because she didn't want to argue with him and ruin their dinner. Her brother thought she was such a great and talented person, but to Dylan, everything she could do was average. She liked to cook meals and garden, but it wasn't like she was the best at those things. They were just hobbies, and other people out there were better at them, so she didn't feel she had the right to boast and take credit. Dylan had long since finished her meal, but she noticed her brother kept taking more and more portions, even though he was on his third plate. Devin, you don't have to eat it all. Devin paused.
I don't want any of it to go to waste.
Dylan knew what this was about, though Devin had never brought it up before. Her connection with her twin was simply that deep. She understood what he was thinking without it having to be said. We're not on the streets anymore, and never will be again. There will always be plenty to go around. He frowned.
You don't know that for sure.
Misery grew within her like a biting root, thorns ripping at her insides. Devin never truly revealed how he felt, but still, she saw the signs. She hadn't missed that Devin's apartment in the palace looked nearly identical to how it had been since they'd gotten here. Everyone else's room was full of knickknacks, decorations, and treasured items they'd collected over the years. But Devin's room was sparse and bare. He only kept enough of his personal belongings to throw into a backpack within 10 minutes if there was an emergency. Her brother felt that if there was a need to flee, he needed to be ready to go quickly. It was how they'd lived as children when their parents had been running from the Hunters Guild, and Dylan hated it. The only thing Devin kept was a shelf full of his book collection, because it was the one thing he couldn't bear to talk himself out of. But everything else in his quarters was standard and empty. She knew attempting to talk to him about it wouldn't go over well, as he'd reject any effort she made to do so. So instead, she tried to appeal to the logical side of him, which won him over more often than not. We're royals at the top of Crescentia's government. Rhodian is strong, and we have the best military in the world. The palace is almost impenetrable, and we have so much money in the royal treasury that we could start over if we had to. Even if we lost everything tomorrow, we're adults now, not kids. We can provide for ourselves. We have people around us that will take care of us if anything happens, and we'll take care of them. Some really improbable things would have to happen for us to lose everything. The chances of us becoming homeless and struggling to survive again are basically non-existent. Devin nodded thoughtfully.
I suppose you're right, but I still want the leftovers. I'd like to take them for lunch tomorrow.
Dylan nearly gave a sigh of relief. Devin never ate lunch at work. She knew that for certain. If her cooking was delicious enough that he'd actually pause to take a break during his shift, she desired to cook for him every night.
although her princess duties would certainly make that impossible. I'll make sure you get what's left. Devin finally finished his meal and threw down his napkin. I do think we need backup plan and should be prepared. Empires fall all the time, and royals are often run out of their positions of power. There was an assassination attempt on Tavana's life just the other day. No matter how secure you think we are here, there's always a chance we'll have to fight for our lives. The thorny vine in Dylan's gut grew bigger. She felt it twist around her heart and squeeze as she asked, "Why are you so afraid of this? Crescentia would have to fall into societal collapse before we'd lose our position, and if that happens, the whole continent is screwed, and we'll have bigger problems than trying to find food and a place to live. The Empire is nowhere near that kind of chaos, and it would take years of disruption and revolution before it even got to that point. The Cloaked Flame is against us. They've made it clear they won't stop until the Rhodi no longer have control of the continent. That means getting rid of us. The Cloaked Flame is a huge problem. I get that. But even though there's anti-magical sentiment making its way around Crescentia, the majority of our population is fine with how things are. Tavana's improved a lot of things for a lot of people, and our citizens will remember that. Nobody's going to wage a war against Rhodian when their lives are comfortable." Devin scoffed. "You put too much faith in them. They might be okay now, with Tavana on the throne, but when it comes time for you to step up, they're never going to allow you to become queen. Not unless we force you through." Things suddenly became clear to Dylan, and she reached out to take his hand. "This isn't about the Cloaked Flame, is it?" Devin couldn't look her in the eye, but he squeezed her hand back anyway and gave a heavy sigh. "Sometimes it feels like my culture was stolen from me, because we didn't get to enjoy it growing up. We always had to hide what we were, and could only talk about our heritage at home. Even my name's been converted into modern Crescentian. I should have been Devahu. That's what I would have been called if we grew up in the Far East." "It was safer that way," Dylan said. "We were on the run. Our parents didn't have much of a choice." "You're lucky. Mom wasn't willing to relent on her girl's name," Devin said wistfully. "Diliana is a Far Eastern name. But Dad insisted on calling me Dylan in public because it was more modern and, therefore, helped us to blend in," she pointed out. "We stuck out enough as it was. We didn't need to draw more attention to ourselves than we already did." "Why? Because Far Easterners don't belong in other states? Because they're only good for being slaves?" he asked harshly. "Devin," Dylan said in shock, "you know that's not what I meant." His shoulders softened. "I know. I'm sorry. It rubs me in the wrong way. I guess I'm still a little bitter we had to assimilate so much just to survive." "Mom felt the same way," she said, trying to comfort him. He scoffed. "For all the good it did her. You know, not everyone in Crescentia is okay with having someone like you, like us, on the throne. They don't think a Far Easterner should be princess. I don't care what they think. We've proven the world wrong about us before, and we'll prove them wrong time and again." Devin squeezed her hand back. "I know our family loves us, but sometimes I feel like you're the only one who really gets me or understands what this is like. I'm your twin. I'm always going to understand you." Devin's voice grew thick and nearly cracked as he choked out, "It just sucks, Dylan. We lost our culture and had nothing most of our lives. Mom and Dad were stolen from their tribe at such a young age, before they could remember anything. They grew up in slavery, which meant they barely got to keep any parts of who they were and where they came from, so there wasn't much to pass down to us. We don't even know what area of the Far East our family originates from, or what tribe we're a part of. Even if we went there and started looking for our place of origin, who knows if once we found it, the people there would accept us. We've become so modernized and out of touch with our heritage that our tribe, wherever they are, would probably turn us away." Dylan thought of the terrible word Hamad had called her brother, Raksha. It had wounded him more deeply than she thought. "I'm not sure if we belong in the Far East. But we don't belong here either. Not really. Devin's tone was so heavy it put a weight on her heart as she watched tears brim behind his glasses. We're at the top of the government, but nobody here looks like us. We're outsiders in our own city. There's no cultural divides when it comes to the Rhodi. We're a faction that takes everyone in, regardless of where they come from. Anyone in Crescentia can join us, as long as being a Rhodi is what's true in their heart, Dylan insisted. We're an open practice, and we don't exclude anyone who wants to become part of our belief system or society. We welcome everyone in. That's not completely true. You can't be a Rhodi if you can't use magic. That's exclusionary in itself. That's just part of the job. Race, gender, none of that matters within the Rhodi, because here, we're all warriors, and we're all equal. Devin pulled his hand out of hers. That's what we say. Is that what we believe deep down? Or is everyone around us just hiding how they really feel? Dylan stared at him. I know you don't think that you belong here, but Rhodian is our home, and I'm the princess of this city. As much as I complain about the press, deep down, I know my people love me and want to follow me. I just get in my head about not letting them down. You have your place here. I don't, Devin argued. Well, maybe you need to find your place, and if you haven't, it could be time to start looking. If I haven't found it in 8 years, I'm not going to, Devin said heavily. I like my job, and I like being a Rhodi, but if I'm honest, I stick around because you guys are here. I don't want to leave my family, but I also feel like an outsider everywhere I go. I don't feel like a Rhodi, but I don't feel like a Far Easterner either, and I don't know which part of me to pick. You don't have to choose. You can be both, Dylan offered. I am. How can you be okay with that? He questioned. Why aren't you torn up between where we came from and where we ended up? Doesn't bother me, because deep down, I know who I am. I can be a Far Easterner at the same time I can be a Rhodi. But I'm not sure if you know who you are, Dylan said slowly. I haven't known who I am for a long time. Not since Nellie died. Sometimes I think I could figure out what I'm looking for if I could just leave. Devin shook his head. But I can't stand to hurt Devana that way, so I don't. But I'm not sure how much longer I can keep this up, because sticking around in a place that doesn't feel like home is killing me. Dylan didn't think he'd find what he was looking for out there either, because what was missing was inside of him, not somewhere else. You need to do whatever you can to heal yourself. If that means leaving, you should consider it, though I'd miss you very much if you decided to go. Devin mused upon her words before he stated, I really want to get more Far Easterners into the Rhodi. It's a priority for me. There should be more of our people among our ranks living in Rhodian. It's not right that there's only a few. Dylan didn't figure that was important, not because she didn't want more people from her culture learning the Rhodian ways, but because she thought no matter who the Rhodi were or where they came from, they were united, and that's what mattered the most. But it mattered to her brother, and she wanted to support him in whatever way she could. Then I'll send recruiters to the Far East. I'm sure there will be families that'll be interested in sending their sons and daughters here for training. Being a Rhodi is a prestigious position. It's not going to be easy since I killed Hamad. They hate us right now, Devin grumbled. There's always going to be a few outcasts looking for their place in the world, and they can find it here in Rhodian, even if the Far Eastern government is being a pain in the ass. Dylan crossed her arms and figured it was time to change the subject. So, what did you find? Your message seemed pretty urgent. Devin snapped out of his inner musings, and his spine straightened. Right, that. He leaned down into a bag he'd brought and pulled out a massive book that had 1,000 pages or more, placing it on the table. He opened the tome, pointing to a variety of papers he'd shoved inside that were scrawled with his notes. I was asked to do some cataloging on this book. It's an ancient book of Rhodian history, covering the rise of Desmodandre all the way up to the fall of the first Rhodian. At first, I thought that the information in it was pretty standard until I looked closer and saw some similarities. Devin rifled through his papers, saying, "You know that most of the Rhodian rulers have been female. I don't think that's a coincidence. In fact, I'd wager to say that some of the queens of the Rhodi have been multiple past lives of yours. Why would that be? I'd just be reincarnating over and over to have the same job and learn the same lessons," Dylan said in confusion. "Not true, because every Rhodian ruler has had some sort of challenge persisting through their reign. But that's not the point I'm getting at. Listen to this." Devin picked up a page of notes and read aloud, "Queen Ayumi reigned 900 Common Crescentian Era to 920 Common Crescentian Era. Spent 15 years of her rule advocating for peace between Rhodian and new settlements of refugees in nearby Adamaris, who'd come from an opposing continent. She was a practical and straightforward queen before she reported feeling strange. Symptoms included nightmares and dissociating for long periods of time. She suddenly reversed her stance on integration and changed tactics to begin warring against the Adamaris refugees with the goal of eliminating them completely from Crescentia. Perished within 5 years of the campaign while on the battlefield, attempting to slaughter her enemies." Devin flipped the paper. Queen Juna. Ruled from 1001 Common Crescentian Era to 1006 Common Crescentian Era. She was a fun-loving and joyful queen, more concerned with partying than she was with politics. Rhodian was a happy place when she ruled, and there was no war. But in the last year of her reign, reports say she began displaying two different sides of herself, the easygoing monarch she had been, and a cold, detached ruler without feeling. Juna couldn't remember the times when she was cruel, and had no recollection of the events where she'd purposefully been overbearing. One day she stopped all celebrations in Rhodian, outlawing them completely, and became obsessed with expanding her territory. She turned power-hungry at the thought of widening the first Rhodian's borders beyond Eros. After months of fierce battle, she perished in the effort to bring neighboring lands under her control that didn't belong to her in a very violent way. Devin caught her eye. "Notice any patterns?" "This is the same thing that's happening to me," Dylan said in astonishment. "Precisely," Devin said. "Out of the dozens of rulers that have reigned over the Rhodi since their beginning, my research shows that at least 6 queens have been reported to exhibit odd behavior before they suddenly changed personalities entirely and became someone different. It's said that the position is cursed, but I think we know better. Nobody understood what was happening at the time to any of these rulers, because it was so strange, but it's obvious to me that Desmodandre was attempting to take over the lives of her current reincarnations. She must have succeeded every time." Devin flipped a page. "And to the Rhodi's disaster. Queen Miho was the last ruler of the former Rhodian. She was, by the book's accounts, a kind and gentle queen, but toward the end of her reign, she turned ruthless. The benevolent Queen Miho became a tyrant seemingly overnight, who put the sword to anyone who opposed her. Anyone who didn't follow her stringent laws died, were jailed, or lost their income, and because of it, the Rhodi began to suffer. They needed to survive, so the Rhodi became a faction of people who worked as mercenaries, instead of honored soldiers fighting for good. Miho's harsh actions toward her people caused Xenophon, a former Rhodi, to split from the group and take followers with him, forming the Hunters Guild." Devin shut the book with a grim expression. But instead of taking Xenophon as a threat, and the rise of the Hunters Guild as a real challenge to the Rhodian authority, Miho, or rather, Desmodandre in Miho's body, ignored it. And that ignorance led to the downfall of Rhodi kind, because Miho was slaughtered by the Hunters Guild years later, once they'd gained enough power to rise against her. It caused the Rhodi to retreat into the desert to hide for nearly a century. Dylan remained silent as Devin continued on. Desmodondra's been doing this for multiple lifetimes. She waits for the current reincarnation of her soul to rise to power, then takes over once she's in a place of opportunity. Such a wonderful person, Dylan seethed. Yes, and if the book is correct, the last time she was in control, Rhodian fell, Devin insisted. Queen Miho had the right ideas, but Desmodondra conquered her body and made the wrong decisions for our people. It was catastrophic for everyone at the time. The Rhodi nearly didn't survive it. But wouldn't that mean I'd screw up too? I mean, she is me, Dylan objected. You're a different facet of Desmodondra's soul, Devin argued. And from what I think, you're farther along on your soul's progression. You've learned lessons and gained understanding she never did. You've got the advantage. You just need to get ahead of her. Easy to do, since she's had centuries to plot and I'm 25, Dylan grumbled. I think you're stronger than all your other past lives. You have to be, since you've resisted her for this long. None of your other past lives were able to hold up against her once she arrived. They had symptoms of being possessed for weeks or months before they lost themselves completely, and you've been holding her off for 8 years, Devin said. I think that shows you have a good chance of beating her. Dylan appeared puzzled. I just don't get it. Desmodondra's magic is the magic of love. She taught about the life after and preached about peace. Killing refugees, being power-hungry for land, becoming a tyrant, it just doesn't match up with who she claims to be. Why is she insisting that she's here to help the world, then taking over the bodies of her current reincarnations and ruining everything? Maybe she thinks the ends justify the means, Devin replied. She wants world peace and enlightenment everywhere, for everyone. It's not rational to think she can achieve that without enduring a few sacrifices and making hard choices. If she was really Desmodondra, she'd understand that every life has meaning and is invaluable, Dylan replied harshly. Well, maybe you've learned that, because you're further along than she is, but she hasn't. Devin shrugged. You need to show Desmodondra her big plans aren't going to work this time. Dylan watched the rain pelt against the windows, observing the droplets as they trickled down the glass. She didn't understand Desmodondra's motives, or who she was as a person. But if Devin's research was to be believed, they couldn't allow her to take over again, because if she did, the results would be cataclysmic. And with the immense power that resided within Dylan's body, there was no telling how destructive Desmodondra would be this time, or if the world would survive should she manage to take control of it. Devin's phone went off, and he checked it. Reyna wants me to come over. She asked me to bring a few people, if I could. Is it serious? Dylan asked. No, I think she just wants company. I'm not doing anything, Dylan offered. Envis is about to get off work, and we talked about meeting up with Jenna tonight. We can all go. Sounds good to me. They cleaned up the meal, then met Envis and Jenna at the gates of the palace. Reyna's apartment was on the other side of town, so it was quicker to drive than to walk. A private driver in an inconspicuous car picked them up at Dylan's request, then dropped them off in front of Reyna's place. Hey guys! Reyna opened the door and leaned against it when they knocked with a coy smile. New multiplayer just dropped and I can't play it by myself. Not unless I want to play with the bozos online, which is never a fun experience. She stuck her tongue out and bit it in a mischievous way as she said, I figured we could have a video game tournament. Absolutely. Devin rushed inside, immediately picking up a controller. He and Reyna began a round, battling against each other. They sat side by side on the couch and playfully shoved back and forth as they played, giggling and leaning into each other's shoulders. They're so adorable, Dylan thought. Those two were perfect for each other. She really hoped whatever they had would go beyond casual dating. The group took different seats around Reyna's living area and passed the controllers back and forth as the night wore on. Where's Tito? We should invite him over, Dylan suggested, taking a drink from the kitchen that Reyna had set out for everyone to share. Rena always had a ton of snacks at her place, and they were spread out across the counter in a massive free-for-all.
He said he had some stuff to do tonight with Kenji,
Jenna said with a shrug. Again? Dylan complained. I told Tito to find a way to get Kenji to lay off the bad stories about me, not hang out with him every second of every day. Are they friends or something? Jenna made a, I don't know, noise, then shoved a load of cotton candy into her mouth. Envis and Devin were laughing. They kicked out at each other as they played, trying to get the other to mess up. Rena slipped into the kitchen to grab a handful of sour gummy worms, and Dylan whispered, You and Devin seem cozy. Your brother is very cute, Rena admitted, blushing slightly. I like him a lot. That's awesome. Dylan felt a huge smile spread across her face. You're good for him. Rena dropped her gaze as she hushed. I hope that I'm good for him. I want to be. She bit her lip as she added, I want to thank you guys for coming over tonight. It means everything. Anytime. It's nice to hang out. It is. Rena's small smile faltered. But it's more than that. Today is, it's kind of an anniversary for me. Someone I care about went missing on this day a long time ago. I hate having to go through it every year. If I'm alone, I sit around and wonder if there's anything I could have done, if there's anything I could still do. Oh. Dylan's entire form sagged in sympathy. She felt Rena's pain, despite her practically being a stranger, and it weighed so heavily on her shoulders Dylan felt herself tearing up. I'm really sorry. It's okay. None of my friends could be here, but I'm glad I called you guys over. You've made it bearable. Anything we can do to help, we'll be there, Dylan promised. She didn't know Rena well, but Dylan empathized with her, and her pain was deep. A video game tournament was the least they could do. After a couple of hours, the video game crashed. Devin and Rena messed with it for a while, trying to get it to work again. But Rena determined that the console was broken and it would take parts to fix it she didn't have on hand. Dylan suggested they go back to the palace for a midnight swim on the rooftop. Nobody wanted the night to end, so they all agreed. Devin and Rena were being even cuter in the pool than they'd been at her apartment. Rena clung to Devin as he carried her around in the water, spinning her around and ducking her beneath the surface. Dylan even saw them sneak a quick kiss. Her heart grew fonder of them as she observed them talk quietly and laugh. She hadn't seen Devin this happy since before Nellie died. She crossed her fingers that this new relationship would last. Dylan drifted into the pool, floating through the water. She wore a long-sleeved swim shirt over her bikini top with short swim trunks. The long sleeves stuck to her skin as she waded through the water. She was long used to it, but still, it was vaguely uncomfortable. She glanced at Envis and sadly thought it'd be nice to wear a bikini for him. He'd like that, she was sure. She might be able to do that in private, at least, the next time they had the pool to themselves. But it wasn't like she could wear a bikini in front of everyone. Her scars got darker and stood out even more prominently in the water. This was getting old. She really wanted to wear a normal swimsuit. Normal clothes, period. There had to be a way to get rid of these scars. When Dylan waded over to the other side of the pool, far away from Devin and Rena, a stream of splashing water whacked her in the face. Jenna ungracefully floundered toward her like a baby seal unsure of how to use her flippers. She sent droplets splattering as she tripped, fell into the water, and stumbled upward again. Are you ever going to learn how to swim properly? Dylan asked as Jenna gasped for air. The curly-haired redhead puffed out her cheeks, her face flushing pink before she exploded. This is insane! Dylan, are you really okay with this? Okay with what? Dylan asked, avoiding Jenna's eyes. Don't play dumb. She looks like Nellie, Jenna burst. She barely kept her voice down. Dylan glanced over her shoulder, but it didn't look like her brother or Rena had overheard. Dylan hesitated. It's a little unconventional. It's weird, Jenna insisted. Devi's gonna get his heart broken all over again. He can't replace her.
I don't think he's trying to. He just has a type, Dylan said. We need to be supportive of this, wherever it goes. It's taken him 8 years to actually be interested in someone. We can't mess this up for him.
Are you sure? Jenna asked skeptically. I didn't bring it up before because I didn't think it was going to last, but if Nellie was still around, Raina would practically be her twin. They even have the same crazy personality. She drives a motorcycle and everything.
Look, he likes what he likes, and we're familiar with crazy around here, Dylan said shortly. You can't join this group without being a little nuts, so I guess Raina already meets the qualifications.
Well, okay, if you say so.
Jenna flopped onto her back and awkwardly paddled away. Dylan sighed, taking a deep breath and sinking underwater just to get a few seconds of peace. Envis had been watching Devin and Raina most of the evening, and it wasn't in an admirable way. His gaze narrowed in suspicion, and Dylan drifted up to him as he asked, Is it terrible the first lass Devin has seen himself to be bothered with, I have a bad feeling about? Envis, Dylan groaned, begging him not to press it. Her beloved ginger companions were certainly trying her patience tonight. Come on, look at the facts, he whispered. This dream girl, who's interested in everything Devin's interested in, who can't get enough of him, shows up and pursues him when we've never heard of her before, right when the cloaked flame starts attacking directly. It's odd. The city's huge. It's not weird that they haven't run into each other until now. It is weird that they're getting along so well. She's his perfect match in every way. There has to be an angle. You were singing her praises a few days ago. That's before I put together that this picture looks a little too rosy. Look, I don't want to ruin it for him, but Devin's a part of the royal family, and he's Savannah's son, which means he's a powerful person. Outsiders need to get close to him in order to get what they want. I just want to make sure he's not being taken advantage of, and the rest of us with him. You're being paranoid, Dylan grumbled, but she still figured she'd pull Devin aside later to talk to him about this, and promised Envis so. She stuck to her word. As the night wound down, Devin took Raina home. When he got back, he found Dylan, Envis, and Jenna all waiting for him back in his apartment. The young Rhodi glanced between all the different faces and asked, Am I being held for questioning? It's not you who needs to be questioned, Envis stated, but Dylan smacked his chest to tell him to keep quiet. He shut his mouth, and Dylan said, We just want to talk to you about Raina. What about her? Devin asked. I don't need a lecture, so if you're here to give me one, we need to make sure she checks all the boxes, Envis said. You two like each other, and that's great. But if we're letting her get into this family, we need to make sure she's safe to have around. That means more than getting to know her. We need to know what her intentions are. She might not be a bad person, but she might be using you to get something she wants. And I'm not sure she's being as truthful for you as you want her to be. Devin didn't respond right away, but when he did, there was a hint of darkness in his eyes as he muttered, I've been wondering that myself. Some things about her, they don't add up. What's caught your attention? Dylan questioned. Just stuff she said when we were on the rooftop the other day, Devin confessed. I've been thinking about it a lot.
Well, spill it, Jenna barked. Don't keep us waiting in suspense, because if you do for too long, I'll get bored and my attention's already wandering.
Devin hesitated. I don't want to speak on Raina's past. It took a lot for her to open up to me. Telling her secrets seems wrong. You don't have to tell us everything, but something's off about her. Envis insisted. Has anything she said to you seemed a little strange? Devin pondered the question carefully before he said, Well, there is something. She has a younger sister named Maliva. She went missing a few years ago. Raina thinks she's dead, but there was never a body recovered. That tells me there's foul play. Dylan froze as she recalled Raina's words from earlier, about today being the anniversary of her loved one going missing. She must have been talking about Maliva. Go on, Envis urged. Devin told the others about Maliva, what he knew about her, and about the abilities of her craft. He also detailed her disappearance.
That Maliva had been acting strange before she'd suddenly vanished, and that Reyna had found her tattered jacket lying in the wilderness in a pool of blood some time ago. By the time he was finished, Envis was pacing around the room. Reyna's obsessed with getting her sister back. I don't think she was lying to me about anything, but I do think she's missing the big picture. She cares about her sister too much to recognize the missing person situation doesn't add up logically. Devin finished. I think there were other players involved, and maybe Maliva was in on it. The question is, where is she now?
I don't like admitting Envis is right, but he is about this one, Jenna remarked. Maliva sounds about as suspicious as my skirt lying flat on a Saturday night.
Devin's voice was quiet as he asked, Do you think Reyna's using me to find her sister? She knows that I have resources and access to information she doesn't. She might be cozying up to me so she can get her sister back. Of course not, Dylan said quickly, though she cringed as she said the words. They couldn't prove that for sure, and Reyna's desperation to locate her sister was clear. It was possible that Reyna was pretending to have feelings for Devin in order to utilize his help, though Dylan prayed with all her might that wasn't the case. What if this Maliva girl is the leader of the Cloaked Flame? She could have staged her death, Envis suggested. Devin frowned. It could be possible. We know Maliva had a powerful craft. Seers are incredibly strong. Envis persisted. What if Maliva foresaw me coming into the warehouse that day and ordered the nightlock moved before Ray could get to it? Reyna said her powers didn't work like that. She saw possibilities, not outcomes, Devin argued.
Crafts can grow and be modified with time and experience. Reyna might have changed her ways, but what if Maliva didn't? What if she wants to gain revenge on the Rhodi for destroying the Hunters Guild? Reyna said that the guild was like home to both of them, and they had to start over after Rachel fell. That's a motive in itself to take the Rhodi down,
Jenna suggested. But Dylan's love magic changed the hearts of all the hunters who survived the battle. Devin objected. If that's true, Maliva wouldn't be set on revenge. Maybe it doesn't always work. We know from our research on Desmodondre that her powers aren't as benevolent as she makes them out to be. It could be that my abilities didn't work on Maliva as well as it did Reyna and something went wrong, Dylan stated. Maybe I didn't get rid of all the hate in her heart and it led to her creating the Cloaked Flame down the line. Devin pondered this. You might be right. We need to start looking for this girl. I don't believe she's dead, Envis insisted. If anything, Maliva's somewhere in the city, leading the Cloaked Flame from the inside. Then we keep this between us. I'll let Saffron in on the details so she can help, but otherwise, what we know doesn't leave this room, Dylan said. I can't lie to Reyna about this, Devin insisted. I won't. If we're looking for her sister, she deserves to know, and she'll want to help. We need to be careful about what we tell her. I know you like this girl, mate, but you don't know her well enough yet to be sure she won't go off the rails. What if we find Maliva, and her love for her sister is so strong Reyna ends up helping her escape instead of bringing her in? It's a risk we can't afford to take, Envis said. Devin's mouth flattened. Fine, I'll do this, but I won't keep this from her forever. We do what we can to find Maliva, quickly, and if we don't locate her fast enough, I'm letting Reyna in on the secret. I already feel bad enough not telling her about this right away. Just give us a few days to figure this out first, Envis promised. This is going to lead somewhere. But I have to warn you, you might not like how it turns out. Dylan wished that her boyfriend would stop putting ideas into Devin's head. Her brother already had a hard enough time letting Reyna in. He didn't need more reasons to keep people at a distance. At the same time, Dylan knew that Envis was onto something. Someone was leading the Cloaked Flame, and after weeks of investigation, Maliva appeared to be the only likely suspect. They needed to locate her, and fast, dead or alive. Dylan was certain Maliva would give them answers on what the Cloaked Flame was planning next. Trouble was, Dylan's gut told her without a doubt that the answers they'd soon discover would be ones they didn't expect, and would be worse than anything she could ever conceive possible. Chapter 18. A Song of Silence. The group agreed to meet up in the Tranquility Court the next morning, as it was the one area of the palace only the royal family had access to, and therefore a place where they wouldn't be overheard. Envis had already left earlier that morning, but he hadn't woken Dylan on his way out. She jumped out of bed the moment she got up and hurried to dress, though she paused when she looked at her outfits. Typically, she wore kimonos and dresses that were required of her station, but if they were going to be poking around in places they shouldn't be, she needed to look inconspicuous. She put on an old graphic t-shirt, an oversized hoodie, a pair of baggy basketball shorts that used to be Tito's, but that she'd stolen from him some years back, and some high tops. She grabbed Yeshua's old cap and put it on backwards, letting her curls fall free. She didn't even put on makeup. She used to go barefaced every day, but since she'd become a princess, she needed to look done up at all times. Dylan hardly recognized herself, and she didn't think anyone who didn't know her well would. She gave a wry smile as she looked in the mirror. She hadn't dressed this way probably since she was 16. Her style had matured once she'd met Envis, without her being conscious of it. Back then, she wanted to look like a girl around him instead of a teenage ruffian, and had altered her sense of fashion because of it. Dressing like this almost felt like coming home, or returning to a long time ago. It was comfortable and caused her to reminisce. She'd been reluctant to return or think about her past, but maybe it wouldn't be as bad as she thought, and this was a good first step. Saffron had already cleared her schedule for the day, as they'd discussed last night. Her only focus was to get a lead on where Maliva was. They needed to find out if she was still alive, and see if she had any connection to the Cloaked Flame. Dylan left her room and started down the hall, but a familiar voice cried out, "Dylan!" Dylan cringed as she heard Xana's voice echoing down the hall. Yuki was with her, looking a little harried. Following Xana around all day while balancing his diplomat responsibilities wasn't easy by far. Dylan hastened her steps, pretending like she hadn't heard her, but Xana increased her pace to run after the princess, grabbing her arm. "Hey, wait up!" Dylan was forced to stop. She gritted her teeth and turned to face her cousin, asking shortly, "What?" She wasn't in the mood to deal with Xana's attitude today. Dylan was still bitter about how their conversation had gone down. She found herself feeling less forgiving, not more generous. Xana turned to Yuki and asked, "Can you give us a minute? This is kind of private." "Of course," Yuki said kindly. He was clearly relieved to get a few moments to himself. "I have a meeting that'll take my time for the rest of the day. I'll see you two later." Once he was gone, Xana threw her arms around Dylan's shoulders, hugging her tightly. "I'm sorry." Dylan hesitated in surprise, before her arms folded around Xana's back in response. "It's okay." "I shouldn't have said those things. I was really mean," Xana confessed. "What you told me was a huge shock, but I made it a bigger deal than it was meant to be. Can you forgive me?" Dylan nodded as she pulled away. "Of course. What's family for? I know things didn't go the best during that conversation, but we need to stick together, right?" "Absolutely." Xana grasped Dylan's forearms, and it made her uncomfortable. She didn't like anyone but Envis touching her there. But even so, she didn't pull away, because she didn't want to be rude and upset Xana again when they'd just fixed things. Xana gave a sigh. "I just wish you would have told me sooner, or been clearer about what was going on with you. How can I know what your boundaries are or what you're feeling when you don't tell me? You didn't give me a warning that I was crossing the line during that fight. I didn't even realize that I did until I thought about it later. I didn't mean to hurt you like that, but it wasn't like I knew that I was. Next time I'm going overboard, please tell me, all right?" Dylan was taken aback before she realized Xana was probably right. Dylan's suspicions that she wasn't communicating clearly were confirmed. Xana had lost her temper because she hadn't spoken up in the right way. She wouldn't make that mistake next time. "Of course," Dylan agreed. "I'll try to be more open with you." "Awesome." Xana let go of her, and Dylan's shoulders relaxed. Her cousin flashed her a huge smile before she gestured to Dylan's outfit. So, where are you going? You don't look like you have princess duties today. Maybe we can hang out. I can't today. Maybe this weekend, Dylan said quickly. She was going to be late to meet the others if she didn't wrap this conversation up. Why not? Xana pleaded. We haven't spent much time together since I came here. I've been too busy with training, and you've been too overwhelmed with work. Why can't we have a day just for you and me? Dylan wasn't sure how much to tell Xana. After all, they'd only just made up. It wasn't like she didn't trust her cousin, but Xana was such a new Rhodi with so little experience. Bringing her along could put her in danger, and she had proved to be a loose cannon. If Xana accompanied them to find Maliva, she might be so determined to get revenge on the Cloaked Flame for kidnapping her and killing her parents that she'd do something rash that put everyone else at risk. It wasn't like Xana thought through her actions, or did anything with a clear head. She was impulsive, and that was dangerous. Even so, Dylan had promised Xana she'd do something to make the palace safe from the Cloaked Flame. She wanted Xana to know she was actually putting effort toward that. She decided to weigh the risks and tell Xana only the basics. Dylan dropped her voice and said, We might have gotten a lead on the Cloaked Flame. Xana's eyes got huge. She grabbed Dylan's arms again, her fingernails digging into the hoodie sleeves. You did? Tell me! Dylan winced, pulling her away this time. That was too much. It's nothing substantial, but there's a girl in the city who might be running the show. We're investigating her. What do you need me to do? I want to help, Xana insisted. You can't just ask me to do nothing while you guys are putting your lives on the line chasing these dangerous people. I have to be in on this. Dylan knew Xana would want to get involved, and already had a job lined up for her just in case she found out about this. I need you to follow Reyna, shadow her at work, figure out who she talks to, and find out where she goes. Reyna? Xana asked in confusion. Why her? What does she have to do with any of this? We might have found a connection that ties her to the Cloaked Flame. I don't think she's involved, but I do think she's keeping secrets, and we need to know what those are. Xana crossed her arms. Does Devin know? It's not right to keep this from him. Dylan felt her stomach twist in anxiety. This was a betrayal, and she knew that. Even so, they had to be sure. I don't want to tell Devin. He'll get upset. I hate that I'm going behind his back like this, but I don't want to compromise any feelings he has for her without knowing the facts. If he knows I'm tailing her, he'll automatically assume the worst, and we don't know if she's actually hiding anything malicious. Follow her around, see what she's up to, and report back to me on what you found. Got it. I can easily do that, Xana said, giving a salute. By Rhodi, please make sure you aren't seen, Dylan begged. This could ruin their relationship if you're caught. Xana laughed. No one's going to catch me, Dylan. You'll see. Xana hurried off, but even when she was out of Dylan's sight, the ball of nerves in the princess's stomach didn't lessen. She should have asked one of Envis's searchers to do this, because she knew they wouldn't be spotted. The spies were trained to do this after all, and Xana wasn't exactly the most inconspicuous person. But Xana would insert herself into the situation one way or another, and this was the safest job for her. Dylan told herself she was just being paranoid. Xana would come back with nothing, because Reyna was innocent. Devin never needed to find out about any of this. That was the best outcome. Unfortunately, Dylan didn't know if it would be a likely one. When she entered the Tranquility Court, Envis's look was warm and inviting as he took her in. Haven't seen you dressed like that in quite a long time, he said in amusement. I'm in disguise, she laughed. We're going incognito. I miss this part of you, he said, and he grasped her hips so he could pull her close. Reminds me of when we first met, and I love that fiery girl now even more than I did back then. They shared a small kiss, and a high-pitched voice yelled, Ugh, would you guys make a baby already? The cuteness level is off the charts! Jenna came flouncing in, followed by Saffron and Devin. Saffron certainly appeared focused, but Devin's stare was a little off. He clearly had conflicted feelings about investigating Maliva, though he was here anyhow.
Not sure if that's on my to-do list, Dylan said, turning towards Jenna.
It should be. You two already have the fairy tale love story. Now you need a little one to make it a happy ending.
Jenna cheered. I agree. Now's the time, Saffron said simply, without any explanation at all as to why she thought so.
I don't believe it is, with the cloaked flame running about, Envis said, but even so, he gave a cautious glance at Dylan, observing her reaction. She didn't give him or anyone any signs that they could read, but instead forged ahead. We need to get moving. If we want to find Maliva, the first thing we need to do is figure out what happened to her the day she disappeared.
Raina doesn't know much about that. I asked, but apparently both of them got ready to go to work like normal. Then when Raina got back to their place in the evening, Maliva never showed up.
Devin commented.
That means she was either captured at work or she left willingly, at a time when she could get a head start on Raina before her sister started looking. What about in the weeks leading up to her disappearance?
Saffron asked. According to Raina, everything was fine, Devin said. Except she did say Maliva tried to read her future one evening, and it didn't go well. It was the same day Raina was offered the job at the crafting hall, and she needed clarity on whether she should accept the position or not. But when the reading was over, Maliva freaked out. She refused to tell Raina what she'd foreseen, and a week later, she was gone.
This is pointing more and more toward her leaving on her own.
Is there anything else? Envis asked.
Devin shook his head.
That's all I have.
Then let's start somewhere close by. We have to figure out what happened to those guards that were killed the night Massimo was murdered. That might lead us somewhere, Dylan said.
Shouldn't we let Taladin and Tavanna know what we're up to?
Jenna peeped. Can't, really, Dylan said. They're out of town. They went to smooth over the situation with the Far Eastern government in person. Their plane left yesterday.
Things are that bad?
Saffron wondered. Dylan's tone was glum. They aren't great. We need to get the Far Easterners back on board with Rhodian. Otherwise, we might have another war on our hands besides the one we've already got with the Cloaked Flame.
Which is the last thing we need, Envis said.
There's no reason to have the Queen come rushing back when all we have is a theory and nothing to show for it. A phone call is risky, too. We don't know who could be listening in. We find some hard evidence, then once they've returned, we let them in on what we've discovered.
Let's return to Tavanna's room. Maybe there's something we missed,
Devin suggested. As the rest of the group left the gardens, Dylan held Envis back and dropped her voice.
Hey, I don't want Devin to know this, at least not right now, but I'm having someone follow Raina, just in case.
Envis nodded.
That's probably a good idea. I thought of it myself, but didn't ask any of the searchers because I thought I should bring it up with you first. Who did you ask?
Xana. Envis sputtered.
Are ye out of your mind, lass?
It's okay. She came to me this morning and apologized, Dylan explained. She admitted she was wrong about what she said. She told me if I had let her know she was pushing me too hard, she would have backed off.
Excuse me?
His tone was exceedingly flat.
Please tell me you didn't believe that.
No, she's right. I should have been firmer with my boundaries and let her know she was upsetting me.
That's bullshit, lass, and you know it, Envis said quietly. It was obvious to everyone she was taking things too far.
Maybe it wasn't the best apology in the world, but for Xana, it's saying a lot. She never said sorry when we were kids, Dylan replied. She knows she messed up and admitted it. That's more than we've gotten out of her before. Plus, she's offering to help us.
Envis ran a hand through his hair. I don't like it, but I suppose it's better than you two fighting.
I'm confident in this decision. I figure as princess, I need to be strong in my choices, and this was the safest place I could put her. If I told her she couldn't help, she'd be bugging us to come along and go poking her nose in dangerous places. She could potentially expose us and get herself hurt. At least this will keep her quiet.
Envis scowled. Aye, you're right on that. She is quite a pain. And I'm glad you're placing trust in yourself, because you don't often enough, but I wish it didn't involve her. Dylan knew that Envis wouldn't soon forgive Xana for what had happened, if ever. But that was okay, because he didn't have to. Dylan understood both sides, and she loved both of them. This situation would work itself out. They poked around outside of Tavanna's room, but like before, the group didn't find anything. Everything had already been cleaned up from the crime scene. The case file, which Envis and Jenna had access to, didn't have much information to go off of either. "I've already reviewed the security footage, and it shows nothing," Envis said. "I think someone must have tampered with the tapes, because the feed shows the guards standing there, then the video glitches out. Once the feed comes back on, they're gone." "The guards must have walked off on their own after being compelled. Nothing else makes sense," Saffron said, putting a hand on her hip. "They wouldn't leave their post, not unless they were traitors, and we have no evidence that points to them being so." "We need to use magic, and it has to be magic we haven't accessed before. Practical methods and what we've already used aren't going to get us anywhere," Dylan insisted. "So what? We just come up with new magic that we've never cast? Like that's going to get us anywhere," Jenna said. "Rhodi do it all the time down in the crafting hall. They experiment until they find new facets of their soul magic, and crafting power is immediate. Once you find your power, you can attain it instantly. It's discovering it that's the hard part," Dylan said. "I've been practicing my singing," Envis started. "Well, it hasn't been working," Jenna quipped. "Piss off, Jen," he scowled. "I mean to say, I've been practicing with my voice magic on and off. I can sing people to sleep, but what if I can do more than that? I'm a searcher. My life's work is centered around finding information and tracking people down. What if my singing magic can help with that?" "It's worth a shot," Dylan said. "Go ahead and try." "I've got to figure out how it works first." Envis wandered around the hallway, humming a low tune. The girls observed curiously, while Devin kept looking around, observing the ornate doorframe closely. Envis wandered the area, continuing to sing a happy Dundinian ballad quietly. Suddenly, he paused. The song appeared to die in his throat. "I can't sing here," he said. "I mean, if I don't use my magic, I can, but my craft's resistant if I try to make the song magical. This song's a happy one, but it won't come out at this spot." "That's where Massimo's body was when we found it," Dylan said. "Try singing a different kind of song." Envis changed the tune to a sad refrain, which he sang easily. He cut off the song and nodded. "Yes, there's something to this theory. My song magic can be expanded. My craft can tell what's happened at a place, even if there's no clues to be found." "How can we use it to find the guards?" Saffron questioned. "I'll change the song," Envis suggested. "I know a few songs about people who went missing. I'll try those." Envis hushed out a few more tunes. One of them was so prominent that Dylan could feel the vibration of Envis's craft hovering through the air like sound waves, caressing her skin and making her shiver with pleasure. When Envis's magic touched her, it felt like his hands were skimming across her body, and she enjoyed the sensation. "This is the right song," Envis said in confirmation. "My craft is leading me in the direction of the way the guards went. Come on." He moved forward, and the others followed. He turned down a set of hallways, following the trail. At times, his voice became small or went off key. At these times, he turned and backtracked, retracing his steps until the song he sang became strong again. They hurried after Envis, until his song led them out of the royal quarters and outside the palace. He took them through a back gate that led into the outskirts of the city and into twisting alleyways that, originally, were full of upscale and wealthy houses. The searchers pulled their hoods up, while Devin and Saffron yanked up the cowls of their Rhodian uniforms to hide their faces. All of them were quite well known, and it was best if no one spotted them walking around right now. They couldn't risk being interrupted or spotted. Thankfully, since it was a weekday and already late morning, most Rhodi were at work and the streets were fairly empty. Dylan noticed with glee the paparazzi weren't tailing her for once. The disguise actually worked to hide her as a commoner. She needed to dress like this more often. They walked for quite a long while, several miles. Jenna complained she was tired and that she was sick of listening to her brother caterwaul. Envis had to stop to rest his tired voice and his magic at times before they continued on again. But as the distance lengthened, the city around them eventually became run down, morphing into a district where the poorer Rhodi resided. Dylan believed there wasn't poverty in Rhodian, as she'd been informed the city had eliminated it completely, but she wasn't sure if that was absolutely true as she observed their surroundings. Some Rhodi had less prestigious positions than others, and therefore less pay. It was here where these Rhodi lived, and although it wasn't necessarily a bad side of town, it was certainly less affluent and more shady. Dylan thought that if the cloaked flame were hiding anywhere, it would be here. But the further in they went, the more dilapidated this side of town became, until they were all-out slums. Dylan didn't realize that there were parts of Rhodian that looked this bad. She never came out this way, as she didn't need to, and neither did Tavanna. They depended on government officials from different districts of the city to come in and report problems if there were any. "This is Reina's side of town," Devin said quietly, looking around. "She doesn't live more than a few blocks from here." Dylan grimaced. That wasn't good. "Who lives here?" "Mostly ex-hunters, people who had to start over after Rachel died," Devin explained. "They're basically second-class citizens if they're living like this," Saffron noted. Dylan agreed. Apparently, Tavanna's officials were hiding that there were members of the city that weren't as well off as the rest of them. Dylan didn't like that. Both herself and Tavanna needed to know what was going on in all places of Rhodian. That some members of the government were covering up essential information like this was worrisome. No wonder the cloaked flame was growing in numbers. Ex-hunters who had been promised good lives as Rhodi and who hadn't received that promise were probably angry and looking to support a different cause. Tavanna was the queen and Dylan was a princess, but they couldn't be everywhere. They relied on others to help them maintain the empire. It was clear that they had some officials within their inner circle who couldn't be trusted, that were only out for themselves. Dylan promised to root them out. Envis's song started to grow quieter. Dylan worried they were losing the trail, but he seemed to have an idea of where he was going as he left the main road and ventured past a few buildings, walking another half-mile. Envis's song finally ended as he led the group behind an old abandoned schoolhouse, where the playground was empty. He stopped on a spot of ground about 12 feet across that had been recently overturned. "We're miles away from the palace. Searchers and Ray's team both wouldn't be looking that far out," Devin said. "Do you think this is it?" "I can't sing any songs about missing people here, which means we found them," Envis said grimly. He tried singing again, but a single syllable didn't escape past his lips before he let out a strangled gasp, clutching at his throat. "No happy songs either," he rasped. "Something terrible must have happened right at this spot." Dylan shifted into a tigress and started digging. Her massive paws overturned the earth, and Saffron shifted as well to help her. They didn't have to dig for long. A foul smell began to rise from the earth, and Dylan's lip curled to reveal her fangs as her paw connected with something soft and squishy. She looked down at the face of one of the guards, who was buried deep under the dirt. "I found one, and I found the other," Saffron said in distaste, stepping aside to show them. Jenna wrinkled her nose, looking down. "How'd they die?" Devin asked, crouching beside the hole. Dylan didn't want to, but she forced herself to sink her claws into the guard she'd found and hauled him upward. His corpse lolled as he was yanked out of the earth, and Dylan noticed a long, jagged cut along his neck. A serrated blade, perhaps, one wielded by an inexperienced attacker. This one died the same way. They were snuck up on from behind, Saffron noted, inspecting the other body. And they were killed on this spot, because there's a lot of dried blood mixed here with the dirt. I can smell it. Can't you, sister? "I can," Dylan responded. The guards walked themselves all the way out here, probably under compulsion or some other brainwashing magic, then someone slit their throats from behind. That's the same way Massimo was killed, Devin said. This seems to be the work of one person.
That's not all, Jenna said, and she pointed to the ground. Someone has been by these bodies, and it's recently. It just rained last night, and these prints look like they were put here this morning. The ground wasn't dry yet. Any prints left in the muddy ground would harden and stay there.
They're definitely the footprints of a woman or a very small person, Envis noted as he stooped down to observe them. But these guards have been dead for days. Why would the perpetrator come back after they hid them? Dylan asked. To make sure they haven't been discovered yet. Whoever our murderer is, they're paranoid. Envis looked closer at the ground before he glanced at his sister. You seeing what I'm seeing?
Yep. These prints are from 2 different types of shoes. Though they're the same size, so it would be easy to get them mixed up if you didn't pay attention.
Jenna noted.
2 women were here, if I had to guess.
Dylan took a quick glance at her brother's face, which had gone pale. 2 women. The only other person who could potentially have contact with Maliva was Reyna, as far as they knew. But it was too early to jump to conclusions. Dylan changed back and said, The cloaked flame really is messy. Leaving prints behind and dumping bodies in such an obvious spot. It was hard to find the trail, but once we arrived, we found the guards easily. The murderer didn't even make an attempt to conceal the overturned ground. The Hunters Guild would have never left a mess like this. They would have made sure to cover their tracks. Well, they're clearly an inexperienced rebel group that has to be led by a young person. An elder with experience working against the government wouldn't make so many mistakes. Which tells me Maliva is an even bigger suspect than before. Envis skimmed his fingertips along the ground, adding, Whoever this other person was, they weren't here that long. They came here and quickly left in the other direction. That trail is harder to follow. It ends near the wall, like someone scaled the side of the school building, then used the roof to flee. We know the cloaked flame uses the rooftops of the city to get around. I followed them once when they were skulking around on top of the palace, Devin said. Envis stood and trailed after the other footprints. So if we lost the trail of the second person on the rooftops, let's follow the footprints of who we think is our killer.
What about the guards? Saffron asked, gesturing with her wing.
I'll text Ray and tell him to send his team down here. They'll want to investigate. In the meantime, we need to keep moving, Devin said, typing on his phone quickly before they moved on. Jenna, Envis, and Saffron went on ahead, following the footprints across the muddy playground. Dylan noticed her brother looking downcast and slowed her steps to walk beside him. You okay? She whispered, her brow narrowing in concern. Devin's tone barely stayed even. I'm not going to be able to handle it if this goes bad, sis. We don't know anything yet. Maliva's probably guilty, but that doesn't mean Reyna is, Dylan replied. Devin's hands quivered. I keep telling myself these are all coincidences, that the clues we're finding don't mean anything. But the signs keep adding up, and it's getting harder for me to believe Reyna really likes me for me, and not for ulterior motives. Even worse, now I'm wondering if she's involved in all of this. If she is, that doesn't mean she's a bad person. Maybe she's being misled, or trying to do the right thing in the wrong way. The cloaked flame has killed innocent people. We can't let anyone get away with that, no matter what they mean personally to us. They were quiet for a moment before Dylan said, You know, my love magic's pretty strong, and it can sense things. I get the feeling Reyna cares about you more than you know. I hope so. Devin let out a withered breath. If she's not just using me. Though I have to admit it's been nice, even if she has. What do you mean? Dylan questioned. I like being helpful, Devin confessed. Nellie needed my help so often when she was sick, but I was okay with that. Now that Reyna's around, I can be useful again. It feels like nobody needs me anymore, but Reyna does. Of course we need you, Devin, his sister said sadly. You're a part of this family. But it's not enough. I don't just want a partner. I want a woman I can serve. Devin said harshly. Doing things for people is how I show that I love them. I can't say things like you can, sis. Telling people how I feel is so difficult. I try and try, but I can't get the words out. He looked away from her. But I can be there for them. Help in any way I can. Do any little thing to show one person they're my whole world. That's how I demonstrate love. And it feels like the world is punishing me because I caused Nellie's death. And now they're taking away the one opportunity I have to serve someone again. Someone I think I might love. Dylan didn't know what to say. Devin had struggled to tell Nellie that he loved her, and had never managed to do so. She wasn't even sure if he'd ever told Savannah how much she meant to him. But he'd told Dylan he loved her the night she'd stopped cutting, and she realized just how monumental a moment that had been for him. Since their parents had died, Devin had never failed to tell Dylan that he loved her, and she didn't understand what a gift that was, not until now. She laid a hand on his shoulder. You don't need to punish yourself for the rest of your life. What happened happened. You can't change the past, but you can move forward. You and Raina have something together. It's plain as anyone can see. Don't hold yourself back from happiness because you feel like you don't deserve it. However this turns out, even if she's with the cloaked flame, don't give up on her. This isn't over yet. Devin's shoulders slumped under her grip, and Dylan's heart became frosty and cold. It would be so wrong if fate stole away another one of her brother's partners, especially in this way. Dylan nearly wished they'd never started this investigation if things were going to turn out like this, but that was the life of being a Rhodi. You sacrificed, others lived. Whether you endured a life of misery or got lucky enough to have a happy ending was entirely up to chance. If they stopped the cloaked flame, innocence would live, but if Raina was involved, she'd probably go down with them. And her brother's heart would be broken all over again if there were any pieces left to shatter. It simply didn't seem fair. The playground ended. As the ground turned to pavement again, and Vis and Jenna were able to follow the small dirt trail the perpetrator's muddy boots had left behind. It led them to a dilapidated storefront down a side street that had been abandoned by the shop's owner a long time ago. The windows were broken, curtains drifting in the breeze, and posters displaying advertisements for sales that had come and gone years ago hung tattered on the cracked plaster walls. Anvis put his hand on the doorknob. Let's see who's home. Dylan held her breath, but it came whooshing out of her as the door was pushed open and she saw what was waiting inside. Chapter 19. Discovery of a traitor. The shop was completely decimated. Trash and broken things lay strewn all over the counters and across the floor, shelves lined with dust and shattered bottles. This had been some sort of apothecary long ago, before the Rhodi who ran it gave up their business and fled somewhere else, apparently in a hurry. Dylan gathered that whoever owned this store had probably ditched it right before the Hunters Guild showed up to siege Rhodian, and they hadn't been back since. And blood. There was blood absolutely everywhere, coating the walls in streaks and lying in pools on the floor. Anvis stooped down to observe it and said, "This blood is old, weeks, if not months. What if it's always been there and it's not related to what we're looking into?" Dylan asked. Nah, I don't think so. Anvis hummed a small tune before he stood up and nodded. My craft has given me the energy of this place. It was abandoned for a while, but in the past few years, someone moved in here and is spending their time committing crimes at this location. Let's look around, Devin suggested. We might find more than what we're seeing. The group searched the shop, looking for anything that might be more inconspicuous than blood. Dylan checked behind old posters and paintings hanging crooked on the walls. Saffron rifled through old boxes that had been left behind. Anvis lifted discarded items abandoned on the shelves to see what was beneath them, and Jenna scanned the bloody floor, looking for any inconsistencies in the floorboards. Devin searched the store's counters, peeking inside to see if there was anything he could find. Jenna, whose attention wandered even on the most crucial of tasks, slid up to her brother and said,
"It's about time I got you cornered. I've been meaning to talk to you about the you-know-what."
"Right time, right place, Jen," Envis said hurriedly, wishing she'd drop it.
"There would never be a right time, according to you. Dylan's too good of a woman to leave waiting on your timetable. We'd all be happier if you quit dallying on giving her the ring you bought months ago,"
Jenna grumbled. "Not now," Envis hissed, casting a worried glance over his shoulder. Thankfully, Dylan hadn't overheard, as she had moved on to helping her brother on the other side of the shop.
"If I have to cattle prod you into giving a move on, I will,"
Jenna said sourly.
"You keep wishing for the perfect time to fall into your lap, but things in Rhodian are getting worse, not better."
"Let me just get down on one knee in the middle of a criminal investigation. She'll be thrilled to say yes, all the blood and guts about."
"Soon, Envis?"
Jenna demanded, and she made a motion to her eyes like she was watching him before she skipped off to the other side of the room. Envis made an irritated noise and let out a few swear words and Dundeen under his breath. He had his reasons for waiting, and though he was running out of them, Dylan deserved the best of him, not whatever he was willing to throw together at a moment's notice. He had a plan, and he was going to stick to it. Jenna would have to wait her turn to gossip, though Envis seriously hoped that his sister wouldn't blow the news before he was ready to pop the question himself. A fool's wish, that. "Found it," Devin said, and there was a clicking noise. They all turned to see that Devin had pressed a hidden button located underneath one of the counters. There was a loud thump and a sliding noise as one of the wall panels swung open, revealing a hidden door. "Well done, Devin," Envis congratulated. "Now let's see who's hiding what." They stepped through the hidden door and found themselves in a completely new world. There was an entire apartment concealed behind the shop wall. Inside was an open-concept room, with a kitchen, a living room, and a bed placed against the wall. Unlike the shop, this area was clean and well-kept, although there were a variety of papers spread across a wooden desk inside. "This addition is new," Envis said, laying a hand on the drywall. "The shop itself is old, but the room we're now in was built less than a few years ago." "The kitchen is stocked. Someone's living here," Devin said, checking the fridge and the cupboards. "And these clothes were recently used," Saffron said, lingering by a hamper in her griffin form. "I can smell they were worn yesterday." Dylan rifled through the papers on the desk. She picked up an unusual-looking piece of parchment that was adorned with a variety of strange-looking runes. "This letter's written in code, some kind of cipher," Dylan said, passing it to Jenna. "Probably something the Cloaked Flame made up to communicate with each other." "Can you read it? It doesn't look like any language that's native to Crescentia," Devin said, peering over Jenna's shoulder.
"It doesn't matter. The way my craft works enables me to understand and translate any language, even if it's made up, unknown, or secret. The only way I can't read something is if there's a veil on it, like the Rhodian letter," Jenna explained. "Give my magic a few minutes to work on this, and I'll have it translated for you."
Jenna sat down on the couch. She took out a fluffy pink journal and a pen with a fuzzy puffball at the end of it from her purse, and began deciphering the letter, writing down runes. The others continued searching. But as they did so, Dylan found she didn't like what she saw. "Devin," she said, and he ventured over. Dylan showed him a photograph she'd found in the bedside table's drawer. It was a picture of Rena and a brown-haired girl who looked curiously like her in front of one of Rhodian's mochi shops. Both girls made funny faces for the camera. Dylan turned the photograph over. On the back was an inscription. "Little sis, you're such a dork. Wish you didn't get wrapped up in my messes. I know you don't feel like you belong here in Rhodian, but just wait and see. We'll change things so we own this town. Outcasts for life." That note was fairly incriminating, although Dylan hoped it was just girl talk. Devin, though, appeared stricken by what he'd read. Maybe whoever's living here is just following Reyna around, or looking into her and Maliva, Dylan suggested. What if the killer has some kind of obsession with the two of them? Devin didn't appear convinced. He picked through the drawer, which was crowded with all kinds of knickknacks, until he discovered a red carnelian bracelet buried in the back. Seem familiar to you? Dylan asked as her brother's face fell. I've heard about this bracelet, Devin said, lifting it up. Reyna told me she'd given it to her sister. It went missing when Maliva did. This wasn't looking good. Envis was going through the closet, and he said, the clothes here would fit a young woman, and the shoe size matches the prints we found at the murder site. And look. Envis tossed several pairs of black leggings with red piping on the floor, followed by red jackets with cowled hoods. Those were cloaked flame uniforms. Devin had turned green. Dylan was stubborn, so she still refused to believe it. We need something concrete, she said. Whoever lives here is definitely involved with the cloaked flame, but that doesn't mean it's Maliva. Sister, Saffron's voice called to her, and Dylan felt dread creep up her spine. Saffron had changed back. She was holding a photo album that was packed with pictures. Devin rushed to take it, and Dylan observed as he flipped through the pages. There were more photographs of Reyna and the brown-haired girl that Dylan assumed had to be Maliva. But they weren't the only ones in the photos. There was another person in almost every photo the album had, a dark-skinned boy who had curly black hair and deep green eyes. In the pictures, Reyna and the boy couldn't be more than 17. Devin had told her about this boy. Dylan deduced it had to be Raoul, as Reyna was either kissing or embracing him in most of the photographs, while Maliva made silly faces in the background. Dylan nearly shuddered when she gazed at all the photographs of Raoul. He looked so much like her brother. It was eerily uncanny. By the haunted look on his face, his resemblance didn't surpass Devin either. They were only photographs of 3 teenagers acting their age and goofing around, but to the twins, these pictures were one of the most disturbing things they'd ever seen, now that they knew how the lives of those children had gone. In the back of the scrapbook were all kinds of papers shoved into envelopes that had been stuffed into the pages. They withdrew the papers, going through the stacks. Some of them were teenage girl things, like drawings or pages full of stickers. But others were handwritten haikus, styled in a unique form of calligraphy. Dylan picked one up to read. Arrows in darkness, blood strewn across light hair soft, green eyes, vengeance. At the end of the page was a scrawling note in the same handwriting. What does this mean? Disturbed, she put down the haiku and read another. Strange. These poems were quite odd. Dylan went through them all, noticing that each poem was signed with an elaborate M. Then Dylan realized they weren't poems at all. Her partner came to a similar conclusion at the same time she did. Prophecies, Saffron murmured. Something only a seer could make, and we know Maliva is one of those. Goosebumps rose upon Dylan's skin as she realized the first poem she'd read had been a prophecy by Maliva. The scrapbook was shut with a harsh snap by Devin. This album is from Raoul, Devin said heavily. There's an inscription on the back that says it's from him. He must have made it for Maliva shortly before he was killed. Dylan's stomach bottomed out. One picture didn't implicate much, but a whole scrapbook definitely said more than she wanted it to. Can you bring that over here? Envis asked. He was hunched over the desk, going through the papers left behind. Devin placed the scrapbook on the desk. Envis observed the ornate cursive of the poems, comparing it to a journal that had been left out. These notes have handwriting that matches Maliva's prophecies, Envis said, comparing the two. And the notes were written recently. Some of them detail events that happened as soon as yesterday. What do they say? Devin asked. They're cloaked flame orders. Movements, where to station people, Envis said. One of them even details the plan for the poisoning attack on Tavanna. Devin had gone very quiet. Any hope Dylan had that Maliva wasn't involved with the cloaked flame immediately went out the window.
This is definitely Maliva's apartment, and these are her notes. Now we know she's alive, Saffron said. But is she responsible for all of this?
Got it! Jenna cried, waving the cipher in the air. Listen to this! She took an obnoxious, deep breath and began reading aloud. Shadowed One, you should know better than to bring business so close to my home. You can't just dump these bodies on my doorstep and expect me to take care of them like I'm some kind of servant. We've had discussions like this before. This is the last time I'll tell you this. I'm sick of disposing your dirty work. The shop's a disaster because of it. I might work for you, but you don't own me. You might need my power, and I need your help, but I won't be your butcher maid. The next time you want someone to clean up your mess, do it yourself. M. The room was silent as Jenna finished reading. Shadowed One? Dylan asked. What does that mean? I think it's what the Cloaked Flame calls their leader, Envis replied. I've seen it on communications between Crimsons before, when I was going through files in the warehouse. Well, Maliva's definitely alive, but she didn't do this, Saffron stated. She was arguing with the killer about having to clean up their dirty work, which means someone else is behind the murders of Massimo and the guards. If I had to guess, the murderer slayed Massimo, then compelled the guards to walk themselves out here. Then the murderer left the bodies for Maliva to bury. Maliva was so pissed off at whoever killed the guards for dumping them so close to her hideout that she did a terrible job hiding them, and that's why we found the burial site so easily. Maliva is also taking orders from this person, and if I had to guess, they're the leader of the Cloaked Flame, Jenna stated. But we don't know who this Shadowed One could be either. It's obvious, isn't it? Devin asked quietly. Dylan heard the ache in his voice, and it pained her to experience. We don't have concrete proof, Dylan warned. How much more proof do we need? Devin demanded, and his voice grew harsh. Raina lied to me. She must have. Let's look at the facts, Envis started. How did you two meet? Was it naturally, or did Raina come to you? Devin's expression was so broken as he said, She came to me at the library asking for help. Then she's showed up everywhere I've gone ever since. She accused me of stalking her, but now I think it's the other way around. She must have dated you in order to get close to Tavanna so she could keep an eye on the Queen's movements, Jenna said sadly. We know Raina was at the gala when Tavanna was poisoned, even though she wasn't invited, because you saw her. And she had to be on the rooftop with you 15 minutes prior to Massimo being murdered. We know she was at the palace at that time, and since she was a guest of Tavanna's, the guards probably looked the other way when she was roaming the royal quarters, Saffron added. It gave her ample opportunity and time to commit murder. It's possible Raina and Maliva have been planning this all along, and it's taken them 3 years to get the Cloaked Flame this far, Envis mused. Though how they're compelling people, I'm not sure. The might lock isn't enough. They need magic to make others do as they're told without consent. Raina's probably hiding part of her craft from me. I bet she's skilled at more than just coming up with inventions, Devin said. She had her sister fake her death so Maliva could do illegal things and make moves in the shadows, while Raina put up a front in order to keep up appearances. It was the perfect plan, and I was too stupid to see through it. I'll have searchers scour the city to bring her in. You don't have to be involved, mate, Envis said kindly. Devin's tone was full of steel. No. Once she's found, I need to look Raina in the eyes and ask her how she could find it in her cold heart to play me like this. Devin, that's harsh, Dylan said gently. We aren't sure if Raina's doing this. We might have this wrong. Lass, when you're working on a case, the evidence doesn't lie. No matter what your gut tells you, the obvious answer is usually the most likely one, Envis said, even if you don't want to admit it. Dylan couldn't argue with that. They had no other leads on anyone else, and everything pointed to Reyna. The information they found indicated nothing else. Saffron was still going through the paperwork on the desk. Her eyes widened when she picked up a piece of paper.
Another cipher. Can you read this, Jenna? Of course. Now that I've figured out the runes, I can decipher it instantly.
Jenna popped up from her seat and flounced over to Saffron, reading the cipher. Her face fell. Oh no. What is it? Dylan asked, wondering how it could get any worse.
This cipher talks about some kind of holding facility, Jenna said with dread. A place where Crimsons deposit people they've captured.
Okay, so that's where she's getting her minions, Envis replied. All these people around Crescentia that have gone missing, they're being taken to this holding facility. Then Reyna brainwashes them to fight for her with compulsion magic, and the Cloaked Flame has their army.
There are coordinates here, Jenna said. The warehouse is located about 100 miles outside of the city. We could be there in a few hours if we left now. If we free these people immediately, Reyna will find out, and then she'll get away.
We can't wait. If the Cloaked Flame is holding hundreds of people hostage, we have to free them immediately, Dylan insisted. Lass, I don't think you should come with us, Envis said. It won't be safe. You'll be putting the future of the Empire at risk if you're hurt, and that's exactly what the Cloaked Flame wants. Dylan went to argue before she held herself back. She'd never hesitated to join a fight, but maybe she should this time. She'd promised Envis, not to mention Taladin, that she'd be safer going forward and wouldn't take unnecessary risks. As bad as she wanted to help, she knew she was the Cloaked Flame's biggest target. She trusted that her companions could handle this. She'd play it smart this time. Okay, you're right, Dylan said, giving a nod. I'm the princess, so I have to give orders, not take action myself. You guys can take me back to the palace, and we'll alert Ray and his team about the warehouse once we get there. They'll free all the prisoners, and I'll stay put while the rest of you search the city and work on capturing Reyna. We'll have this Cloaked Flame nonsense wrapped up by the time Tavanna and Taladin return. As good a plan as any, Envis agreed. Let's get a move on, before Maliva realizes we're here and alerts Reyna that we're coming. They hurried to leave. As they rushed back into the city street, Dylan reached out to her brother. Devin, you okay? He jerked his hand away, recoiling from her. I'm fine. Just leave me alone. The bitter grief in his tone wrecked her spirit. There were tears behind his glasses, but he wouldn't allow them to fall. Dylan backed off, giving him some space. Chapter 20. Free falling. Are you guys sure you are going to be okay without me? Dylan asked, giving Envis a goodbye hug. She stood in her room, feeling more anxious than she had in years. It felt wrong, sending her loved ones into the line of danger without her. She wanted to be there, to protect them. We'll be just fine, Envis said, squeezing her back. Ray and his team are already on their way to liberate the holding facility. As for us, Reyna won't go quietly, but she can't fight us all off. Devin was miserably quiet. Dylan wished she could do something to comfort her brother in his time of suffering, but she couldn't fix a broken heart. Not one that had been shattered twice now, in absolutely horrible ways. Just get it done quickly, she whispered to Envis. For my brother's sake. He nodded. Jenna bounced up and down before she squeaked, Let's go, before she runs off! She expected her brother to wince at Jenna's words, but his expression remained stone cold. Dread roamed over Dylan as she feared what this next set of events might turn her brother into. As her friends left, Dylan sat on the couch and wearily sighed. This had turned out to be the worst possible outcome. She'd really been hoping Devin and Reyna would work out. Too good to be true, she supposed. Dylan did everything possible to distract herself, But she found she absolutely hated sitting around doing nothing while the people she cared for were out there taking action. Yes, she was safe here in the palace, but others were out there risking it all for her, and it didn't feel right. More than that, it felt terribly wrong, like they'd made some kind of mistake. It'd been hours since the others had left when Dylan decided she couldn't take it anymore. She made a plan to go back out there and find her friends before the door burst open.
Dylan!
Xana slammed the door behind her and rushed inside.
We need to talk right away.
Slow down and catch your breath, Dylan said. It appeared like Xana had run all the way here to get to Dylan as soon as possible. Xana gulped down air before she straightened.
You asked me to tell Raina earlier, and I did. I found something big.
Dylan's heart plummeted. Something even bigger than what they had already discovered? How could it possibly get any worse? What did you find?
I tailed her around the city and overheard her giving orders to some of those Crimson Flame goons. Those experiments she's been hiding? They're bombs,
Xana gushed.
Raina used them the night the new masters graduated, when the cloaked flame revealed itself.
Dylan recalled how the nightclub, as well as several buildings and businesses, had been destroyed by firebombs the night she'd graduated. The parade had been blown to pieces. Raina's the one making the bombs? Is she going to use them on Rhodian?
Worse than that,
Xana rattled.
I guess her magic has expanded. Before, she only had enough crafting power to make them strong enough to destroy a block or two. Now her bombs are large enough to destroy half the city.
A sickening nausea churned Dylan's stomach. She had a feeling the experiments Raina had been secretly working on were dangerous, but she never imagined they could pose such a cataclysmic risk. No wonder she hid them from us and didn't want the Elder Masters to know what she was working on. They would have immediately reported her to Tavanna.
Right,
Xana nodded.
That's exactly what I inferred.
Is she going to plant one in the palace?
From what I overheard, she's going to drop a bomb in each poor district of every non-magical city in Crescentia and blame the Rhodi for it. Thousands of civilians, innocent, non-magic users will die. Then the entire continent is going to be furious with Tavanna for allowing this to happen, and they'll revolt against her.
The Crimson Flame will get exactly what it wants, Dylan said in horror. There will be a full-on war.
Yeah, and she's been manipulating Devin to get information on us, pretending like she loves him or whatever.
Xana rolled her eyes and made a sarcastic noise.
Yeah, right. She was a former hunter working for Rachel who helped to attack Rhodian. People like that don't change. She gave your brother a sob story about how her sister went missing. She acts like she wants to hunt down the cloaked flame to throw him off the trail, but really, she's been playing us all along. She was never out of contact with Maliva at all. She just wanted her little sister to do her dirty work.
Do you know where Raina's keeping the bombs? Dylan hurried to grab her phone.
Yes. Once I was done tailing her, I snuck into her apartment and went through her stuff,
Xana said, pulling a piece of paper out of her pocket.
I found this. Their coordinates.
Dylan glanced at the sheet of paper and felt worse. This is in the Bethabara Desert. That's where Raina said Maliva supposedly went missing.
Exactly,
Xana said firmly.
The middle of the desert is the only place that could hide weapons this big. I bet Raina's on her way there, waiting to distribute the firebombs amongst the cloaked flame.
We've got to tell everyone about this. Dylan immediately dialed Tavanna's number, but the call didn't go through. She frowned. Perhaps Tavanna was in an area that didn't get any service. She attempted Taladin's instead, but that didn't work either. Dylan started to panic. She tried calling Envis, her brother, everyone in her family, but none of the calls went through. She switched to texting, both through the phone and social media, but each message came back with a reply that it couldn't be delivered. My phone's messed up. I can't call or text anyone, Dylan said, feeling panic beginning to rise. Xana had been messing with her phone at the same time Dylan was, and her noises of frustration grew louder with each passing minute.
Mine's not working either,
Xana said, showing her.
Did you use your phone at all today?
Not since last night, Dylan said before she added, Wait, Taladin always checks on me every morning when he's away, and I never got that message when I woke up. I didn't think much of it, thought he was busy, but what if he did text me and I never got it?
Reyna must have done something to screw up our phones so we couldn't communicate with each other.
Xana mumbled thoughtfully.
She's good at tech. I bet she messed with them when we weren't paying attention. I must have left mine laying out. Was she in the palace last night?
We went to the pool in the evening, so yeah. Dylan tried to remember if Reyna had slipped off at the party, but she'd been having such a good time with Envis and her friends, she hadn't noticed. Devin used his phone today, so his works, but I'm not sure about everyone else's. Either way, I don't know where they are in the city, and we can't get a hold of them if our phones are disabled.
Okay, no big deal. We just have to find Ray or someone else in charge, and they can handle stopping Reyna.
We can't, Dylan moaned. Ray took his team and most of our army 100 miles east. We found a holding facility where the Crimson Flame is imprisoning people this morning. Everyone who can do anything about this went to liberate them. Since Savannah and my dad are out of town, they can't help either.
Are you sure there's no one who can put a stop to this?
Xana pressed.
You're the princess, right? There must be someone we can call for help or somebody you can order around to do something.
You don't get how the monarchy works. I don't have ultimate power, and I can't just make help fall from the sky. Dylan spat. Like I said before, most of the guards and soldiers went with Ray to liberate the warehouse full of prisoners. I can't order more Rhodi to leave the barracks to stop Reyna. A mobilization of that many soldiers would take at least a day or more. She'd get word we were coming for her by then, and set her bombs off before we had a chance of getting there. Not to mention moving the rest of our soldiers would leave the city defenseless, and who's to say that's not what she wants? If there's an opening for her to siege the palace, then she'll do it. Xana's eyes widened. She put a hand to her chin, pacing around the room. What? Dylan asked, getting annoyed when Xana didn't speak her mind.
This is Reyna's plan, Xana said in shock. She wanted you guys to find the warehouse of prisoners and be out of the city so you could focus on freeing them. Then, while the rest of you were distracted and out of the way, she had the idea to plant those bombs everywhere without you noticing.
Xana threw her shoulders back and grinned.
But it's not going to work because she didn't plan on you staying behind and staying out of it. So we're going to put a stop to her plans before she has time to execute them. We can leave right now and we'll take her down. She'll never see us coming.
Alarm bells went off in Dylan's head. A gnarled feeling twisted in her gut as she said, Xana, no, I need to stay here.
For what?
Xana cast her arms skyward.
Look, you're my cousin and I care, but sorry, your life isn't worth the lives of thousands of others, even if you are the princess. Nobody's life is. Do you really want to see people get blown apart? Because that's what's going to happen if we don't do something.
The thought of her people being maimed and brutally killed struck Dylan right in the heart.
You're a warrior,
Xana pleaded, grasping at Dylan's hands. She clutched her fingers so hard they started to turn white, and Dylan winced.
Before you were a princess, you agreed to be a soldier and fight to protect people. Your vows made you swear to put the lives of others before yourself. You promised to sacrifice so others could live. Where's that promise now?
Guilt smothered her from the inside out. Was she betraying her vows by not putting herself in the line of fire? Envis, her father, and everyone else would tell her she absolutely needed to stay put and stay safe, but the fear mounting inside of her insisted that wasn't the right call. What would Desmond do? She wasn't sure what her past life would decide in this situation, and she was sure she wasn't giving any answers now. But Dylan's intuition was telling her something was off, so she stuck with her gut. I can't go anywhere. It's better for everyone if I get involved in a different way. Xana's gaze became cold as she steeled her tone.
Fine. If you're not going to help me, then I'll go by myself.
Xana, you can't, Dylan pleaded. You're just a student and you've barely gotten any training. Placing yourself into danger like this would be a death wish.
I want to protect people, even if it means putting myself at risk. You risked your life when you were a young Rhodi without much training, Dylan. You told me yourself that you rescued Taladin from the Hunters Guild when you were 15 and barely a Rhodi for more than a few weeks. How can you be a hypocrite and say that I can't do this when I'm an adult and more capable than you were back then as a kid? Xana questioned.
There was no one else to help me back then. We have a whole empire of people that can do something now, Dylan argued.
By the time your friends return, Reyna will have already put her plan into motion. Then there will be nothing we can do because there will be dead bodies all over Crescentia,
Xana cried.
We can't depend on Ray or other Rhodi or anyone else to solve this problem because there's no time to wait around. I need to leave now.
You can't go by yourself, Dylan begged.
Then come with me,
Xana pleaded.
You're a powerful Rhodi and the princess of Rhodian. I bet half the cloaked flame is terrified of you. We show up, and a bunch of them will get scared and run off once they see you do your thing. Then we take down the rest, and we'll put a stop to this rebellion.
When Dylan didn't answer, Xana huffed.
Look, we can wait for everyone to get back, but by then, Reyna will have set those bombs off, and innocent people are going to get hurt, probably killed. You're the princess. This is your responsibility to take action when your people need help. Are you really going to do nothing when the whole continent's in danger?
Xana, saving the day and becoming a hero isn't going to make you feel better about what happened to Tristan, Dylan said. She delivered the words as gently as she could, but even so, she knew they were a heavy blow. Xana's face turned a violent red, and her entire body shook with rage. Don't you dare bring my brother into this, Xana spat viciously. She got right into Dylan's face, speaking frantically.
Tristan wouldn't think twice about heading into danger to prevent this. He'd already be on his way there, and you know that. I'm going to make him proud and do what he would expect me to do. He'd want you to come with me so we can fight together as a family. So are you going to honor his wishes or be a coward and abandon me when I need you the most?
Without giving Dylan time to answer, Xana turned on her heel and strode through the door, her fists quivering in fury.
I'm going to stop Reyna with or without you. What's it going to be?
Dylan knew Xana was stubborn and would have her way no matter what. More than that, they were wasting time standing around arguing. Every minute they spent fighting was another chance Reyna had to hurt people, and Dylan couldn't let that happen. She would be no princess worthy of the title if she knew of a plot to harm her empire and didn't take action to prevent it from happening. If Reyna succeeded, thousands of people would die. Tavanna could lose the throne, and everything in Crescentia would be thrown into chaos. Dylan didn't have the time nor the option of sitting this one out. Dylan finally caved. Fine, I'll come with you. Just give me a few minutes. Xana rolled her eyes and punched the wall. Dylan ignored the outburst, trying to concentrate. She attempted to use the mind speak to reach out to any of her Rhodian companions, but found it didn't work. They were too far away to hear her. Even her connection with Saffron felt faint. She had to tell them something. At a loss for what else to do, she left a note behind for Envis and the others telling them where they were, along with the coordinates Xana had shown her, since her phone wasn't working. She left her room, and Xana followed behind. Dylan searched everywhere for guards she could leave a message with, but there were none around. Her teeth gnashed in frustration. Were more people than she thought dealing with this mess at the holding facility? Where was everyone? Her mind raced to come up with more options. Leanna had dropped Josh off at school this morning before going to work in the hospital wing, and despite searching the area, Yuki wasn't anywhere to be found either. She only had one more option. Hold on, I need to stop by Tito's room, Dylan said, giving it a last shot.
We're wasting precious time.
Rena could be placing those bombs right now, Xana hissed. But Dylan ignored her. She stampeded into Tito's apartment, which, to her dismay, she found deserted. Where the hell was her best friend? It'd be helpful if he was around, and he never was lately. Dylan gave up and turned to Xana. Guess we're on our own. Let's get the car. Finally, Xana breathed, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Dylan ran to Taladin's apartment, where she grabbed a set of keys that was hanging on the wall. Taladin had told Dylan she could use his car whenever she needed to, especially if it was an emergency. And this was definitely an emergency. The pair hurried down the royal garage underneath the palace. Since the war with the Hunters Guild had been won, a highway had been built through the Bethabar Desert leading to Rhodian. It would be the quickest way to get where they needed to go. The red sports car roared to life once Dylan pushed the button on the car's remote. Rachel had stolen the car and used it for herself when she'd taken Tavanna and Taladin hostage, but he'd gotten it back from the guild after the war was over and given it some upgrades. Dylan was thankful for that, as speed would be of the essence. She put in the coordinates in the navigation system and sped out of the palace garage onto the city streets. Once the car hit the highway, Dylan pushed the speedometer past 100, racing into the desert. As Dylan drove, she glanced into her rearview mirror to see a white van following in the distance. Her personal guard. Good. At least she and Xana wouldn't be completely alone in this. They'd have some backup. Dylan noticed her cousins certainly looked excited for her first real fight. It took all of Dylan's self-control not to shake her head in disbelief. Xana had no idea what she was getting herself into. Dylan had been eager to fight too, before she'd been in battles and realized what that meant, what it cost you. Are you sure you're ready for this? Dylan asked, tightening her hands on the steering wheel. I'm ready for it to be over, Xana replied confidently from the passenger seat. And by tonight, it will be. Devin crossed his arms, trying to appear rigid, but the truth was he was holding himself as he stared through a window that created a view into an interrogation room. The barracks, which were located not too far from the palace, had such rooms in case prisoners or enemies of the Rhodi needed to be brought in for questioning. Inside the room sat Rena, who was handcuffed to a desk and appeared absolutely terrified. The window was one way. He could see her, but she couldn't see him. Rena looked around in desperation, clearly searching for a way out. Devin didn't understand any of this. They'd found Rena in the crafting hall, working on a project. She hadn't put up a fight, as they expected her to, but allowed them to bring her in. When they'd arrested her, she appeared completely confused and hurt. The betrayal in her eyes had wounded him when their gazes connected, though he insisted to himself he didn't need to feel that way. She was guilty, after all. The facts all but indicated her guilt. He shifted uneasily, holding himself tighter. Why hadn't Rena fled? Had she not gotten any warning they were onto her and were looking to bring her in? Envis came into the room Devin was standing in, followed by Jenna. It's no good, he said. We can't get her to confess to any of this. Yeah, she ain't talking, Jenna piped up. Devin frowned. We can't hold her forever on circumstantial evidence. Envis gave a reluctant grimace. I've got searchers on call who are good at getting people to talk, but it's not something I like doing, particularly not to women. Devin immediately stiffened. Every part of him recoiled at the thought of Rena facing torture. No matter what she'd done, had done, or was planning to do, he never wanted her to go through that. If anything, he would take the pain for her, even now. He truly was a lost cause. He still cared for someone who obviously didn't give a damn about him. Don't do that. Let me talk to her first, Devin said. See if I can get her to confess. Sure you can handle it? Envis asked as he headed toward the door. I don't have a choice. Devin left the searchers and proceeded into the interrogation room alone. Rena was yanking at the handcuffs when he entered, trying to get them off, but her shoulder slackened when she saw his tall frame. "Devin," Reyna said in relief. "Thank Rhodi. Tell your friends to let me go." He didn't respond. Reyna's expression dropped, and she said meekly, "Devin?" Devin strode in front of the desk, facing her as he spread his arms upon the surface and leaned down. "Of all the things I thought you could accomplish, I didn't believe you were capable of this." "Because I'm not." Reyna's eyes narrowed. "Don't tell me you think I'm part of this too." "How couldn't you be?" Devin demanded. "You have to be the leader of the Cloaked Flame. Nothing else makes sense." "The leader?" Reyna barked out a cold laugh. "You must be out of your mind." "Quit acting like you don't know," Devin sneered. "You've been following me around for weeks. You were at the gala, and you poisoned Tavanna's drink. You killed Commander Massimo. Then you murdered the guards in front of Tavanna's room before you left them for Maliva to clean up." Reyna's expression completely changed. Hope glimmered in her eyes, and her lip quivered as she whispered, "Maliva? She's alive?" Her reaction appeared so genuine. Devin didn't understand how she could be such a good actress. "Of course she's alive. You know that. We found her hiding place," Devin shouted. "She's been communicating with you for months through hidden ciphers, doing your dirty work and cleaning up for you." "I thought my sister was dead. How could you know this and not tell me about it?" Reyna accused. "It was a very good story, convincing me that your sister was kidnapped and murdered. And you know what? I'm pissed I bought it." Devin spat. "I should have seen right through you." "Devin, if you know where my sister is, you need to tell me," Reyna shouted. "You know Maliva's alive. You've known this whole time," Devin cried. "You've been working with her." "I've been doing nothing but grieving for my sister for years," Reyna pleaded, and tears fell down her cheeks as she wrenched at the handcuffs in anguish. "How could you think I'd lie to you about missing her?" Devin was crushed as he watched the tears trail from Reyna's eyes. He didn't want to do this to her, yell at her, accuse her of horrible things, even though he knew this was all an act. Still, part of him said that Reyna's emotions were real, and that there was no faking what she'd been through. Devin switched tactics. "How were you manipulating people into doing your bidding? Can you compel others with your craft? Just give me the answers, and we can go our separate ways." "I don't want to separate. I like you," Reyna wept softly. "You played me," Devin said, and his voice broke. "You made me think I was in love with you when really you were leading me on the whole time." Reyna's gaze was wide and astonished. You love me?" He turned his back on her. "I believed I did. Now I know this is all just a game." "Devin, your feelings for me are real, and so are mine for you," Reyna shouted. "I love you too." "Don't say that," he barked, whirling around. "Stop trying to manipulate me. Please, if you have even a shred of kindness left in you, just confess so we can get this over with and you can stop hurting me." "I never want to hurt you, Devin, and I never have," Reyna replied. "I swear to you, this isn't my doing and I'm not involved. You've got the wrong girl." He stared at her, and she stared back at him. They held each other's gaze, and Devin found himself melting into a pile of smoldering cinders at the beckoning of her tear-struck eyes. "Devin, I did not do this," Reyna pleaded. "You have to trust me. I can't give you anything but my word, but I'm begging you to listen. I would never betray you like this. And if you think I'm capable of doing so, well, you might as well just kill me, because I would rather die than have you think I did this to you." She bit her lip and glanced away. Devin's heart pounded against his chest, and he barely suppressed a sob that escaped his throat. He turned abruptly and left, slamming the door shut. Once he was gone, Reyna put her head down on the desk and began to cry, whispering her sister's name.
Reyna's innocent,
Devin said once he returned to Jenna and Envis, his words short and forceful. How do you know? Envis asked. He and his sister had been watching the interrogation through the window, but that wasn't enough. They hadn't been in the room with him and felt what he'd felt, and his instincts were screaming at him that this wasn't right. I don't have any proof, Devin said. It's not like me to ignore the facts, but I'm certain without a doubt she's not involved. Can't let your heart get in the way of your head, mate, Envis objected. Let's look at the evidence again. There must be something else here, Devin demanded. Saffron strode into the room. Her features were drawn and menacing, never a good sign. Ray just called me, Saffron snarled. He said the holding facility was empty, but there were definitely prisoners inside. Signs indicated they were moved less than an hour ago. Envis completely erupted. Damn it! He slammed a fist into the wall, sliding down to the floor. We were so close! Where is the cloaked flame taking all these people, and in the blink of an eye? Devin asked furiously. How do you move hundreds of prisoners in seconds? I don't know, but from what I've seen in this interrogation, I'm starting to think we're flying up the wrong tree, Saffron said, cocking out her hip. Guilty people act guilty, even if they're putting on an act. Their body language and word choices give them away, no matter how hard they attempt to conceal the truth. My Griffin picks up on these kinds of cues automatically, and I'm not getting any of that from Reyna. Maybe we are wrong about her, Jenna offered. I mean, she's here, and the prisoners were moved when Reyna was in our captivity. Maybe her minions did it for her, but maybe not. If it's not Reyna, who is it? Envis snapped. We have no other leads. Devin's mind worked, putting pieces together. What had previously been hidden in the shadows suddenly became clear. He hadn't been able to see what was right in front of him before, because he didn't think it was possible. But now things were becoming all too real, and the notion caused him to stagger sideways, falling against the wall in disbelief. But he had to believe it. There was no other way. Devi, what's wrong? Jenna asked in concern, approaching her friend. It's Xana, Devin said in misery, turning toward her. She was right under her nose the whole time. Xana? Envis's brow knitted at first, before his eyes cleared. Of course. Why didn't we see it before? I'm not following, Jenna said slowly. How can it be your cousin? She showed up in Rhodian right after the attack on the city. When she did, she pretended to be a victim of kidnapping, but us chasing her led us right into an ambush, one where Dylan was the target and nearly got killed. Devin explained. She was standing near the drink table at the gala when Dylan and Tavanna's drinks were spiked, and she was in the royal quarters when Massimo and the guards were murdered. Dylan told Xana to investigate the gala's guests and let her know if there was anything at the gala the patrons had noticed. Envis mused. What if Massimo saw Xana spike the drinks, and she killed him before he was able to tell Tavanna about it? She did have access to the entire royal quarters, Saffron said. She lived there. The guards wouldn't have found it suspicious for her to come and go. That's why they wouldn't have taken notice of her movements or reported anything suspicious. And we know she has a craft, though she's denied it. We can all feel magic on her, Devin said. What if she's the one compelling people? What if she's been faking all along, pretending like she wants to be a Rhodi in order to have her shot at killing Tavanna? If she can compel people and she's been living in the royal quarters, why hasn't she used her compulsion magic on any of us? Jenna asked. Maybe she's not strong enough yet, Envis mused. It would be no easy feat of magic for her to compel Dylan or Tavanna, and if she was to compel one of us, it could blow her cover. She'd only get one shot to take down her target. She wouldn't risk it unless she had a good chance to take down the Queen and Princess both. And after the gala, we've never given her a big enough opening. Yuki's been following her around since she got here. You can't tell me he didn't notice anything, Jenna argued.
Maybe she's using her compulsion magic on Yuki in small ways, so he wouldn't recognize he's being manipulated, Envis suggested. Jenna pondered this.
He did tell me he's been very forgetful lately. He's not been able to remember the details of his diplomat meetings. He told me he was stressed because he's been working 2 jobs, but perhaps it's more than that.
Probably, because Xana's been compelling him in very small tidbits so she can sneak around without getting caught. That's why his brain's jumbled, Envis reasoned.
What's the motive, though?
Saffron questioned.
It fits, but what reason would your cousin have for creating an uprising against the Queen?
There was only a beat of quiet before Devin hushed. It's Tristan. He put a hand to his eyes, turning away from the others. She can't forgive us for letting him die. It's not the only reason, but I'm sure that's the main one.
Then we need to stop her right now,
Jenna squeaked.
Where is she?
Probably in her room, Devin said, before he choked on the words. He glanced at Saffron, whose pupils had dilated. Envis had gone completely white. We left Dylan alone at the palace. Devin was already moving. We need to get to her now. Go ahead of us. We'll catch up, Envis urged, and Devin burst into super speed. His body became a blur as he ran through the streets of Rhodian, hustling through the palace and arriving at his sister's room in seconds. Sis? Devin cried out. His heart plummeted when he realized Dylan wasn't here. He checked the adjacent rooms, but there was no answer. Had she gone somewhere? Devin spotted a note sitting on the kitchen counter. He grabbed it, recognizing his sister's handwriting. His throat tightened with every word he read. Guys, you've probably figured out by now that our phones aren't working. Reyna messed with them at the party, most likely, so we can't communicate with each other. I tried to find someone to deliver a message, but there's nobody around, and we have to leave now. I'm sorry, Devin, but I had Xana tell Reyna, and she discovered a plan. The Crimson Flame is going to set firebombs off in every city in Crescentia if I don't stop it, and since there's no help around, it's up to me and Xana. If I can find those bombs and stop them from being distributed before Reyna gets there to give the order, we can save lives. Once you find this note, come help us. We have the coordinates for where they're keeping the bombs. The bottom of the note had been ripped off, clearly by Xana. Devin crushed the note in his palm, his fist shaking. Everyone else's phones were working just fine. Devin had just used his to text Ray hours ago. He deduced that Dylan's phone was the only one that had been compromised, though Xana had been the one that had messed with it, not Reyna. There was no bomb plot. It was just a lie to get Dylan to leave the palace and be exposed. Xana had weaved such an elaborate plan. And now Dylan was gone. Probably somewhere out of the city, though Rhodi only knew where. The continent was huge. Locating his sister before Xana did her in was a long shot. But Devin would never give up on his twin, and he'd die before he allowed Xana to do this to her. Devin kept searching her room for more clues, but it didn't appear like there were any. The note was all that was left behind. The barracks weren't too far away from the palace, so the others arrived soon after. Saffron had transformed into a griffin to carry both Envis and Jenna on her back, and flown them there as quickly as she could. She landed on the balcony, and the searchers staggered off of her, tumbling into the room. Lass? Lass? Envis cried out desperately. She's not here. I already checked, Devin replied. Dylan left a note behind, but Xana ruined it. He handed the note to Envis. He read it, and so did the girls. Tears welled up in Jenna's eyes, while Saffron's harsh gaze absolutely blazed with fury. Can you use your singing magic to track her, like you did with the guards? Devin asked. Envis tried, but as he did so, the first note got stuck in his throat. He gagged, then shook his head. No, Desmond is too powerful. Her magic is blocking mine. Envis struggled to keep standing. He put a hand on the counter and rasped, Where did she take my girl? We're going to find out,
and we're bringing her back today," Saffron said with a snarl.
"This note indicates Dylan left of her own free will. She couldn't have gone anywhere unless she had a car. I'm checking the garage."
"We're going to search Xana's room," Devin said in a rush. They rushed out, and as Saffron went into the other direction, Devin ran down the hall to kick Xana's door down. It was locked, but Devin was so enraged that it didn't matter. He brutally broke the wood that composed the door in half, kicking it so hard that it splintered around the handle as it swung open. He shoved the shattered pieces aside and stepped in. Xana's room was an absolute filthy mess. When she'd gotten here, Xana had demanded that she have a personal maid to clean up after her, like Dylan did. When Tavanna gently explained that was a privilege only reserved for the top officials in the royal family, and that as a student, she was required to keep her own quarters clean as a sign of self-discipline, Xana had thrown a giant fit. "She's so entitled," Devin thought viciously. He was angry with himself for not seeing the signs sooner. He moved around the piles of dirty clothes on the floor and started going through her wardrobe, flinging drawers open and dumping them on the floor. Jenna and Envis helped him, rifling through Xana's things for any clues. "Found Crimson Flame uniforms," Envis spat, tossing them out of Xana's dresser. "She barely bothered to hide them. She didn't think she'd ever get caught." Jenna yelped as she accidentally knocked into a side table that held a marble ball with swirling designs. The heavy object fell, rolling across the floor. Jenna bent to pick it up, but as her skin touched the object, it suddenly began levitating in mid-air. "What's going on?" Jenna asked. The boys turned toward the object, which spun faster and faster. From the object's middle projected a great beam of light, one that hurt their eyes to look at. Devin peered at the light and saw that it had taken a circular shape in the middle of the room, big enough for a person to walk through, some kind of gateway. The interior of the gateway twisted with colors and light, depicting a galaxy. "I've never seen something like this before," Envis said, inspecting it from a distance. "What do you think it does?" Devin asked, approaching the swirling gateway. He didn't touch it, but got as close as he could. "I'm not sure, but we might know someone who could tell us," Jenna suggested. "This is technology and magic we don't understand. We need a Rhodi who's good at that kind of thing, and there's only one I can think of." Devin understood her meaning immediately. "I'll be right back." Reyna glanced up as Devin came racing through the door to the interrogation room. So fast the wind he created from his sprint blew back her hair. He knelt down, undoing the handcuffs that bound her. "I'm sorry. We got it wrong. I know you're not involved," Devin said quickly, tossing the handcuffs aside. "But the person who is responsible took Dylan, and we need your help to find where she is." Reyna stood, her expression unreadable. "Just help me find my sister once I help find yours. Deal." Devin threw Reyna onto his back, then took off. Reyna grasped onto Devin, her hands tightening over his chest and legs wrapping around his waist. She glanced around, bewildered at all the colors flying by as he ran to the barracks. Not even her bike could go this fast. She held him closer, feeling her heartbeat pounding wildly against his as the thrill of his magic swept around them both. He came to an abrupt stop, and Reyna almost fell. He caught her before she hit the floor, and helped her back up. Reyna was about to ask him how he managed to direct himself and know where he was going at a speed that intense, but her attention was taken away as she noticed the hovering orb and the gateway that had bloomed in the middle of the room. "Do you have any idea what this could be?" Devin asked. "This is a portal," Reyna said immediately, mystified by the sight of it. "I've only seen one in my life, cast by a hunter when I was still a part of the guild. It's how Rachel was able to get around Crescentia so quickly. It can take you from one spot to another in the blink of an eye. You can be on this side of the continent, step through a portal, and be on the other side in seconds." "How did Xana get access to one?" Envis questioned. "Look around," Reyna suggested. "If you find more than one, you'll have your answer." They left the orb alone, searching the rest of the room. Jenna yelped as she cried out, "I think I've got one!" She extended her hand, which held a small candle. At her touch, another portal blossomed out of it, taking place beside the first. "I have one too," Envis said. He displayed to them a miniature figurine, a toy soldier, one that had probably been Tristan's as a small child. As he grasped the toy soldier, yet another portal opened up, until nearly all the space in the room had been taken up by the vortexes. "These are ridiculously valuable magical objects," Devin said. "It would be incredibly difficult to find access to these." "Not if she's making them herself. She has to be a portalist," Reyna said. "It's an extremely rare gift, even rarer than being a seer, but that's the only way I can fathom her being able to make items like this." "She can compel people and make portals?" Jenna said in dismay. "What else can this psycho do?" The broken door was kicked to even more pieces as Saffron strode through. She was followed by Yuki, along with Tito. Their gazes widened as they took in the scene of the spinning portals. "What did you find?" Saffron demanded. "Xana's a portalist," Devin said. "That's how she's been moving prisoners around and moving the might lock before we can get there to stop her." "Well, they didn't take a portal to wherever they went, because Taladin's car is missing," Saffron stated. "I think Dylan drove them to where they were headed. Xana didn't want to expose her powers." "I came to help as soon as I heard the news," Yuki said. "Unfortunately, Saffron and I found more bad news on the way here. Dylan's personal guard is dead. We discovered their bodies on the first floor of the palace. Nobody bothered to cover them up, which means whoever killed them was in a hurry." "Damn it." Envis put his face in his hands, bending over. "Xana killed Dylan's guards, then rushed to get her out of the palace." "Where were you?" Devin demanded angrily, turning to Tito. "Didn't you see them leave?"
"I was, on a date," Tito said sheepishly, blushing as he admitted it. "I've been gone since this morning."
"Are you kidding me? Today is the first day you managed to drag your ass out of bed before noon?" Devin shouted.
"Bro, I cannot hang around here all day on the slight chance that somebody gets kidnapped and I have to be here to witness it. You Rhodi have an obsession with being captured. I've got a life too, you know,"
Tito bellowed.
"Quit fighting. This isn't helping," Reyna snapped. "If I have this right, and I'm not saying I do because it's just a guess, I've studied portals, and the way I understand they work is you can't make a portal unless you have an object, and that object only goes to one location. It can take you back and forth from point A to point B, but it can't take you anywhere else. If a portal is set up to take you to a beach in Marceleno, then it can only go to that beach, and not anywhere else. That's why she has multiple objects here, because she needs to be able to go back and forth to various locations in order to communicate with her henchmen at will." Reyna took a breath. "Except some advanced portalists have been known to have main portals. These portals can transport them anywhere, at any time, so long as another object they've formerly created to be a portal has been placed on the other side of it. This main portal would be something she'd always keep on her person no matter what." "So what does that mean for us?" Envis demanded. "Xana needs to have a way out if this goes wrong. She knows there's a possibility she can't keep Dylan under control." "Is there anything she keeps on her at all times? Something she never takes off?" Reyna asked. "A necklace Tristan gave her," Devin said, realizing immediately. "She wears it all the time." "That's gotta be her main portal," Reyna stated. "And I bet one of these portals in this room will take us to wherever Dylan is. We just have to keep testing until we find the right one."
"So, what? Do we just walk through these crazy spitting thingies?"
Tito yelped. "Sounds like it. How do we get back?" Devin questioned. "We don't have a main portal like Xana does." "We'll just have to keep moving through portals until we get to where we need to go," Reyna said firmly. "I suspect Xana will always have another object portal waiting on the other side of wherever we're headed. We'll keep walking through them until we find her." "We need to tell the adults," Devin said. But Envis was already on it. The searcher dialed his phone, putting it to his ear. "Get back here now," Dylan's missing.
What?
Taladin's panicked, squawked, screeched throughout the room, though the phone wasn't on speaker. Xana's the leader of the Cloaked Flame. They've got Dylan, but we have a lead on where they might have taken her, Envis replied. Return to the palace as fast as you can. It's going to take all of us to make them give her back. Envis hung up on Taladin as he belligerently demanded to be told what was going on. Devin readied himself to step through the first portal, saying, Someone needs to stay behind and fill Tavanna and Taladin in once they get back.
That's me.
Tito raised his hand.
You guys have fun risking your lives again.
As Devin faced the portal, Reyna came to join his side. Remember, this is just a theory. I could be wrong about this. I have faith that you're right, Devin said, and he slipped his hand into hers. Reyna didn't pull away, but held it fast. They walked through the closest portal to them while the others, minus Tito, followed. It was a strange experience, stepping through a portal. Devin felt his stomach bottom out as he went free-falling through space. Different hues and shades spun around him, until he thought he might be sick. But Reyna's grip tightened in his, and he took another step forward, finding his shoe met solid ground. Devin emerged from the portal, his friends behind him. Once they were all through, the portal shut, leaving them stranded. All around them were tall pine trees stretching up to the heavens, and enormous mountains looming overhead. In the center of the clearing was a cabin, all alone in the middle of nowhere. I think I'm gonna be sick, Jenna whimpered, holding her stomach. Walking through portals feels like riding a roller coaster. Saffron glanced from left to right.
I recognize these woods. This is Adamaris. The portal truly did take us hundreds of miles away.
Devin dropped Reyna's hand and took off. He showed back up a few seconds later in the same spot and said, The forest is quiet. I ran a mile around the area and didn't see anyone. Check the house. Envis sprinted toward it. Saffron transformed into a griffin, bashing down the door with a heavy shoulder. Inside, all they found was a single bed, a pathetic kitchen, and a fireplace that looked like it hadn't been used in months. This must have been one of her hideouts before she came to Rhodian, Yuki suggested, stooping by the hearth. No one would find her concocting devious schemes out here. No, and since she's a portalist, it would be no trouble for her to kidnap people, push them through her portals, and compel them once they're back here, Reyna suggested. Dylan's not here. We need to keep looking, Saffron demanded. The group rummaged through the few items the cabin had, until Yuki picked up a wooden spatula lying next to the cast iron stove. Another portal instantly bloomed to life, and they abandoned the cabin to venture to the next location. When they walked out of the next portal, Jenna gagged. She bent over her knees, trying to retain her last meal. Yuki hurried to her, rubbing her back and uttering soft things. Devin hurriedly took in his surroundings. They had ended up somewhere in Marceleno. He knew, because he could smell the salty sea nearby, and the muggy tropical air was thick with moisture. Concealed within a jungle was an abandoned warehouse, nearly covered by palm trees. They entered the building, which they found was stuffed with a variety of empty cells. This is where Xana must have been keeping prisoners, but she moved them, like she did this morning with the holding facility Ray was sent to, Devin stated. I don't think Dylan is here either. Flying to the next portal, Envis said abruptly. It has to be close. A leather-bound book concealed under a wooden bucket was their next ticket. The book blossomed into a rotating vortex, and as they ventured through it, they found themselves returned to Xana's room. Jenna wavered, her knees buckling as she went pale. Yuki caught her, holding her upright. We're back at the palace, Devin moaned, fisting a hand in his curls. We're going in circles. Just keep the book on us so we can grab Taladin and Tavanna once we find where Dylan is, Envis said quickly. Let's try the next one. Jenna can't keep going through these portals, Yuki demanded. They clearly affect everyone differently. She's going to get really sick if she keeps trying. Same here, Reyna said weakly. She'd gone pale and weaved on the spot since they'd come through the last portal. I feel like I'm going to pass out. It was clearly strained magic and difficult on the body to transport physical beings across thousands of miles in a few short moments. Devin wasn't having any symptoms, and he was glad for it, because he wanted to be able to fight when it was time, but it was obvious the others weren't so lucky. Yuki, you can stay here and tend to the girls, but we're going on ahead, Envis insisted. Truth be told, he was developing a pounding migraine that got worse with each portal he took, but he'd allow his head to explode first before he came home without his lass. Devin guided Reyna to a chair, helping her sit. I wouldn't leave you like this, but we have to keep moving. You're going to find her, I promise, Reyna said weakly. She squeezed his hands lightly before she said, Go. She needs you. Devin ripped himself from Reyna's side and grabbed another object, this time the candle they'd found earlier. Once it brushed his skin, the portal opened up again, and Devin leapt inside. Envis and Saffron accompanied him through it, and Devin found himself whirling through space, in a race against time. Devin hoped that they'd find his twin soon, though every portal they took only delayed them from finding the proper location and gave Xana another chance to make her next move. They couldn't keep making the wrong guess. Dylan only had so much time before Xana ended her life. Chapter 21. The Shadowed One. Dylan saw the outline of a building approaching on the horizon. As she drove closer, what was first a shadow against the setting sun became the outline of a beautiful building. A brick palace, one crafted with lobed arches, geometric motifs, and slender minarets stood within the desert sand. It was built in the Far Eastern style, something Dylan's ancestors might have constructed, but had certainly been abandoned long ago. It was definitely a large enough structure to hold firebombs. Dylan pulled the car off the highway and parked by the side of the road. They'd gone fast enough they'd lost the van behind them a few miles back, but her guards would catch up. Xana unfastened her seatbelt and asked, Do you have a plan? We go in, find the firebombs, and confront Reyna if we have to, Dylan responded. Stay close to me. Xana walked behind her as Dylan proceeded toward the palace. She entered through the front gate, but although the wooden doors creaked as she opened them, no one came running in to stop her like she expected. They entered the elaborate palace, and Dylan noted the intricate floral patterns and signature Far Eastern calligraphy decorating the walls. It'd be an incredible place to explore if it wasn't so dangerous to be here. She and Xana roamed the halls, but although Dylan checked room after room, she didn't see anything suspicious. Dylan didn't understand why they hadn't run into any crimsons by now, because they should have. Dylan's exploration led her to a massive throne room in the center of the palace, one that could fit hundreds of people. She turned in place, observing the balcony that was wrapped around the second floor above her. In the center of the room was a marble pillar carved in the shape of a fiery phoenix, wings rising to take flight. This place has to be thousands of years old, Dylan said, her voice echoing back at her as she spoke. Thanks. It's an old Hunters Guild hangout. The Red Huntress stayed here from time to time, but it's found a greater purpose now, Xana said, tone dripping with delight. Dylan froze in place. How do you know this was a Hunters Guild hideout? Xana didn't answer. Dylan slowly turned. A sickening, wretched feeling took over her entire body, twisting it into a convoluted chill as a bastardized smile spread across Xana's face. Xana gave an egotistical laugh. You're so stupid, Dylan. Dylan's instincts kicked in. She immediately went to transform, but before she could take a step, a sharp pain entered her neck. She gasped and clutched at the sting, and her fingers found a syringe. She yanked it out, but found with terror that the vial was empty. Her legs wouldn't hold her weight. She became weak falling to her knees as a brunette woman walked around her. The brunette had snuck up on her and delivered the syringe from behind. "What took you so long?" the brunette asked scathingly, wrinkling her nose at Xana. "Maliva," Dylan hissed. The brunette temporarily paused, surprised that Dylan knew her name, before she shook it off and came to stand by Xana's side. "Mightlock is a good sedative, but it's also useful against shifters. Makes it so they can't change," Xana taunted. "Your tigress skin won't do you any good now." Dylan was horrified as she once again attempted to change and found she couldn't. Her tigress was blocked off, in a place she couldn't reach. She still had her Rhodi training, but she found that the coursing of Mightlock through her system made it nearly impossible for her to move her limbs. She was completely defenseless. "Tie her up," Xana ordered. Dylan attempted to crawl off, but barely pulled herself an inch across the ground before Maliva grabbed her by the back of the shirt. She dragged Dylan to the marble pillar of the Phoenix, slamming her against it. Maliva shoved her hands against Dylan's shoulders. Magical binds wrapped the princess's body, pinning her to the stone. Dylan wrenched at the binds, but without access to her tigress form, and without any of her strength, she couldn't break free. "You know how difficult it's been to get you alone?" Xana asked in a condescending tone as Maliva stepped back. "You're always with somebody. If you're not with Devin, you're off screwing your boyfriend or running around with your big-mouthed best friend. Not to mention the queen and her brainless brother are always tailing your every move like you're some kind of little kid. Aren't you supposed to be an adult?" Xana rolled her eyes. "And your guards follow you everywhere. It took me so long to develop a plan to get rid of them." "My guards," Dylan gasped. She thought of the van, realizing she never actually saw any of her personal guard get into the vehicle. "The van that followed us was full of Crimson's cousin. No one's coming to save you." Xana gave a harsh snicker. "No one even knows where you are. And they're not going to, because I destroyed that little note you left behind for your red-haired boy toy. By the time he and his searcher buddies locate you, you'll be nothing more than a corpse." Xana came closer, her eyes deranged and senseless. "I didn't think it would take this long to get to you. When I put on that big damsel in distress act after you rescued me in the desert, I tried to compel you then so I could kill you." Xana let out a cheerful giggle. "But I realized that I couldn't. Your power is so immense that I was unable to conquer it. I realized I'd have to do things a different way." "You're the one who killed all those people," Dylan slurred. Her tongue was thick in her mouth, and Xana's voice was fuzzy. It was hard to stay conscious, but Dylan fought to remain awake, because every moment she bought herself was another chance she'd make it out alive. "Wow, awesome! Congrats, you finally figured it out," Xana cried sarcastically. "It was me who set off all the firebombs in Rhodian the night the new masters graduated. I poisoned Havana's drink at the ball, and I killed Massimo." Xana bowed to her, giving a cackle. "I am she who was called the Shadowed One. It's a pleasure to meet you." Dylan took heavy breaths to steady herself and to quell the rage that was threatening to make her lose it. The Rhodi needed to remain in control of themselves at all times. If they weren't, they'd make mistakes, and she couldn't make another mistake here, or it could mean her end. "I can't believe I didn't see right through you." "You're the one who made it so easy," Xana shot back. "Yuki was difficult to get rid of from time to time, but I was able to outwit him more than once. You asked me to find out if there was anyone at the gala who'd noticed anything. Massimo had seen me slip something into Havana's drink, so he had to die before he ran his mouth. You gave me the perfect red herring when you suspected Reina was at fault for all of this. You want someone to blame, Dylan. Blame yourself for missing the obvious." "What about my phone?" Dylan demanded. "You mess with that like you messed with my note?" "Of course I was the one who tampered with your phone, dumbass," Xana said, rolling her eyes. "It's like you're 5 steps behind. I honestly couldn't believe it when you took me in so easily, merely because we share a blood bond. We haven't seen each other since we were kids, and yet you were willing to extend an invitation to me with open arms.
Xana scoffed.
Then you accepted that fake apology like it meant something so easily, without even considering if I was still mad at you. Newsflash, Dylan. I didn't like you before I came to Rhodian, but you making that pathetic confession to me that you used to carve yourself up like some kind of weirdo just made me hate you more. I'd never forgive someone who did that to themselves. Makes me embarrassed to be related to you.
Dylan let the insults slide off of her like they meant nothing, because they didn't. Xana's opinions were worthless if she could do something like this. She never should have allowed her cousin the ability to wound her emotions so easily. She didn't deserve that right.
You lied to me. You said the Crimson Flame killed your parents. What's the real story? Dylan demanded. You idiot, I was the one who killed my parents, Xana snapped. They didn't fall in line, so they needed to go. Dylan was speechless. Of all the things she'd been expecting, it wasn't that. She could have guessed that Keaton and Rhonda's deaths were an accident, or that Xana had ordered one of her warriors to take them out. But Xana had killed them herself? Even for her, that seemed unbelievable. I didn't feel anything when I killed my dad. Keaton was a cockroach who needed to be exterminated. I actually enjoyed hearing him scream, Xana said flatly. My mother, though, I didn't want her to see it coming. She was weak, and she didn't protect me from my father. But she wasn't a self-inflated braggart like Keaton was. Her end was quick and painless. Dylan grieved Xana's words, because she wished with every part of her that they weren't true. Dylan desperately missed Killam and Yeshua every day. She couldn't imagine a world where she'd willingly want her parents gone from it, but Xana had created that for herself. Tell me why, Dylan demanded. You went through all this work to bring me here. You should at least explain why you went through all this trouble in the first place. The Crimson Flame, why you killed your parents, all of it. Xana's eyes narrowed as she replied cruelly. Why? Ask Tristan why. Dylan remained silent, and Xana snapped. Oh, right, you can't. Because he's dead. Xana slowly paced the room, her steps cautious, mind wandering. My little brother was the only thing that made life worth living. I was raised in an unforgiving home with a narcissist father who only cared for his own happiness at the expense of his children and a distant mother who wished to run away from it all. Any love I received growing up was conditional and fake. Xana's words grew softer. But not Tristan. He and I were as close as any two siblings could be. I didn't want to leave him. You know, my father forced me to attend that university I didn't care for. It was the last time I saw my brother alive. When I left, I didn't know that the Rhodi would take him from me. Xana clenched her teeth as she rounded on Dylan. You and Devin already lost your parents. You didn't need to bring the rest of us into your grief. But no, you made my brother take vows too, and put his life on the line for a continent that never did a damn thing for him. Tristan became a Rhodi because it was his choice. Dylan protested violently, struggling against her bonds. Because he wanted to be a hero, like you two were, Xana sneered. But what he didn't realize was that you and Devin weren't heroes. My brother got himself killed, and it was for nothing. I wish 100 times over that you and the rest of the Rhodi had died and Rachel had risen to power, because at least then, Tristan would still be alive, and he'd be mine. Xana's face darkened as her voice became maniacal. I flunked out of university after Tristan's death. I didn't want to be there anyway. I came back home, and I found I couldn't let go of what had happened. I tried, but I couldn't find a way out of my pain. My parents, the whole world, everyone was okay with moving on from Tristan's death, but I wasn't. I never felt angrier than the day I watched your coronation on television, broadcasted for all of Crescentia to see. The sickening, ignorant smile on your face as the queen placed the crown on your cursed head twisted into me. I thought to myself, it wasn't fair that Tristan was gone and here you were, ruling over it all with absolutely no consequences. It went against the natural order of things. It was wrong. Where was the judgment? The sacrifice?
I had to sacrifice a lot to get Crescentia where it is today, Dylan insisted.
But you didn't lose your life. And after I lost my brother, I knew that wasn't fair. You got to keep Devin, and he got to keep you, but I was all alone in this world. The scales were imbalanced. I knew I needed to right things.
Xana stroked the ends of her hair, running her fingers through the locks to calm herself.
I knew Tavanna and the rest of you needed to lose your positions of power, if not be extinguished altogether. I didn't know how to make that happen. I didn't have magic, and I was weak. There was nothing that could be done.
She stilled completely, reminiscence gracing her features as if she was touched by a holy light.
And then I did my own research. Day and night, I kept myself awake, telling myself there had to be a way. Then I found something. Power within our family line. A magic so deep and so vengeful, nothing could resist it. This ancestral power required not just my flesh, but the bones of someone I held dear. Crushed and powdered, a magic I drank deep into my soul.
What did you do to Tristan's body? Dylan whimpered, feeling as though she was going to be sick.
I had to dig him up, Dylan. It wasn't a choice,
Xana mused.
You wouldn't have done it, but you've forgotten the meaning of family. The only way to avenge him was to desecrate him.
I'm not the one who's forgotten about family, Dylan hissed, yanking at her bonds.
Your pathetic little group of codependent, mentally ill morons isn't what I'd call a family,
Xana said scathingly.
Though why should I be surprised? You're just as crazy as the rest of them.
Now it was Dylan's turn to laugh, though it was heartless and wrecked with fury.
It's hilarious you think I'm the crazy one.
Say what you will, but the craft that resided in Tristan's bones made me what I am today. That ancestral power didn't just give me the awakening to my own craft. It also gave me the ability to awaken magic in others,
Xana said with excitement.
Not even the Red Huntress had that kind of power.
Oh yeah? What can you do that's so great? Dylan mocked. It wasn't just a taunt. It was a ploy. If she was getting out of here, she needed to know what Xana was capable of. Xana fell for it.
Well, you already know I can compel people. It was hard at first. When I started kidnapping people years ago, I could only compel 1 or 2 at a time. I had to grow my movement slowly, so no one noticed what I was doing. Now I'm so strong that I can compel hundreds at a time to do my bidding, although it doesn't work on everyone. I wasn't able to compel any of the people who were around you at the time, unfortunately. Despite how much I despise Tavanna and Taladin, they are still talented Rhodi, and Devin is no pushover either. The stronger a person is, the harder it gets to compel them.
Xana shrugged.
I'm sure I'll be able to compel anyone I like eventually once I get enough practice. I just need time to grow my power.
Yeah, well, you always were good at sucking the life out of people.
Insults aren't going to get you out of this one,
Xana spat.
I considered brainwashing that moron Tito or your little searcher pets and sending one of them after you to murder you. But to do so and mess up would give me away. I needed a perfect plan, one without fault or possibility of being thwarted, and you fell into my trap exquisitely. Your jokes are amusing, but no one will be laughing once they're all under my control.
You can't brainwash an entire continent. Nobody's that strong, Dylan protested.
You don't get it, do you? The magic Tristan gave me made it so I'll become unstoppable,
Xana seethed.
Before he died, Tristan's craft expanded to the point where he gained experience with every hunter he defeated or killed, and through the ancestral magic that I performed, he passed that power on to me. I, too, have gained the ability to grow stronger with every enemy that I defeat.
I gain experience each time I win a battle, each time I deliver a killing blow.
Dread seeped through Dylan's body until it froze her in place. That was the absolute worst power for Xana to have. Tristan had gained that ability for only a few short months, and he'd been a terrifying opponent to go up against. Dylan couldn't imagine the potential Xana had within her, the potential that was growing each and every day. But Dylan was courageous, and she'd never give in, not even when circumstances were this dire. I don't care how much power you amass or how much you believe in this ridiculous cause of yours. Eventually, the Rhodi are going to stop you.
You don't understand. It's not just me, Xana sneered. Yeah, I've been brainwashing people, but you know what? There are a lot of citizens in Crescentia that are upset they didn't get a say in the Rhodi taking over. Not everyone's happy your darling Tavanna became queen overnight, and not everyone agrees with her ruling decisions. I don't have to keep kidnapping people and making them fight for me. I've got enough allies on my side now that want to help me take the Rhodi down.
Xana gave an overbearing smirk.
Thanks for that, by the way. The Far Eastern government has been a generous companion to my cause. They never would have listened to me if Devin hadn't pissed them off by killing their representative. Getting them to fund me before was difficult, but they were all too happy to throw money at me once Hamad perished in such an awful way. Of course, it was my poison that killed him in the end, but they don't need to know that. I do have to thank the Alistanians, though. I never would have gotten off the ground if they hadn't offered so much mightlock in exchange for promising Tavanna's head.
How Xana had been paying for the Cloaked Flame's expenses became clear. She'd gone throughout Crescentia and found enemies of the Rhodi who had resources and wanted to put them toward destabilizing the Empire for their own gain. I can't believe you're siding with people that used to support slavery and war, Dylan said in disgust.
There are all kinds of individuals who are happy to cause death and suffering.
But why would you want to help?
Because they're helping me. You don't get anywhere in this world for free. You need to make sacrifices. I'll deal with them once I'm done with the rest of you. And by then, I'll have so much power they'll bend to my every whim.
Xana shook her head.
And to think, you guys have helped me too. Devin was so busy being love-struck, and the rest of you were so obsessed with getting to know Blondie that it gave me time to sneak into her office without being noticed and steal her blueprints. Reyna wanted to be a goody two-shoes and create safer demolition tech for buildings that had previously been abandoned, but I think my Crimsons will have no trouble converting her blasting tech into bigger firebombs. The ones we made to destroy downtown Rhodian were impressive, but the information we've gathered now will make them so much more dangerous than they ever could have been.
Leave Reyna's inventions out of this, Maliva burst. She had been observing the conversation silently, but when her sister's name was brought up, she stepped in. I've helped you this far, but don't cross the one line I've drawn.
You're not the one making the rules, Xana snapped. Don't forget, I'm the Shadowed One.
Maliva scoffed. Like that means anything special. Maliva, how could you do this? Dylan asked, trying to appeal to Maliva's better nature. Your sister misses you. She wants you home. It's because of Reyna that I'm doing this, Maliva shot back. Do you really think I'd be working for the Cloaked Flame if I didn't have to? I'm here to save my sister's life. I wanted to stay a Rhodi. I didn't have a choice.
Maliva's already seen what will become of Crescentia. Her prophecies have shown her the way, and what she'll lose if she doesn't help me,
Xana said. Yes, I foresaw the truth 3 years ago. If the Rhodi continue to rule, my sister will die under Queen Tavanna's reign, Maliva replied. I don't care one way or another if Tavanna keeps the throne, but I won't lose the only family I have left. And if Tavanna lives, my sister will perish. So I was forced to join the only person who stood a chance of taking the Rhodian Empire down. I knew Reyna would never want me to go against the Queen, so I had to fake my death and make her think I was gone. Otherwise, I was going to lose her. I'll still lose her, unless the cloaked flame wins. We can find another way. Prophecies aren't always clear. We can rewrite the future and change destiny, Dylan insisted. I've never had a vision of mine that hasn't come to pass. Raoul's death proved to me that no matter how hard I try to change things, the future is written in stone unless I take extreme measures to stop it, Maliva replied. Maliva clearly had no taste for Xana nor her antics, but she was convinced that working for her was the only way to save Reyna's life. If you want to make demands, you need to put in the work. Read her future, Xana pointed at Dylan. Make sure she's not a threat and that she'll be conquered this day. Maliva snatched Dylan's hands. Dylan couldn't tell if there was anything happening, for she didn't feel any magic, though she recognized the glazed-over look in Maliva's. It was the same look April May had gotten when she'd received visions. In seconds, Maliva had gone ghostly white. She dropped Dylan's hand, backing away. No, it's impossible. What? What did you see? Xana screeched. Maliva shook her head. Do what you want with the princess, but leave me out of it. Xana's mouth twisted into a snarl. Whatever she foresaw, it doesn't matter. I figure once I kick your ass, I'll gain all your power and experience. Then I'll be able to compel you easily. Once you're brainwashed, I'll do whatever I like to the Empire. I'm not going to fight you, Dylan growled. No, you're not going to have a choice if you want to save your own skin. Xana skirted forward and snatched the hat off of Dylan's head, waving it in the air. After all, aren't you pissed off I took this? It's the only thing of your dad's you still have, you know. We're not kids anymore, Xana. Give that back, Dylan seethed. Why? It's not like you appreciate your family. Yeshua would be ashamed to see you wear it. After all, you have a new dad now, Xana teased, slipping the hat onto her head. It absolutely infuriated Dylan to see it on her. Xana spread her arms wide and called to the balcony above, Come, my crimsons! Witness glory as your shadowed one defeats the precious princess of Rhodian! On the balcony above, crimsons emerged from the shadows. Dylan's heart fell, and she lost all hope. Hundreds of Xana's fighters were summoned at her command. Even if she managed to stagger away, Dylan knew there was no chance she'd get to her car and drive off before those crimsons stopped her. Maliva loosened her spell, and Dylan fell to her knees. She couldn't even stand upright. Xana approached, taking a fighting stance. Come on, Dylan. Let's see who's stronger. When I'm intoxicated, outnumbered, and can't shift, not much of a fight, Dylan sneered. I'm not a Rhodi. I don't have to play by some stupid code. Xana kicked Dylan in the side. Dylan fell over, coughing and clutching at her stomach. Xana continued to punch and kick Dylan, screaming at her to get up and retaliate while Maliva observed, her expression detached. Dylan knew she couldn't fight back when she was inebriated like this. She could barely tell which way was up, let alone throw a punch. There were two Xanas above her, created by her double vision. Even if she tried to fight back, she'd probably miss her swing. If she lost to Xana in a fight, even one that was unfair, then her cousin would take her power and doom the rest of the world. All she could do was not engage. But if she didn't do something, Xana was going to kill her. Slowly. Being beaten to death was no way she wanted to go. There was only one option. Dylan urged her craft inside to grow stronger and come to her aid. She felt the stirring of love magic inside her chest, but it was warring against the might lock and struggling to get out. From a short distance away, behind one of the pillars, Dylan thought she heard a kind of whooshing sound, though she figured it was just her imagination. Why won't you fight me? Xana screamed. She slapped Dylan across the face, and she went sprawling. Dylan saw stars as Xana's voice grew louder, crying, Show me your strength! You want someone to pick on? Try me. Dylan's heart leapt as she saw her brother standing in front of a swirling vortex. In his hand, he grasped a small toy soldier, and his shoulders were quivering in rage as he faced Xana. Leva had certainly been following Devin and Reyna around, because her face paled when he arrived, like she recognized him. Devin and Maliva locked eyes, and that's when she fled, racing out of the throne room through a spare door. Devin let her go, concentrating on Xana.
"You're faster than the others, so you got here first,"
Xana seethed, sending a cackling laugh Devin's way.
"But I already have a contingency plan for you."
A figure leapt from the balcony, falling downward. When the figure rose, they threw back their hood, revealing a woman who was covered in thick, harsh burns. Dylan didn't recognize who she was through the burns, but her gut told her she'd run into this person before. The woman gave a sick smile and focused her eyes on Devin. Her brother instantly dropped to the ground, convulsing as his eyes shut, fists clenched desperately. As she watched her brother writhe on the ground, Dylan realized she knew exactly who it was. "No," Devin mumbled to himself, no longer conscious of what was going on around him, trapped within dark memories he couldn't escape. "Please!" There was another whooshing sound as someone came flying through the vortex. Saffron, in her griffin form and talons extended, landed on the ground beside Devin. She took one look at the burned woman and gave a horrid caw. "Victorienne!" Saffron lashed her tail, beating her wings in disgust.
"And I thought we'd burned you alive."
"You left me under that tree to die, and so did Rachel, though I'm glad to say I survived," Victorian taunted. "This world won't be so easily rid of me."
"It was one of the greatest pleasures of my life when my talons removed your husband's head from his shoulders."
Saffron clacked her beak.
"Tell me, did you bury Viveka in pieces as I left him?"
Viveka was weak. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have died.
Victorian shot back, although her eyebrow twitched slightly at the mention of her dead husband's name.
"You will soon join him."
Saffron sprang, and Victorian leaped out of the way of the griffin's charge. Victorian opened her palm, and a spear materialized there as she called upon her craft. Victorian used the spear to keep Saffron at bay, stabbing the griffin in the sides. Saffron snarled, but as her blood spilled, she only grew more ferocious, attempting to find a way in. Devin stopped writhing on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. He shuddered, before he looked around and realized where he was, leaping onto his feet. Dylan still didn't understand why Devin wasn't still caught up in Victorian's visions. Before, when they'd been put under her spell, she'd cursed the whole group, and it'd been hard to rouse people from their darkest memories. Then Dylan realized that Victorian's craft had become less powerful since she'd been burned. She could only torment one person at a time now, and her attention was divided. Devin was up, but he didn't have a clear shot at Xana. More crimsons descended from the balcony once he'd awoken, surrounding him, and he had to deal with fighting off dozens of Xana's soldiers before he stood a chance of making it to his sister. The chaos was everywhere, and the sounds of screams as crimsons attacked filled the air, accompanied by Victorian's taunts and Saffron's screeches. Dylan's mind reeled, struggling to take it all in. Her gaze centered on the swirling portal that was still open. Dylan didn't know what it was, but she knew her siblings had come through it, so she figured it was a way out. She crawled toward the portal, forcing her arms to pull her body along. Even that took tremendous effort, though if Saffron and Devin bought her enough time, she could make it there, and they could all get away.
"Don't let the princess escape!"
Xana cried, and more crimsons began to descend. Dylan gasped as a large man, his features obstructed by the cowl he wore, picked her up by the neck and started choking her. Dylan saw the hazy look in his eyes and knew he was being compelled. She attempted to break his hold by putting her elbows against his arms and pushing outward, but she was so weak her attempts didn't do any good. She gouged at her attacker's eyes, attempting to blind him so he'd let go. But though she drew blood and punctured an eyeball, the crimson didn't release her. Xana's compulsion on him was so strong he wouldn't stop, no matter what Dylan did to hurt him. Dylan took small, short breaths, trying to give herself the tiniest bit of air just so she could survive another second. Someone forcefully ripped the man off of her and tossed him aside several feet. Dylan clutched at her neck and heaved, black spots dotting her vision as she recovered her breath, searching for her savior. It was Envis, and he had gone absolutely feral. There was a dark, rageful look in his eyes that was absent of any mercy as he straddled the man that had choked her, wrapping his hands around his neck and squeezing as tightly as he could. The man turned purple, kicking out his legs. He broke Envis's hold by twisting away, but he was only free for a few seconds before Envis reached out and broke the man's neck. The crimson became limp, and Envis stepped away, his whole body shaking. Dylan had never seen him act that way, not even during the Battle of Rhodian, and it terrified her. That her gentle, soft Envis could become such a deadly opponent in a matter of seconds caused her to see him in a whole new light, and it was more than frightening. As Envis ended one man's life, more crimsons descended upon him, although he fought them off using his voice. Envis sang a deadly, dreadful song, and crimsons began dropping as they approached, killed seemingly by his notes as blood spewed from their mouths. Dylan's attention was taken away from her boyfriend as she felt a heavy blow strike the back of her head. She fell face first, briefly losing awareness as she rolled onto her back, looking up at the mosaic ceiling.
"This is harder than I thought it would be,"
Xana said from above her, breathing hard.
"Thanks for being so unpredictable."
"Give me back my daughter!"
Xana didn't get to finish, because several throwing knives sank into her torso. Xana cried out, and it was then that one of the stone pillars in the room broke in half, detaching from the floor and the ceiling. It caused a part of the building to cave in, and crimson screamed as a piece of the balcony collapsed, exposing the desert outside. The detached stone pillar hovered in midair before it went flying across the room, slamming into Xana's body and taking her with it as it crashed against the other side. The sight of pink wings flying by caused Dylan's heart to race. Tavanna had arrived, and she'd used her telepathy magic to levitate a pillar into Xana and toss her across the throne room. The queen stood in between Dylan and Xana, holding her staff with her wings aloft. Someone was standing above her when he hadn't before, blocking out the harsh sights of the battle as he pocketed his box of throwing knives. "Daddy?" "I'm here, baby." Taladin grasped her arm, pulling her up. Dylan immediately fell back down when she was upright, though Taladin caught her. "She's been drugged," Taladin noted to Tavanna, holding her up. "Get her through the portal," Tavanna said, but the rushing sound the vortex made suddenly ceased. Dylan realized the portal Taladin had stepped through just closed, sealing off any exit they still had. Xana let out an angry cry as she pulled herself out from the ruins of the crushed pillar, tossing pieces of rock off of her and yanking out the throwing knives. Something like that should have killed her, but she was back on her feet like nothing had happened. She really was stronger than they could have feared. Dylan leaned against Taladin, looking from left to right. They were powerful, but still outnumbered, and no matter how many crimsons her family killed, more kept on coming. How were they going to get out of this? Victorienne gave a wounded cry, and the smell of blood washed throughout the throne room as Saffron's talons sliced into Victorienne's shoulder, drawing blood and nearly severing her arm. Victorienne dropped her spear and grasped at the wound, attempting to hold the sinew together. Saffron's eyes contracted greedily as she smelled the blood, and Victorienne ran. She bolted for the main entryway at the head of the throne room, pushing crimsons aside to get away.
"Get back here!"
Xana snapped. Victorienne didn't listen, grasping her hurt shoulder and fleeing the area. Saffron's fury was a beauty to behold as she crouched low, approaching Xana. I will kill you slowly for your attempt to harm what belongs to me. Xana couldn't hide her fear, for it was plain to see. Even so, she dared to insult the griffin as she approached. I'll deal with you like I dealt with your parents. They were a mess to clean up too. Saffron paused as she pieced things together. Her feathers began to quiver, and Saffron's scream caused the very walls to crack.
You are the one who murdered my parents!
They were the first people I ever killed, Xana said with a shrug. You were the one who caused Tristan to go blind. You convinced him to go out in that storm where lightning struck him and took his sight. I was a child. I was playing a game. I had no understanding of the consequences, Saffron hissed. Who says I wasn't playing a game too? You took Tristan's sight, so I took my own judgment, Xana said triumphantly. I wanted to take your life, but your craft was powerful, and you were apprenticing under Rachel. Back then, I knew I wouldn't stand a chance against you, but I could still punish you in other ways. Not like your parents wanted you anyway. They set you off to that asylum and forgot about you. I still slaughtered them. They were wealthy idiots who didn't deserve what they had. But their house made a nice place to hide after I eliminated my own parents a short time later. Saffron charged, emitting an eagle's piercing cry. Her beak was wide open and exposed, but Xana was waiting. She withdrew the serrated blade she kept within the sheath on her hip and ducked as Saffron leapt to attack, swinging it upward. Saffron yelped in pain as the blade pierced her soft underbelly. Dylan felt her pain through her bond and clutched at her own stomach with a gasp. Dylan witnessed with horror that a few of Saffron's organs were poking through the hole that Xana had created, blood pouring through the open wound. The griffin collapsed on the ground, giving a soft chirp. At the sight of Saffron down, Dylan's craft finally exploded in her chest, giving her access. Dylan staggered out of Taladin's arms and lifted her hand, opening her palm and spreading her fingers wide. A dazzling, beautiful luminescence spread from her touch across the room, beams of light piercing the chests of crimsons just as they had hunters 8 years ago. Dylan hadn't been able to access her love magic since the night she'd defeated Rachel, but necessity demanded she do so now, to save her partner, the people she loved, and herself. She kept herself and her awareness about her. Desmodandre didn't take over this time, or enter her body, although she could feel the Rhodi's founder lingering somewhere nearby in the ether of the spiritual realm, observing as Dylan cast her magic. The stream of light hit Xana and encompassed her fully. Xana was lifted off the ground, and beautiful magic swirled throughout the room as Dylan displayed her power, her craft working to change the hearts of the crimsons around her. Dylan's magic softly deposited the crimsons back onto the ground, and lowered Xana gently. The battle momentarily paused, and Dylan's shoulders slumped, figuring it was over. Then Xana gave a disgusted noise. Great job, Dylan! But you can't use your love magic against me. I didn't feel a thing. The fight struck up again. Sounds of battle echoed all around as crimsons continued to battle her family as if she hadn't done anything at all. Absolute horror overcame Dylan, combined with disbelief. Her love magic had done nothing to change their hearts. She should have been able to cease the battle entirely by using her love to convince people this wasn't right, but they still fought anyway. What had gone wrong? Dylan was so stunned, trying to work out the solution in her head, that she didn't see the danger coming straight for her. Xana took her blade and tossed it in Dylan's direction, aiming straight for her head. Dylan was frozen in place, unable to move as her brain struggled to comprehend that a dagger was sailing at her skull.
Look out!
Taladin shouted. and he yanked her out of the way at the last minute to save her life. But it was still too late to avoid a direct hit. The flying knife hit its target and embedded itself in her shoulder, pinning her to the phoenix pillar nearby. Dylan cried out as the knife sank in, but it wasn't so much in pain. It was betrayal. Taladin wrenched the knife out and tossed it into the sand, putting pressure on the wound. "You all right?" Fine." Dylan weaved, but not because of the injury or the blood loss. Xana had been aiming for her head. She'd actually tried to kill her. That told Dylan this wasn't some misaligned grief or complicated anger, but that Xana actually meant all of this. Her decision to create the cloaked flame had been a conscious choice. This wasn't a mistake, something she'd done because she was in pain. She wanted to hurt people, and she didn't care how or who got in her way. Envis had broken through the line of crimsons attacking him and rushed to help Saffron. The griffin transformed back into a woman, holding her stomach as she reached upward. Envis slung her arm around his shoulder and got her up, though she gritted her teeth in agony as blood poured from her gut. Even so, Saffron focused her attention on Xana. "I can make people see things too," Saffron hissed. Her craft reached out. A purple essence floated through the air, wrapping around Xana's form. The Shadowed One's eyes glowed amethyst, and her mouth gaped in horror as Xana rasped, No, what are you doing to me?" "That won't hold her forever. Devin, we need a way out," Tavanna called, spinning in place to take down 3 crimsons at once. Devin had just slain a group of enemies, and his eyes darted behind his glasses to seek out another portal Xana might be hiding. The glint of Xana's necklace caught his attention, and he darted forward, racing by quickly and snatching the jewelry off her neck. The moment he had it in his hand, another portal opened beside him, providing them an escape. Saffron groaned and nearly doubled over. Envis didn't let her fall, but the griffin could no longer maintain her spell. The vision Xana was experiencing ended, and as it did so, she grasped at her neck, realizing her jewelry was missing. Xana bellowed in fury as she witnessed Devin standing by a new portal.
No! They're getting away! Shoot them!
At Xana's command, a combination of arrows and spells from all directions were fired their way from crimsons, hailing hell upon them. The Rhodi ducked behind pillars or zigzagged out of the way, attempting to avoid the active fire. A few arrows pierced Tavanna's wings, leaving holes, but the stubborn queen ignored the pain and continued to battle with fletchlings sticking out from between her feathers. Dylan didn't notice. She was barely conscious, feeling sick and weary all at once. As her knees buckled, Taladin swept her into his arms, cradling her against his chest. "I'm tired," Dylan mumbled, and her blood soaked through Taladin's shirt as the wound Xana dealt her continued to bleed. The worst of the might lock was finally taking hold, and it was making it impossible for her to maintain any semblance of being. "Stay awake," Taladin said, jostling her roughly. Her head lolled onto his shoulder, and Taladin carried her out of the line of fire. He tucked her close to his body, his back turned to the crimsons to take any shots for her if necessary as they approached the portal. Saffron gave one final burst of energy as she raised her arm, lifting the Rhodian gauntlet she wore and aiming it at the crimsons scattered throughout the room. At her command, a purple shield expanded from Saffron's gauntlet, protecting Dylan and the rest of the Rhodi. Arrows and spells hit the shield and rebounded, injuring some of the crimsons that had cast them. Dying cries were mixed amongst shouts of agony as the pulsing portal approached. Dylan was aware her brother stood nearby, urging the others to hurry through quickly. "Sav, Envis," Dylan whispered, almost ready to pass out. "They're right behind us," Taladin promised. Taladin stepped into the portal, and Dylan found that the effect of traveling through the vortex absorbed all of her remaining energy. She fell into darkness, allowing it to cover her as a warm blanket of sanctuary. The last thing she heard was Xana's rageful cries ringing in her ears. Afterward. When Dylan smelled cherry blossoms and jasmine, she knew she was home and back in her own bed. The silk sheets twisted underneath her, and when she opened her eyes, Saffron was there, sitting at her bedside and stroking back her sister's hair. Saf? Dylan found that her mouth was insanely dry, and all her muscles were aching. She tried to sit up, but couldn't. I haven't left your side, dear love. Saffron bent down to kiss her forehead. You've been sleeping all night and most of today. Are you okay? It hurt to even talk right now, but she needed to know. A simple flesh wound. The healers mended me almost immediately. Saffron rattled off. It was far more than a simple flesh wound. Her organs had been falling out. But Saffron didn't like people fretting over her, and she seemed fine now, so Dylan let the matter drop. I'm so sore, Dylan rasped. Everything hurts. Yes, well, Saffron grimaced. You would be. That wrench used more mightlock on you than she should have. But the healers were able to stop the seizures, and there's no long-term damage. Seizures? She didn't remember a bit of it. Why aren't I in the hospital? The healers suggested we move you to your room now that you're better, more comfortable, and more private. Dylan turned on her side. Saffron helped to lift her as Dylan swung her legs over the side of the mattress. Where are the others? Out doing damage control, Saffron informed her. I'll inform them you're awake. She barely needed to. Dylan had felt Taladin's presence through the mind speak almost immediately once she'd opened her eyes. He must have been checking on her every few moments to see when she'd be up. Tavanna and Devin's presences also brushed against hers, and she felt her family rush to her. I need to sit up, Dylan said, and she grasped Saffron's arm. The griffin helped her into a nearby armchair, covering her up with a blanket. All cozy? She asked, pressing a bottle of water into her hands. Yes. Dylan gave a weak smile, then sipped at the water to quench her dry tongue. She was queasy and exhausted, but at least she was alive. Devin was the first to get there, as was expected. He sat in an armchair close to Dylan, brushing the tips of his fingers against hers. Hey, you okay? I'm better, she replied. How'd you guys find me? Portal magic. Xana's been making them, Devin said, but we can explain that later. She can make portals. Great. Dylan rubbed her temple. This kept getting better and better. As Dylan gazed into her partner's eyes, she felt her heart crack. Saf, your parents. Saffron gave a teary grimace. Don't fret about it, sister. My parents did not love me anyway. It changes little. It changes a lot now that we know Xana killed them. Well, yes and no. Saffron rolled her shoulders, hunching in upon herself. I will find my revenge soon enough, as I always do. Taladin and Tavanna arrived. Tavanna's look was tight and drawn, appearing truly disturbed. Taladin? By Rhodi, he was gaunt. Might as well be a ghost. Even so, he gave his daughter a reassuring smile as he entered, one that absolutely appeared relieved. He reached out to grasp her hand, and Dylan squeezed it back tightly, reassuring him that she was all right. Envis was the last to come in. She had trouble reading what was there, be it anger, worry, or something else, but his blue eyes watered besides. That's how she knew that whatever had transpired when she'd been out of it hadn't been good. It was probably a good thing she couldn't recall what had happened. Alas. Envis ducked down to embrace her, but everyone else kept their distance. They knew she hated to be crowded. I'm fine, everyone. Really, Dylan pressed as Envis drew away. She overdosed you on mightlock, he fumed. Any larger dose than what she'd given, and she'd have killed you." "She's all right," Savannah said gently, and Envis settled. Dylan cringed as she caught a few stray thoughts from Taladin that he wasn't able to block out before she heard them. She'd started convulsing in his arms the moment he'd stepped out of the portal and into the palace. Terrifying. Thankfully, she'd been in a place where they were able to get her help quickly. She must have been really worried about me to give me such a big hit so I was under control. "She's a coward," Devin spat. "She couldn't even fight you on her own merit." "I wouldn't have fought her anyway, not with what I found out," Dylan responded. "What is that?" Savannah asked hoarsely. The Queen's mouth was thin, fully expecting more bad news. So she told them. She explained how Xana had tricked her, and her cousin's confessions to the crimes of attacking the city, poisoning Tavanna, and killing Massimo. She told them how Xana had created the Cloaked Flame, how she'd been kidnapping people, and that enemies in rival free states had been supporting her with finances and drugs. Devin looked down when she informed the group that Xana had killed Keaton and Rhonda. He didn't appear surprised, or even hurt, just accepting of the knowledge. His lack of a reaction frightened her. When she explained that Xana had gained the same gift Tristan had, the ability to grow stronger with each defeat of her enemies, Tavanna went stark white. "How is this possible? Xana never showed any signs of magic," Devin argued. "She told you she was non-magical before she made the Crimson Flame. How'd she force her body to awaken her craft?" A tight lump formed in Dylan's throat at his question. She used some sort of blood magic to awaken it. Something about... She drank Tristan's bones." Dylan put her head in her hands and cried. Devin's face blanched of color, and she continued to speak as she sobbed. "That blood magic gave her the ability to awaken crafts in other people, which she's been using to create crimsons. But Tristan's grave, I don't know what's left of him." Taladin knelt by the armchair, wrapping an arm around her. "You don't have to tell us anything more." Dylan wept into Taladin's shoulder. She didn't want to cry, but thinking about Tristan's body being desecrated like that, it was just wrong and beyond upsetting. She didn't understand how Xana could claim to love her brother so much, start this rebellion in Tristan's name, then consume his corpse as a way to obtain power. She could never do that to Devin. "Is this possible?" Tavanna questioned, looking to Saffron. "I know the Hunters Guild used blood magic a time or two, but I've never heard of anything like this. Wouldn't Rachel have used it to gain an advantage?" "Rachel didn't need to use blood magic because she was strong enough already. It wouldn't have done anything to bolster her power," Saffron stated. "But some weak hunters within the guild did participate in it to make themselves stronger. It was something not even I had the stomach to do when I was working under Rachel. It is a ceremony reserved for the most desperate and twisted of souls. One that requires deep payment by eating the corpse of someone you love. It is a price most aren't willing to pay." Dylan's tears slowed, and she wiped her face as Devin noted, "Our intel wasn't totally wrong. Maliva did end up being involved. I saw her. Did she say anything to you before we got there?" "Yes. Maliva said that if the Rhodi continue to rule, Rena is going to die. She foresaw it in a vision," Dylan explained. "That's why she joined the Cloaked Flame, to prevent that future from coming true." Devin sprang from his chair. His fists quivered as he said, "No, Rena can't die." "Maliva doesn't want to work for the Cloaked Flame. She obviously hates Xana. She feels like she's forced to work for her," Dylan said. "There might be a chance we can get Maliva to switch sides if we can convince her that her visions are wrong." "But are they wrong?" Devin demanded. "Or is Rena destined for death, just like Nellie was?" "Maliva might be misinterpreting her visions. It happened to April May," Tavanna said reassuringly. "The future isn't clear to any of us, not even seers. Let's not jump to conclusions before the truth reveals itself." Devin's expression was dark. he didn't believe Tavanna. He figured he was destined to lose another woman he cared for, Dylan knew. It didn't have to be that way. They could figure out how to change things. Destiny would be rewritten somehow. Otherwise, they'd all lose. More than the throne or the empire, but potentially each other. Dylan swore to herself that wasn't going to happen. They'd stop Santa, and they'd prevent Maliva's prophecies from coming true, so Tavanna could continue to lead Crescentia. If they wanted to stick together as a family, there was no other choice. Reno was waiting for him on the rooftop. She sat in one of the lounge chairs, bent over her knees and deep in contemplation. And pain. Devin recognized it on her face. He approached her, and she looked up. Their eyes connected as he stood at a distance, and Devin swore she was all he wanted in the world. But was he fated to lose her? Just like he'd lost everything once before? "What do you know?" Devin asked. "I was told my sister's alive." Rena stood and came to face him. "But she's working for Xana." "She is, but not because she wants to," Devin began. He told her everything, about Maliva's prophecy and what it could possibly mean. Rena's eyes crinkled, a mixture of confusion and curiosity, but she failed to have any other reaction to the news of her potential death. When she was finished, Rena still said, "I want to help you take down the cloaked flame, no matter what it means." "How can you say that? If my mother continues to be queen, you'll die. That's what your sister's prophecy says," he argued. "If the cloaked flame wins, my sister will be trapped forever," Rena stated. "Xana will force her to be a servant the rest of her life, and I won't let Maliva be her prisoner, even if it means my downfall." "I won't let that happen to you," Devin swore. "You can't die. You're too good of a person." "Well, maybe prophecies can be changed," Rena said hopefully. "You're smart. If there's a loophole to utilize, I'm sure you'll find it, and we can take it together." She was more positive about this than he was. He didn't understand how she wasn't losing it right now. He certainly was, inside, though he kept it as concealed as he could. Devin crossed his arms and held himself. "If you want to help us fight the cloaked flame, it won't be easy. Going against them is going to be harder than before, because now we know some of the Crimsons are innocent. We're not going to be able to tell who's fighting for Xana because they believe in her cause, or because they're being compelled. We could be killing people who are being forced to fight for her that don't have anything to do with this. Even if that happens, it's not your fault." "Rena, I tortured and killed the man who I thought poisoned Tavanna's drink at the gala. He acted like he didn't know anything, because he didn't. Xana ended her compulsion on him the minute I caught him, and he didn't have any memory of serving her, which is why he couldn't tell me anything. I murdered an innocent person, all because I couldn't keep my head and think things through." He turned away from her. "And I'll have to do it again, and again, and again, because Xana's power isn't stoppable. She'll send people our way to be fodder for her war machine because she's that desperate to take us down. She made it clear today she doesn't care who gets hurt, innocent or guilty. She doesn't even care if she wins. She only wants to make sure we lose. It's nearly impossible to fight someone with that mentality. Rachel was easier because she needed to come out on top. She was cautious and calculating, which gave us time. Xana's a loose cannon who will be more than happy to set herself on fire so long as we burn with her. We need to break her compulsion magic somehow. It's the only way to make a fair fight for all sides," Rena demanded. "I'll look into it, do some research. There must be some kind of tech that can disrupt brainwashing abilities." "Your inventions can't fix everything, Rena. I wish they could." "Of course they can," Rena said confidently. "If they can't, I just haven't figured out the right solution yet." Devin admired her bravery. It was something he wished to mimic for himself. Rena was standing at death's door, yet she valiantly proclaimed they hadn't been beaten yet. And they hadn't. If Xana wanted a war, he'd give her one. to protect the woman that stood beside him. "What about us?" Devin asked. "Where do we stand?" Raina took his hands. "I still want to see where this goes." "I arrested and interrogated you because I thought you were a traitor. How can you forgive me so easily?" "Devin, I really, really care about you." She grasped his hands tighter. "My feelings, they run deep. You did what you had to do because the evidence wasn't clear, and I can let that go. But what I can't let go is how much our relationship means to me. I know we're nothing official, yet we have a really strong connection, and I think it's something worth fighting for." Devin felt the same way. He was worried that by Raina being so close to him, she'd get hurt. At the same time, he couldn't protect her if she was far away from him, and he couldn't bear to send her away. The selfish part of him demanded that she stay, and that they do what it took to make this work. "Okay." He kissed her deeply and brought her into a close embrace. One he felt if he held her tightly enough, their souls would meld together and they'd never have to separate. "We'll fight for it." Dylan had promised the others when they'd left her she'd be fine. They had things to do. Tavanna needed to speak with Ray about mobilizing against the Cloaked Flame with the knowledge they had, and Envis had to inform his father of what was happening. Taladin and Saffron were in the barracks, making plans with the various generals to tighten city security, and Devin was speaking with Raina, a task she surely didn't wish to interrupt. Even Jenna and Tito were occupied. Jenna was busy spreading the word about Xana to the rest of the searchers, and Tito was, for once in his life, actually being helpful by preparing a citywide broadcast to all the Rhodi about who Xana was, what she was capable of, and what the citizens needed to look out for. But Dylan was not fine, and the last thing she needed or wanted was to be alone right now. Originally, she had been okay. A few hours had passed since everyone had left, and they'd made her promise to spend her time recovering in her room while the rest of them handled things, which left her plenty of time to do nothing but think. Dylan's own mind was her worst enemy. The only thing in life that had ever truly defeated her had been herself, and that still rang true to this day. After the others had gone, she'd first busied herself by playing on her phone, which had been fixed since she'd been out of it. That turned out to be a very big mistake, as the news had somehow gotten hold of the story that Xana was the leader of the Cloaked Flame before Tavanna had been able to launch an official press release. There were a ton of articles all over social media, most of them with inaccurate information, questioning how the Shadowed One had infiltrated the palace and been living right under the monarchy's nose. The Rhodi, rightfully, were in an outrage that a relative of the princess was the one who'd killed so many people. Some of the comments were already crying for Tavanna to step down, and the worst ones demanded that Dylan was a traitor herself and had been working with Xana all along. Dylan put her phone down, but the damage was already done. She felt her heart racing and her breaths increase as she took short, sparse inhales, feeling like invisible hands were tightening around her neck. The opinions of so many others were swarming throughout her head, and she couldn't get rid of them. Did everyone really think so awfully of her? Her time spent scrolling through the various posts had only made her feel 10 times more upset than she had been before. She'd originally picked up her phone because she wanted to be informed on what was going on out there, but instead of feeling like she'd been educated, she only felt ridiculed. The Rhodi had more enemies today than they had yesterday. Even worse, some of their own people were starting to question them, perhaps even turn on them. Maybe they'd join the Cloaked Flame too, and there'd be more people to fight against. The smothering feeling got worse as Dylan thought about Xana. Her cousin wanted her dead. If her own flesh and blood, her own family, could betray her in such a way, what was sacred anymore? Could Dylan trust anyone? Was she really safe anywhere, or would everyone she cared about turn their backs on her eventually? Paranoia began to take over. Dylan's heart raced out of control, and she felt she'd do anything to stop the noise, the panic. There was nothing in the world that was worse than feeling this miserable. And if there was an escape, any escape, she'd take it. My throwing knives are in the drawer. A stray thought crossed her mind, and her arms nearly ached with a desperate, feverish craving. Dylan realized what was happening and nearly melted into the floor. Fuck, this wasn't good. Before allowing herself the time to think about it, she reached for her phone again and quickly texted Envis. I need you with me right now. She had rules for when this happened. She hadn't needed to implement them in so long that she'd nearly forgotten them. But her body must have remembered, because all the feelings flooded into her were the exact ones she'd felt as a teenager. Step 1. She wasn't allowed to be alone. She had to call someone in or go to them, and she couldn't leave them until the urge passed. If absolutely no one was available, she had to go somewhere there were people. The palace gardens, a coffee shop, anywhere she was surrounded by others. Dylan didn't think she could leave, though. She was still so tired from the overdose, she didn't think she'd be able to journey outside the royal quarters, not when temptation was only a few steps away and far easier to obtain. Her phone immediately pinged, Envis telling her he was on his way. Dylan knew he'd hurry to her, so she just had to keep herself distracted until then. Okay, you know what to do, Dylan said, speaking out loud so she could coach herself through it. Step 2. Basic self-care. Her heart was in her throat, making it hard for her to breathe. The room was spinning and she felt dizzy, but Dylan knew she had to take action in order to stop her worst impulses. She hopped in the shower, washing her injuries and shampooing her hair. Dylan didn't shave. She went to the spa for waxing every few weeks, as she didn't keep any razors in the bathroom for obvious reasons, though the cravings reminded her that there were other blades in the apartment she could use. She opened up the fancy scrubbing salts and the ridiculously expensive face cream Jenna had insisted she have on hand. Anything at all that could make her feel good. She reached for a bottle of soap that smelled like white clover and was made with sea salt from the shores of Dundee, scrubbing it all over. She closed her eyes and took deep breaths to inhale the scent, picturing herself on the coast, overlooking the ocean on a beautiful day, while Envis embraced her. She hadn't been to Dundee in so long, and she missed it. Her heartbeat slowed a bit when she immersed her mind in the scene, but the panic still gnawed away at the edges of her being. Damn it. This was helping, but not enough. Once she left the shower, she put on her favorite pair of cozy pajamas and rubbed lotion into her skin. As she did so, her fingers massaged into places she wanted to cut into, and her breathing quickened until she was gasping for air. It took tremendous effort not to dig her nails in and scratch her skin. Shit. Dylan told herself she was okay, that there was no need to panic. She still had options. Abandoning the lotion, she hurried to the kitchen. She opened up the fridge and grabbed a few ice cubes, holding them in her palms and concentrating on the feeling of the ice melting. It helped a little, and the bitter cold on her skin took the edge off. The ice cubes were usually the best method, but if that didn't work, Dylan had a few other tricks. She had washable markers she could use to doodle on her skin, and sour and spicy foods in the cupboard she could eat to give herself a sharp sensation. I should just give in so this stops, Dylan thought offhandedly, until she told herself to snap out of it. Her clean streak was another tool, because she didn't want to break it after all this time and ruin her progress. A few times, she'd told herself she had to rearrange her entire apartment before she could hurt herself, and that was such a big undertaking that it took all day, and it usually did the trick. She tried to avoid training. If she went to the arena to practice, she ended up working out so hard she abused her body, and that defeated the purpose. If all else failed, she always had a few sorry-looking plants around the apartment she could mess with and repot as a distraction, just in case. Doing a hobby with her hands was crucial. Dylan promised herself that she had to do everything in her arsenal before she finally gave in. and going down the list of to-dos took a considerable amount of time, so she never caved. Still, this moment was taking all of her willpower. She'd made a promise 8 years ago to stop, and she'd never broken it in that time period, not once. Not even when Envis had broken up with her, and that had been desperately painful. He'd been proud of her for holding on for so long when he went away, and after that happened, Dylan realized if she could get through that without hurting herself, she could get through anything. But this situation was really pushing her limits. Taladin had been right. No matter how much time passed, if things got bad enough, she got the urge again. It was so rare that the feeling was nearly forgotten, because hardly anything triggered her anymore, but when it did come back, it was a rampaging monster. Her most important tool was holding on to her reason to stop. She had good ones. She loved her family, and she wanted to keep living a good life. There was no reason to let Xana take that away from her. The door opened as Envis entered. Dylan turned toward him, appearing miserable. The ice cubes had melted by now from her gripping onto them so tightly. Envis looked at her wet hands and immediately appeared concerned. "What do you need?" Dylan's lip quivered. It'd been a while since she'd struggled to give him instruction at a time like this, but as of right now, her mind was blank. "I don't know. Do you want me to hold you or just be here?" "Hold me. Definitely." He gave her a smile that put her at ease. "I can easily do that." He climbed into her bed, leading her beside him. As he took her into his arms, her fear melted away. She snuggled close and pressed her face into his chest, enjoying his scent. "Do you want a distraction?" he asked lowly, bringing her closer. "Yes," she replied, pressing into him. "Something that puts me in my body and makes my brain center instead of float. The pleasure's all mine, lass." He lifted the back of her shirt and started caressing her skin there with the tips of his fingers in long strokes, up and down the length of her spine. She immediately felt at ease at his touch, falling into a trance as his lips trailed kisses down her neck. Dylan's thoughts temporarily wandered, and she thought of Xana again. Her body stiffened, and she let out a small whimper that almost became a sob. "None of that now," Envis whispered, and he kissed her deeply. "Focus on me." Dylan's eyes centered on his face as she took in the sight of his red hair falling into his eyes. His fingers continued skimming her back until she was at ease again. Then his hand maneuvered downward, over her front. Dylan went boneless, and was happy for the temporary reprieve from her thoughts at Envis's touch. As he moved overhead, Dylan found all she could think about was him. He nestled into her, and as his arms wrapped around her body, Dylan finally felt like she could breathe again, because he was giving her life. Cuddling in bed with him was the safest place in the world. She held him tightly, never wanting to be anywhere else. "Thank you," Dylan said, giving him another kiss. "You always know just what I need." "Of course, lass." He nuzzled his nose with hers. "Anything I can do." She rested her head on his chest. "I'm sorry. I haven't been like that in forever. I didn't know what to do." "You don't need to apologize," he insisted. "I'm here for whatever you need." He gave a low laugh. "Lovemaking is a fairly good distraction for both of us. Sometimes you're the only thing that holds me together." Dylan's thoughts darkened, but she had control over herself now, so she wasn't afraid. "That may be true, but you're my whole world. I'm happy to support you no matter what you're going through." They put their foreheads together and simply breathed for a moment. Dylan sighed and asked, "Will you play a song for me?" "Of course, lass. Which one?" "My favorite?" "Anything you desire." He picked up an old guitar that had been lying untouched all month. As he strummed the chords, Dylan found herself calming at the sound of his voice.
Your fiery eyes are shining so brightly. They remind me of a distant place. Kiss me rocks and hills that are gray emerald oceans. With passion you claim you are mine. You adorn me with movements of long motion, sea blustering against the coastline. My freckles scatter like strawberry seeds across my skin, your tasteful briar. You've met my ever-growing deep need within a flame of deep desire. As I turn to water in your kind hands, I know I've found love in this emerald land.
Envis ended the song. He crawled back into bed, and Dylan felt herself be at peace as he simply held her. After a while, Dylan wiped at her face and tried to get up. I can't be falling apart right now. If I'm upset, my brother must be too. I need to support Devin. He's probably devastated for losing the family we have left. Envis held her tightly, not allowing her to rise. You don't need to worry. Raina's with him. Really? He reached out to her. She came as soon as she could. It must be bad, if his walls are cracking enough to let her in and ask for help. Dylan snuggled closer. Do you think they're going to work out? Envis whooshed out a breath. I surely hope so. The lad suffered long enough. The tension in her chest eased. Even so, I need to get up and help everyone. They're out there doing all the work, and I'm just sitting around. Envis didn't let her go. We're staying here tonight, just you and me. We don't need to go anywhere. We'll talk about things with the others in the morning. If Xana's running the cloaked flame, we need to do something to stop her, Dylan protested. You need to rest, lass. That right there was the closest you've gotten to breaking in 8 years, Envis said firmly. We can't have you backsliding. I know, she mumbled. I didn't know what else to do. It feels like my life is ending because I'm losing my family. You aren't losing your family. I'm right here, Envis said, and he kissed her head. You have your parents, Kaladin and Devana and Lyanna as well. And Jenna's never more than a stone's throw away, as well as Saffron shadowing your every move. Even Tito's irritating arse would be pounding down your door if you called him right now. But don't do that, because I don't feel like dealing with him. Dylan laughed again. You're right. Thanks for reminding me the family I need is right here. And there are even more than them. If you got in a bind, you know me mum and dad would be there for you too. They love you almost as much as I do. Dunedin's my home now just as much as Rhodian is, Dylan agreed. I miss it. I want to go back. We will soon. For now, let's just be. I'm sorry for all this, Envis, she said quietly. I wish I could have held myself together. We can't always be happy all the time. If you're struggling to find the light, I'm always going to be here with you in the dark, until you're ready to go into the sun again. A warmth spread over her chest and settled into her heart as his words sank deeply into her soul. She fell asleep on his chest, her breaths in rhythm with his heartbeat. Dylan sank into dreamland, resting peacefully as Envis held his beloved wrapped within his embrace. Dylan came in and out of focus for some time. Later that night, the door to her room opened, and she heard someone quietly come in. She didn't open her eyes, rather, remained in the space somewhere between dreamy bliss and slight awareness. How is she? Taladin whispered, trying not to wake her. She snuggled into Envis, and he brought her close. She's all right now. I had to calm her down. How bad was it? Envis hesitated before he said, I was worried she was going to start again. She had that look in her eyes when I got here. I haven't seen it in so long, but I've never forgotten it. I walked in just in time. That's what I was afraid of. Thanks for being with her. Always. I'll never let her go through this alone. Envis brushed a lock of hair away from her face, and she found herself slipping off. Taladin paused before he added, "She really loves you, you know that." Envis rested his head on top of Dylan's. "I'm sure. She loves harder than anyone I've ever known." Taladin nodded. "I'll be around if either of you need me." "She'll always need you, but I'm sure things will be better in the morning." "Even if they're not, I'm here." He exited quietly, and Envis held his lass tighter. He thought if he embraced her fondly enough, he might be able to glue the shattered pieces of Dylan back together, and they'd stick this time. He didn't know how much more she could keep enduring. Dylan had been through so much before they'd even met, and worse was always coming. He wanted to be her hero and protect her from the world, but he was only a man, and he couldn't defend her from everything, especially not wounds that were dealt this close to home. Still, he berated himself for not noticing the signs and not seeing this coming. He could have protected Dylan from so much hurt if he'd managed to solve the mystery sooner. Because he hadn't, he'd let her down. He'd never do so again. From this point on, his eyes were open to anyone and anything that could betray her. Even if the threat came from someone he trusted, he swore he'd stop them before they hurt Dylan. Whatever the consequences were, he'd deal with them. He'd kill again, gladly, before he allowed anyone to break her heart further. Envis kissed the top of her head. "Love you, lass." Dylan didn't respond, but he didn't need her to. Just her existing, to him, was more than enough. The next morning, the family gathered in Vanna's council room to discuss what was to be done. Dylan was feeling better, but still somber. Tito spotted her when she walked in with Envis, and rushed over to give her a massive bear hug, one that lingered a bit too long. As Dylan suspected, she must have been more ill than she realized.
"Glad to see you're out of bed, and everyone complains I sleep in,"
he said, setting her down. "You do sleep in," Dylan replied. She rubbed her face tiredly and added, "Though I could use the extra hours now that I know we're dealing with a psychopath."
"Hey, if it helps, now we know there's someone blood-related to you that's even crazier than you are."
Tito grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Dylan groaned. Devin arrived, carrying a coffee. Tito saw the label on the cup and immediately rushed to insert himself into someone else's business.
"That coffee shop is right by Raina's place,"
Tito teased.
"You stopped by before you showed up here?"
"I spent the night at her apartment," Devin replied flatly. Dylan's eyes widened. "Wow, that seemed like a big step."
"Ha ha ha!"
Tito gushed. He waggled his eyebrows.
"So how was it?"
Devin rolled his eyes. "We didn't do anything. We didn't even sleep. Couldn't, really. We just talked until it was time for me to come here."
That's lame,"
Tito complained, shoulders dropping. "Well, we're still together, since I know that's what you want to ask," Devin replied irritably.
"Wow, she must be really into you if she still wants to date you after you accused her of treason," Tito commented.
Devin did what he was most accomplished at doing and ignored him. Dylan faced her brother and stated coldly, "She took Dad's hat. That was all I had left of him." That hat had been with her through everything. She'd managed to hold on to it during the war with the Hunters Guild. She'd been wearing it when she met the Rhodi, and the night she rescued Taladin, along with so many other meaningful experiences. It was a heavy blow that she'd lost it to Xana. "I noticed. I saw her wearing it when I showed up," Devin replied, and his tone was slightly venomous. "We'll get it back." Dylan surely hoped so. As Taladin entered, Dylan found her eyes lingering on him. No wonder Xana had tried to separate her and Taladin and put a wedge between them. Dylan wasn't sure, but she had a sneaking suspicion that Xana had been jealous of her connection with her master. After having Keaton for a father, Dylan honestly couldn't blame her. Taladin was always there to protect her, and was always a good dad to her no matter what it cost him. Xana didn't like that, so she'd tried to break them apart. Impossible. She never could. Tavanna came in, trailed by Jenna, whose steps weren't as bouncy as usual. It appeared they'd arrived together, a bit unusual. Had they been partaking in their own private conversation just now? Dylan figured if it was her business, she'd be informed, but otherwise, leave the queen and her friend to whatever they were doing. She trusted them, always. She took a seat around the council table, and the others followed suit. The entire room looked to Tavanna, who spread her arms out wide on the surface before she spoke. "The cloaked flame is a greater threat than any of us realized," Tavanna began. "Xana is the leader of a revolutionary group that has the ability to end the monarchy and throw the continent back into chaos. What's more, she nearly assassinated the princess yesterday. That is a grave mistake we can never make again." "She would have gotten what she wanted if she had killed me when we arrived at her secret lair instead of gloating on for 15 minutes like a jackass," Dylan grumbled. "Xana's ability to grow in experience the more people she defeats, the more people she kills, is the most troubling aspect of all," Tavanna continued. "We saw what happened to Tristan when he became a Rhodi. He started a year after the twins, but was able to surpass them in training within a few months' time due to the power his craft held. We've given Xana 3 years to grow her abilities in secret. That's a problem in itself." "Is she on the run?" Dylan questioned. She couldn't imagine she'd stayed behind at her desert hideout. It had all but been destroyed by the battle when they had left. "Yes. Ray is out of town with his team attempting to track her down. But from what they've gathered, she's long gone," Tavanna said. "Xana has plenty of allies who are willing to hide her and her army. And the worst part of it is, we aren't completely sure who these powerful people might be, although we're certain they're concentrated in the Far East and Alistan." "This is a major problem," Taladin noted. "Give Xana a year, she'll be just as powerful as Rachel. Give her 2, she'll be stronger than Dylan and Tavanna both, and none of us will stand a chance of stopping her. We also have to avoid fighting her, because if she defeats any of us in battle, even if she doesn't kill us, she'll become stronger," Envis noted. "We have to fight her with strategy, off the battlefield. It's the only way to weaken her cause, because if we confront her directly, she wins." "She won't be able to get back into the palace, at least," Devin said, holding up Xana's necklace. "I took the only portal back here she had." "How many portals did you find in her room?" Dylan questioned. "Dozens, at least. The guards are still searching for more around the palace, but I think we found most of them," Devin replied. "That'll slow her up, because she'll need to make more portals in order to get around Crescentia, since we took all her stock."
"And I used the gauntlet to place a permanent shield around the palace," Saffron noted. "I couldn't put one around the entirety of Rhodian, unfortunately, but my magic was strong enough to seal off our home from any intruders, at least. We won't have to worry about being attacked within these walls again, though once we leave the premises, we'll be vulnerable." "The palace is a big place, and a lot of people come and go. Over 500 people alone visit the gardens every day. Will a shield really work to keep our enemies out?" Dylan questioned. "The way I crafted the shield makes it so no crimsons can walk past the shield. An alarm will go off the moment they try," Saffron replied. "I suppose one could get around the shield if they're an enemy of the Rhodi, but not affiliated with the Cloaked Flame. But the nuance there is so slight that anyone who even talks with a member of the Cloaked Flame and has poor intentions won't be able to get in. Xana certainly won't be able to, and she's the most important person we need to be aware of."
"There's one thing I don't understand," Jenna piped up. "Why didn't Dylan's love magic work to fix Xana's heart or cure the crimsons? It stopped Rachel." Everyone glanced at Dylan, whose heart weighed upon her like a heavy burden. She'd been thinking about this all morning, though she'd known the truth the moment she'd cast the spell and it had failed to work. Now she just needed to explain the awful reality to the people around her. "This isn't the Hunters Guild. When I stopped them, so many hunters were just people who'd been scared into working for Rachel. And the hunters who weren't were so twisted and evil that there wasn't anything left of them when I took that away. Dylan said heavily. Rachel thrived on power and fear, and without it, she couldn't survive. She didn't care if Crescentia was a utopia or in shambles when she was done with it, so long as it could be her toy to keep her entertained, and she could rule over it all without consequences. Dylan pinched the bridge of her nose as she added, Xana believes in what she's doing. She thinks she's bettering the world, and so many Crimsons think the same thing. I can't change the hearts of people who believe they're making Crescentia a more fair place to be. These Crimsons who volunteered to help Xana, they're not cruel or evil. They're just average individuals who want to do the right thing, but they don't realize what they're doing is awful.
But isn't that the same thing?
Jenna questioned. No, Jenna, it's not. I can take away the rage, or the hate and the fear, but even if I do that, my love can't convince them they're wrong. I can't love someone enough to make them understand they're hurting others, because in the eyes of the Crimsons, they're the freedom fighters, and we're the ones doing damage. Even if I work to take away Xana's anger and pain, it'll just come back, because she's convinced she's doing the right thing. At least Rachel was able to admit she was evil, and was proud of it, and that's why my love magic worked on her. She didn't parade around pretending to be something she wasn't, like Xana's doing now. Dylan crumbled. So the Crimsons are going to continue to fight for Xana regardless. They're convinced the monarchy is corrupt and that Xana is some sort of savior meant to rescue the continent. Their hearts are going to be hardened against anything I can do, because they just won't accept anything but their own ideal. These Crimsons want the Crescentia of the past, the continent we came from when the Rhodi weren't in power, and they're going to do whatever it takes to try and go back to it. The head and the heart are always at odds, and until I can get into their heads and change their minds about what they're fighting for, there's nothing I can do to change their hearts.
She can't drag us back into the past. We've made too much progress,
Tito protested. She can, Taladin said solemnly. I've seen it happen. People who've only known cruelty their whole lives would rather take an open slap than a gentle hand, because it's known to them. But what's familiar can often kill you if you linger in your own comfort zone long enough.
It's insane that Xana has this much support,
Jenna argued.
The leaders of the Free States asked Tavanna to take over. They wouldn't have done that without wanting her to be queen, right?
Tavanna said nothing, though it was clear the answer was on her mind. Devin comprehended what she was thinking despite her saying nothing at all. They did ask her to take over, because these leaders wanted to start changing things in Crescentia to bolster themselves, and needed someone to blame once things started going wrong. Someone they could point the finger to when their greedy actions resulted in chaos. His answer was so chilling it froze the entire table. Taladin coughed and said, Well, so much for loyalty. Can't trust anybody, I guess. I don't think all the leaders of the Free States are like that, to be clear, Tavanna clarified. Dundee, Marcelino, and Eros have always been good allies, and their parliaments have supported my rule from day one. But we know that Alistan and the Far East are against us, and I don't like the motives of the representatives for Adamaris either. I thought we could come together into a unified Crescentia, but we can't do that if there are people who are only pursuing their own desires. If the states become the ultimate authority in Crescentia, it gives Tavanna and me absolutely no power at all. We'll just be figureheads without any potential to actually rule. Dylan added, That's what they want. Tavanna murmured quietly. It's not what they all want, Tav. It's not even what most people want, Taladin argued. Most people don't want to get involved in politics. They just want to live out their lives and not care what the government is doing. Yes, but when good people look the other way, it gives free rein for bad people to take over. Tavanna shot back at him. Crescentia hasn't learned its lesson. They allowed the Hunters Guild to rise to power for that reason, and they're repeating the same mistake by allowing the Cloaked Flame to do the same thing now. So we stopped them. That's what Rhodi do, Taladin said firmly. Tavanna crossed her arms. The Rhodian Commonwealth has never reigned over a unified Crescentia until now. Even at the height of Rhodian's power, before our first city fell, We never had power over all Crescentian territories. Adamaris, Alistan, and the Far East have never been under a monarchy historically until now. And they're the ones giving us the biggest issues.
You don't change the world without running into opposition,
Taladin stated gently to calm her.
We're doing something big here. We knew there were going to be people who didn't agree, potentially people who wanted to fight against us. Maybe expecting that our worst fight was done when Rachel was defeated was the wrong move. That doesn't mean we can't correct it.
Devin stood. She put her hands behind her back, circling the room as she spoke. I thought things were blossoming in Crescentia. I knew there were dissenters, but I believed most of my people would accept my rule, that we were ready to move into a new world.
Tavanna dropped her gaze, shaking her head.
I was wrong. My citizens don't want the future. They want the past. And I'm not sure if I can keep dragging them into a better world if they don't want it.
Well, you're better than Rachel, at least. She would have just lopped anyone's head off who complained.
Taladin offered with a shrug. We should have done things differently after the Hunters Guild was defeated, Tavanna said tiredly. I know the leaders of the Free States asked me to take over the throne, but it was wrong to establish a monarchy over Crescentia when there hadn't been one since the last Rhodian fell. People changed. The Free States got used to dictating themselves, without being obligated or sworn to follow the laws of the Rhodian Commonwealth. We should have held an election or something similar.
Maybe so, Taladin said. But I know for a fact if that had happened, slavery would still be legal in Crescentia, because the Far East would have refused to give that up unless you made them do it. Our home state of Alistan would still be in political chaos if we hadn't stepped in to stop it, and people would be dead because of it. Maybe the monarchy wasn't installed in the best way, but it was the best thing for Crescentia, because we've changed things for the better. Now we just have to work on repairing our mistakes.
And not repeating them,
Devin said glumly.
That went for the whole continent. Dylan trusted the people sitting around this table, but she didn't trust the rest of the Empire. Not now. Dylan stood, and the room's attention went to her. She was the princess. She needed to rule and take action. The monarchy was threatened, and it was her duty to protect that and to protect her people. Her cousin had lulled her into a false sense of security and caused her to drop her guard. Never again.
Our number one priority needs to be taking Xana down, she stated. The division in the states is only going to get worse if she and her crimsons are allowed to run loose. I don't know what we can do to settle these differences between us and the states that don't want to work with us, but we need to figure it out. We need to find the people who are supporting Xana, and we need to root them out so her movement doesn't have any room to progress further. Then we start listening, because apparently, even though we think we know what's best for Crescentia, maybe we don't. If our citizens are reaching out and telling us something, we need to listen and do our best to correct what's gone wrong. Every Crescentian we disappoint is just another person Xana can use as a weapon. And by Rhodi, we can't afford to have any more swords pointed our way. Because if we don't stop them, one of these days, they're going to cut our throats. Everyone nodded in agreement. Tavanna left, signaling the meeting was over. The room began to disperse. Dylan, feeling like she needed air, left the council room and proceeded to a nearby balcony, one that Tavanna used frequently to make her public addresses to Rhodian. This balcony was the highest in the palace and overlooked the entire city. From here, Dylan could see every building and skyscraper and the vast expanse of the desert beyond. The desert wind whipped through her hair, calling to something beyond that was bigger and better than this. Dylan sighed, placing her arms against the balcony's banister and leaning over, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. Got room for one more, or is this a private instance with destiny moment? And Viz had followed her. She smiled at his words and nudged his shoulder as he leaned on the banister beside her. There's always room for you. You didn't seem happy when you left that meeting, lass. Are you? She sighed. I don't know how we're going to win this.
Well, we've said that before, and we have a lot more help now, Envis noted. There's not just the cloaked flame to deal with, or the states. There's Desmodandre, too, Dylan pointed out. She's still trying to possess me, and I'm only holding her off on the promise that I can be a better ruler than she can. If I'm going to maintain control of myself and not allow her to take over my body permanently, there's a lot of work I have to do. I not only have to accept my past, I have to discover the height of my powers and embrace who I am. And I don't know if I have the capability to do that. There's something else, isn't there? Something you're keeping close to your chest, something that you haven't told anyone, Envis questioned. She gave him a soft smile. Nothing gets past you, does it? I know you. She looked out at the desert again, to that broad horizon line that was always calling her name. This sounds crazy, because I'm already a princess. I've accomplished so much and done so much more with my life than most people will ever get the chance to do, but it's not enough. He didn't say anything or go to put his input in, just listened. She loved that about him. My whole life, I've followed my heart, Dylan continued, and I always knew the answer, even when things seemed hard or didn't make sense. I think it's a part of my love magic. My heart guides me in the direction I'm supposed to go, and though it's not always easy, I usually have a sense of where I'm going and why. Before, I understood what I needed to fight for, and why that was important. But it's not like that this time. She lifted her gaze upward to the blue sky above. My heart is trying to tell me something, and I don't understand what it is. It has been for some time now. I don't know if I'm not listening, or if I'm just blocking it out because I don't want to hear it, but the guidance isn't clear. I don't understand who I'm meant to be or what I'm supposed to do this time. When I became a Rhodi, I could see my future clearly. I was meant to learn from my master, fight alongside my friends, and die for them if I needed to. I was devoted to that cause, and I aligned myself to it in every way that I could. Now that I'm a princess, the future isn't as clear. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. What's more, I keep hearing this whisper inside that I'm meant for more than this. I keep thinking, what's more than being a princess? What kind of fate is bigger than that? She ran a hand through her hair. And I know this destiny is coming. I can feel it, like some sort of inevitable truth creeping across my skin. It's as real about me as my craft. It's a reality, just what is. Something feels different in my body, and I can't place it. The thought that something big is coming is on my mind constantly. It won't let me sleep. There's something missing inside of me that I don't have any comprehension of how to fix, and when I look to my heart for answers, it doesn't tell me which way to go, just tells me to keep continuing down the path. Though the desert heat was fiery and all-encompassing, Dylan shivered. I've always had such a clear understanding of right and wrong, but now I couldn't tell you, because everything's shades of gray. I wouldn't know the right decision to make even if it fell into my lap, because I don't have an understanding of anything that's going on with it. I don't feel like anything's wrong, but nothing's clear either. Every single action I take lately makes me feel like I'm becoming a person I've never been before. If only I could just decide, I'd be okay, but I don't know what kind of decisions I'm making or what kind of sacrifices I have to choose in order to make those decisions. There's nothing saying you'll have to give something up, he said softly. He'd merely been attentive this entire time, allowing her to say what she needed to, but he needed to speak up when he heard her mentioning more loss. He didn't wish for her to go through that. Not again. Envis, I'm afraid I'm destined for such great things that I'm going to lose the people I love because of it, and I won't be able to prevent that from happening. Dylan replied, and her voice broke. There's something in my heart that says so much will be required of me on this journey, more than I've given up before. And my instincts are telling me I can't walk this path with others, but that I'll have to go alone. She had tears in her eyes as she faced him. My heart's never been wrong before. So what is it trying to tell me now? Envis took her arms and steadied her. I think you're right about all of this. That there's something bigger for you coming, and that it's coming down the line soon. I've been with you long enough to know your instincts are spot on, every time. He rubbed her arms and added, but I think you might be jumping to conclusions that you have to do this alone. Becoming something wonderful doesn't mean you have to give up everything you love that got you there. Just because you have a tremendous fate ahead doesn't mean we can't face it together. You and me, we're destined to be together for life. I believe that more than I believe anything else. Just like I believe our family is meant to stick together for all of time. I believe that you are meant to be with your brother and your dad and all of our closest friends. That's forever, lass. What we've created with this little dysfunctional family of ours isn't going anywhere. We'll all be with you as you keep moving forward, and we'll be at your side as this destiny comes, and be there to see it with you. Nothing's permanent, Envis. This is, he said, with the utmost assurance. There's nothing stronger than your love magic, and even if it fails now and again, that doesn't mean that love itself fails. You have so many people that love you in such an undying way, lass. Me most of all. And I swear to you, on the continent and all the stars that shine, nothing could pull me away from you in our eternity together. Not even if the life after required it. The tears trailed from her eyes and down her face as she embraced him. I just wish I wasn't so scared. I know you're frightened, because you don't know what this means. But as good as your instincts are, I have my own too. This destiny isn't something bad. It's something good, he insisted. I'm sure of that. See. Dylan surely hoped so. Her mind was convinced whatever was coming was going to make her life take a turn for the worse. But Envis didn't think that was the case. She needed to have faith. If she thought whatever was coming would turn out to be good, then it would be. She just needed to convince herself that her destiny, whatever it was, wasn't coming here to hurt her, but help her, and help others. Part of it might be painful, but so much more of that journey would be grand and full of wondrous joy. She was going to change the world in a greater way than she already had. She felt that with certainty. And maybe she didn't need to know what that plan was yet. Maybe she just needed to exist for a while and see where the path led. There was so much to do on the road ahead, stopping the cloaked flame, preventing Desmond from doing her worst, and even more important, rediscovering herself again. It was something she couldn't do all at once. She could only take things one step at a time. Whatever was in store for her during her journey, Dylan promised herself she'd be brave enough to face it. She'd change the world if need be. The harder challenge would be changing herself. Her forever was waiting for her. All she needed to do was discover the way. Dylan goes to war against the cloaked flame in Rhodi's rule. Crescent Empire, the Rhodi Saga, Book 5. The end. This has been Rhodi Forever, Crescent Empire, the Rhodi Saga, Book 4. Written by Megan Linsky. Music by Ali Moore. Narrated by Liana Walsh. Copyright 2025 by Megan Linsky. Audio copyright 2025 by Megan Linsky.